Our protagonist had an exceptional talent with a sword. There was nothing he couldn't learn, and nothing could escape his blade. He worked so hard that he often had bloodstains on his palms. After dropping out of high school, he spent 20 years honing his skills with a knife, becoming the best swordsman in the country. The waiter shouted that Table 3's amiche corsa was ready in the busy restaurant. The waiters heard an alarm inside the kitchen, momentarily pausing their work. Meanwhile, our protagonist was inside the kitchen, wearing earpads, focused on cutting a fish. One of the waiters excused himself and approached him, saying the phone alarm had been going off. Our protagonist realized he'd set it to vibrate. When he looked at his phone, he saw a notification from a game, making him wonder if it was the one he had deleted earlier and if something was wrong with it. The waiter informed him that a guest had arrived, to which our protagonist instructed the waiter to say he wasn't there. Moments later, a man entered the kitchen and pointed out that he wasn't buying the excuse. A chubby man entered, stating that it was time for our protagonist to give his answer. He believed he'd given our protagonist enough time to think and insisted it shouldn't be a difficult request for someone who handles swords daily. When our protagonist didn't respond, the chubby man laughed and accused him of being insensitive. He ordered his men to bring forward a suitcase, saying the requester should show sincerity first. A man opened the suitcase, revealing it was full of money. The chubby man proudly announced it was an advanced payment of 300 million, and if our protagonist completed the task properly, there would be more. Without a word, the protagonist swiftly swung his knife, slicing through a large fish hanging in front of him, horrifying the chubby man. The protagonist calmly told him that the kitchen was a place where cleanliness was paramount, and it wasn't for someone as dirty as the chubby man. He then ordered him to leave. As pieces of fish slammed onto the floor, the chubby man, stunned, shouted that the protagonist really was the sword saint, as he had expected. He grabbed a sharper knife from the counter in anger, making his men step back in fear. The chubby man, along with his bodyguards, stormed out of the kitchen before leaving the restaurant. The chubby man warned the protagonist not to think he was giving up, promising he'd be back soon. Later, after the restaurant had closed, the protagonist was out back smoking. His coworker joined him, saying the down payment was 300 million, and that if it were him, he would have accepted it on the spot. The coworker asked why he turned it down. The protagonist replied that all his life he had only sliced fish heads with a knife and asked his coworker what he knew about being a thug. His coworker suggested that he was just using his reputation as a sword master and wondered if he was seriously planning to kill someone. He advised the protagonist to scare them enough to get the money, buy a house, and open a shop, telling him he needed to live like a human too. But the protagonist simply replied that even if they offered billions, he would still pass. Suddenly, his phone received another notification. His coworker teased him, asking if he was dating someone because of all the notifications. The protagonist replied that it was a game. His coworker asked if he was still playing Divine Protection, to which he admitted he quit. Just then, someone called out, asking where they were going without cleaning up. His coworker told him it was their boss and that he was leaving first. Alone, the protagonist smoked, thinking back to when he was young. His family went bankrupt, and since then, he'd been working non-stop. He guessed he'd been too focused on earning money, but his phone kept buzzing, the notifications becoming excessive. Annoyed, he pulled out his phone, wondering why it kept ringing. He briefly thought he might have reinstalled the game after a night of drinking, deciding to delete it again. He chuckled when he saw a message about the Demon King's invasion of the Academy, knowing those guys had been invading the Academy for years. But then, accidentally, he clicked on the game. It opened with a welcome song, and the game prompted him to touch the screen to enter. Nostalgic, he noted that the soundtrack was still the same, and the female characters were still as beautiful as ever. Suddenly, the screen became corrupted. Was it lag? Before he could react, a bright, powerful light shot out of the phone, sucking him in. Moments later, his coworker came out of the restaurant looking for him. The coworker saw the protagonist's phone lying on the ground and wondered where he had gone, puzzled that he left his phone behind. The boss yelled from inside, asking where the chef was. The coworker, unaware of what had happened, joked that it seemed like the chef went to the bathroom, not knowing he had been sucked into the game. Now, with a 100% transfer complete displayed on the screen, there was nothing special about the game, just a typical pay-to-win model with an auto-hunting system, a mass-produced mobile game that needed no further explanation. Our protagonist played it for one reason. He was captivated by the female characters' appearances. He got swallowed up by the game, finding it ironic that he ended up spending a fortune on it. After playing through multiple cycles, he wasn't even a playable character anymore, not even an NPC. Instead, he became a background character whose whereabouts were unknown in that world. His name was Kang Guillaume. One day, he accidentally bumped into someone, and when he turned around, surprised, he saw it was a woman. He quickly asked if she was okay, and she replied that she was fine. Fortunately for him, the game Divine Protection was set in Korea. The names, locations, and geography were all the same, with only minor differences in a few characters. The similarities helped him adapt easily, and for a year, he lived in that world, forgetting whether it was a game or reality, enjoying a life he couldn't experience in his previous one. That was until that fateful day. He returned to his apartment, where his parents welcomed him, calling him their pride, the great swordmaster, and showed him an acceptance letter to a prestigious academy. He asked his parents if they could put it away, but they insisted, saying no matter how many times they saw it, they were proud of how well they had raised him. His mother then asked if he had packed everything, to which he replied that he'd finish soon. His mother excitedly told him to go ahead. That day, his modest dream of living a normal life shattered into pieces. He sighed in his room, knowing the day was almost here. He had asked countless times if he could avoid it, but nothing changed. Tired, he began packing his things, thinking about how happy everyone was. He couldn't refuse. Looking at their family photo, he wondered how Kang Guillaume had gotten accepted into such a prestigious school. His father once told him that his divine power had manifested last year, and he took the entrance exam right after. His mother had asked if he didn't remember. Before he possessed Kang Guillaume, that divine power had already appeared, allowing him to pass the entrance exam to Hoken Academy. Staring at the acceptance letter, he wondered if the real Kang Guillaume was a genius. Divine power was a special ability that humans could use, much like skills in a game. However, not all humans possessed divine power, as it was usually inherited genetically. Society was divided into 3 segments based on this: the privileged, the commoners, and the poor. Hoken Academy was born to maintain the power of the elite. Though it was established under the pretense of hero cultivation, it had long since become a school exclusive to upper-class families. Recently, a special admission system was introduced for non-hero families, and Kang Guillaume was admitted as one of those students. He wondered why heroes were still necessary, though he knew the answer. The Demon King. He mused that this world wasn't reality, but training heroes for war felt too real. It reminded him of what it would feel like to re-enlist. He called forth his divine power, and a system window popped up in front of him, still feeling unfamiliar. Looking at the divine power Kang Guillaume had unlocked, he saw it was painlessness, which reduced pain for 30 seconds with a 12-hour cooldown. He couldn't believe he had crossed into this world with something so underwhelming. Every time he saw it, it depressed him. It was nonsense. But then he remembered the divine power he had been granted when he possessed Kang Guillaume's body, the blessing of the sword god. Its activation time was infinite, without a cooldown, but it only worked with a sword less than 30 centimeters long and 5 centimeters wide. He was in disbelief. He had the blessing of the sword god, and his name, Kang Guillaume, literally meant blood demon. He wondered if the universe was playing a joke on him. He'd never encountered such a blessing in the game and thought the elaborate name clashed with the ridiculously simple effect. It seemed absurd to even call it a divine power, but what stood out most was the activation condition. A sword less than 30 centimeters long and less than 5 centimeters wide. It was clearly referring to a sashimi knife. Were they implying he should cut sashimi in this world too? Frustrated, he realized life never went as planned. He then asked himself if he had packed everything. Suddenly, he remembered he had forgotten his equipment. In the game, even the lowest grade E-rank weapon cost tens of millions of won, while an average C-rank cost hundreds of millions. That meant A-rank and S-rank items were treasures in themselves. He knew the tuition alone was exorbitant, and he didn't want to spend money on something he was being pushed into. Yet, the academy required equipment, and if he showed up without anything, he'd leave a bad impression on the first day. Sighing, he decided to visit Daxo. As he stood up and walked out of his room, he recalled his first master, who insisted on using a Japanese sashimi knife worth over 100 million won, often saying a true master never blames their equipment. On the day of the entrance ceremony, where the students' equipment was inspected, he stood in uniform, staring at the instructor in confusion. The instructor looked at the sashimi knives on the counter and asked if they were really his weapons. He replied calmly, "Yes." The instructor, thinking it was a prank pulled by upper-class students, felt the need to establish discipline. He then shouted, asking if the academy was a joke, and if the student truly believed a kitchen knife was an acceptable weapon for the class placement test. Remaining composed, he simply repeated, "It's my weapon." The instructor, stunned for a moment, angrily addressed him as student, but he calmly explained he was a special student from a modest family. The tuition alone must have been a huge burden on his parents, and he couldn't possibly afford an expensive weapon on top of that. Hearing his explanation, the instructor noticed the color of his tag, which indicated his status as a special admission student, those from non-upper-class backgrounds. Understanding the financial burden of the tuition, the instructor was taken aback. He found it shocking that an institution supposedly promoting equal education rights would push away such a sincere, filial student. The young man then spoke with gravity, saying, "Blaming your equipment is something only amateurs do." The instructor froze for a moment, knowing the phrase, "A master never blames their tools." Such words didn't seem fitting for a teenage boy, and the instructor felt that Jiam had already reached mastery in some aspect of life. His unyielding spirit carried the weight of someone who had lived far beyond his years. It was almost as if a god stood before him. With that, the instructor approved his weapon, and Jiam thanked him. Meanwhile, some upper-class students glared at Jiam in anger, outraged that a special admission student like him had even made it to the academy. They whispered among themselves, asking how someone like him could possibly belong there. But before any commotion could arise, the instructor shouted for them to be quiet and told the students that once the evaluation was over, they were to move swiftly and promptly. As Guillaume walked past the line, the instructor sternly reminded everyone that, depending on their actions, he could be their angel or their devil. Hearing this, Guillaume felt a wave of post-traumatic stress disorder from his past as the words echoed in his mind. A moment later, Guillaume decided to take a break and sat down on a bench, reflecting. He expected hostility, but still found it unsettling to experience firsthand. Regardless, he had completed the equipment inspection and survived the entrance ceremony. Now, the only thing left was the class placement exam. Looking around at the academy, he still couldn't believe he had made it here. This was the school he'd be attending for the next 3 years. The Hero Training School, Hoken Academy. As he took in the impressive size of the campus, he thought it was much grander than the game's graphics had shown. If he exaggerated, it felt as large as a small town. Smiling to himself, he felt a sense of surrealism. He was attending a school meant for the upper class, something unimaginable back when he had to drop out of high school due to his family's financial struggles on Earth. Suddenly, an announcement instructed students to gather at the training hall by 1 p.m. for the class placement exam. He opened his bag, knowing the entrance ceremony was over, but also knowing the real challenge lay in the placement exam. Looking at his sashimi knife, he reminded himself that an exam is still an exam, and he'd need to familiarize himself with it. He realized he hadn't used a knife since arriving in this world, because he hadn't needed to. Memories of his master came flooding back, reminding him that, even for a single day, one must never put down their knife. His master had even told him to hold it while sleeping. Jiam chuckled, thinking he had absorbed another one of his master's habits. But he also wondered if a year's break from wielding the blade had dulled his skills. Despite living by the knife for 20 years, he then untied the knife slightly, feeling its edge. A small smile appeared on his face as he realized the blade was in better condition than he had expected. Deciding to test it, he fully removed the cover, planning to cut a few practice strokes. But as soon as the cover came off completely, a powerful energy surged from his hand and flowed through the entire sashimi knife. The system notification flashed before him. Weapon meets activation conditions. The blessing of the sword god is activated. But just as he processed that, another message appeared. The level of the physical body and weapon is too low. Suppression activated to initiate synchronization. In shock and disbelief, he could barely think. All he had done was draw the knife, and yet the blessing of the sword god had already activated. The system displayed a message. Synchronization complete. May the blessing of the gods be with you. Suddenly, he felt an unbearable surge of power and screamed in agony as the blessing of the sword god activated within him. The energy crawled through his body, causing excruciating pain. He knew that if it continued, he would die. But the power didn't stop. All he could do was endure. Suddenly, a bright, powerful light exploded in front of him. When he opened his eyes, the school around him had shattered like glass. Stunned, he stood in shock, wondering what the hell was happening. His grip on the knife loosened, and as soon as it hit the ground, the shattered world restored itself, leaving him even more surprised. He realized that the moment he let go of the knife, everything returned to normal. Suddenly, his head and body throbbed with pain. He understood that the divine power had activated, but he wondered if the world-breaking effect had something to do with the sword god's blessing. The backlash from the activation was immense, and he knew that his divine power of painlessness could only help with mild muscle soreness, not this kind of overwhelming pain. He looked at his shaking hand, realizing that if every activation felt like this, the power was unusable. An announcement rang out, instructing students to gather at the training hall immediately. He debated whether he should pick the knife back up. He couldn't just leave a sashimi knife lying on the ground, and he tried to comfort himself by thinking maybe it only hurt during the first activation. Nervously, he reached for the knife, wondering if he'd be okay. The moment he touched it, he screamed again as the power surged through him. In agony, he shouted, "What the hell is this?" Meanwhile, in the training hall, students were gathering and the professors were mingling, laughing, and discussing how much they had spent on their children's admission. One of the professors noticed a figure and commented to another, "Look, Clint has made quite the journey." The 7-star hero, Sigrid von Neum, was standing nearby. The others greeted him, recognizing him as a descendant of Aaron Neum and the direct disciple of the founding hero, Valor Jin. Sigrid, however, remained silent, staring at them, which made the professors feel awkward as they returned to their seats. Sigrid sighed and glanced beside him as someone approached. The 7-star hero, Sage Medea Poison, greeted him, saying it had been a while and asked if it had really been half a century. He replied that he could see she still hadn't started dressing like an academy director and joked that turning 70 hadn't changed her much. She teased back, saying every woman wants to remain beautiful until they die, and offered to make him look 10 years younger with her blessing. He dismissed her offer, remarking that despite her upcoming 70th birthday, she still hadn't grown up and humans should value their inner nature. Playfully, she called him an old fart and pointed out how he hadn't changed in 50 years, which annoyed him, prompting him to call her an old hag. Smiling, she teased that he had changed a lot if he was willing to attend events like these, and he grumbled that he used to hate even breathing the same air as the egoistic bastards present. She guessed his granddaughter must be quite pretty to have made him attend. Isekai'd stayed quiet and mentioned that it looked like things were about to start. Meanwhile, in the center of the training hall, students were chatting and introducing themselves. Jiam stood silently, observing them. He wondered if he was the only one with black hair and if he was the only special admission student among the nobles. He remembered the students from the equipment inspection, how they had glared at him with disdain. The memory made him feel lowly and out of place. Suddenly, everyone's attention shifted to someone entering the hall. A bright, radiant presence moved through the crowd, and Jiam's eyes widened in shock as he saw who it was. Every man she passed seemed entranced by her, but Jiam knew better. She was Abel von Neum, the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor and the main heroine of the game. The very reason he had spent a fortune on it. The subspace, created by the ancestral hero Valor Jin, was a dimension formed alongside the establishment of the Academy. It was a reality separate from their own, where the rules of the real world did not apply. Even murder was overlooked. Isekai'd asked Medea if the theme for the event was a subspace battle royale. She confirmed, explaining that subspace battles were a tradition at their school. However, this year, they were trying something different with a battle royale format, where participants would be split into groups of 10. Isekai'd remarked that it meant it was a survival game. Medea responded that there were no restrictions on equipment, to which Isekai'd commented that it would just be a free-for-all for the privileged types with access to better gear. Medea quickly told him not to bring it up, explaining that she had compromised as much as she could. She also added that, whether he liked it or not, the Academy was mostly funded by nobility, and she had gone through a lot of trouble just to introduce the new system. Jiam's attention shifted to Abel, noticing how unnervingly beautiful she was. He thought of her as a character out of a 2D game, but realized it was something more. He mused that the men who tried to approach her were fools. Had he not known better, he might have done the same. Having played the game to some extent, he knew Abel was a player with the miracle blessing, meaning she was tied to the game's protagonist. He reflected that beautiful people always had someone by their side, and someone like him, a special student, was not on their level. He preferred avoiding involvement to prevent a noisy school life. As he pulled out his book, he recalled the 3 principles he had set for his future. Complete his studies without incident, secure a conventional job, and live a safe life. The book mentioned that the most coveted occupation was hero, offering an extremely high salary, which made him wonder what kind of hardships came with it. Remembering how even the sight of a knife made him tremble, he closed the book, thinking that heroes should protect the world while he found a more comfortable job. An announcement suddenly echoed, informing students that the class assignment exam for the 783rd Academy was starting. It explained that this year's exam, as previously announced, would be a battle royale among the 10 randomly assigned cadets. The first-place winner would be assigned to the Star class, second and third places to the Dragon class, and 8th to 10th places to the Ordinary class. The class assignments would be based on these results. Scores would be automatically assigned, and there was no time limit. Yam noticed it was just like the game, and his goal was to secure a spot in the Ordinary class, so he planned to finish quickly. The subspace generation device activated, consuming everyone as they entered the subspace. The exam began with the system wishing them the blessings of the heroes. Jiam resolved to avoid using his knife if possible. A short while later, students were being evaluated by the system as they exited subspace, securing their class rankings. Meanwhile, others were still fighting inside. Medea told Isekai'd that because of his granddaughter's bloodline from the Neum and Gallum families, her results would be significant. Isekai'd simply asked why she was bringing it up now. Medea pointed out an impressive time of 7 minutes and 14 seconds, achieved with a C-rank weapon. Isekai'd noted that Abel sought a fair assessment. Medea responded that, although Abel was a stickler for fairness, she still ranked among the top 10 in the Academy's history. Isekai'd proudly stated that this was only natural, given the bloodline of Neum, and stood up, announcing it seemed to be wrapping up, so he was leaving. Medea informed him there was still one group left, but Isekai'd dismissed them as offspring of the pigs and walked away, saying he would see her next time. Medea cryptically replied that she would see him in the afterlife. Suddenly, a powerful sensation stopped both of them in their tracks, and everyone felt it. Medea asked Isekai'd if he sensed it too, and he replied that it was unbelievable. He scanned the stage and the surroundings, noting there wasn't a place in the entire building where that sensation wasn't felt. Then, once again, they experienced a surge of immense power and saw the subspace above them tear open. Both stood in shock as they witnessed the subspace shattering into pieces. 2 students were thrown from it, leaving the crowd stunned. The students crashed onto the stage, shattering the ground on impact. No one could believe that people had fallen out of subspace. Then, a brilliant light appeared above them once more, prompting Secret to look up in concern. Something fell from the subspace and pierced the ground near one of the collapsed students. Medea quickly called for the medical staff to check the vitals of the cadets who had emerged. Meanwhile, the sashimi knife near Guillaume had shined brightly before the confrontation. He was facing his teammate, muttering, "Bastard," thinking that the results were inevitable and predetermined. However, just as the thought crossed his mind, their enemy grabbed his teammate and slammed him into the wall, shattering it to pieces. Guillaume stared at his squad, realizing, unfortunately, that he had been caught in the squad of death. He knew their enemies were the infamous twins of malevolence from the Iron King family, Mao Jun and Ma Shun. Though they possessed innate talent, their brutality and deceit knew no bounds. He was furious that these bastards had been toying with them for 30 minutes, and he wondered if he appeared so weak that he wasn't even worth their attention. Shun glanced at the man in his grasp, realizing he was dead, and tossed the body aside. Bored, he began counting the students he had killed, asking Jun how many were left. As Jun stepped on a student's neck, Shun noted the student was still alive, but Jun simply crushed him to death, replying that it was more or less over. Shun, annoyed, reminded Jun that he had caught 4 of them. Jun apologized, pointing to the side and telling Shun he could have that one. Shun turned to look at the trembling girl and agreed, saying he would accept it. Watching in disbelief, Jiam noticed that the girl, who had been sitting quietly in the corner, seemed to be in a panic, her will to fight entirely gone. As Shun approached the girl, he teasingly told his brother, Jun, to look at her, commenting that she was to his taste and expressing curiosity about the sound of her screams. Shun excitedly shouted that he was dying to find out, while the girl remained frozen in fear. Jun, half-jokingly, told Shun that even though he was his little brother, he was such a pervert. Shun then began scaring the girl, asking where he should start tearing her apart. At that moment, Jiam shouted at the twins, calling them bastards to get their attention. He demanded to know why they were going so far, even in subspace, and asked if they were psychopaths. But then he realized too late that he had stepped forward without thinking. Shun, amused, asked Jun if there was one more student left. Jun pointed out Jiam's name tag and remarked that he was a special student, which, to them, was a lowly bastard. The brothers turned to stare at him, smiling creepily. Shun, still grinning, told Jun he would take care of him quickly. Jun agreed, reminding Shun to rip out his tongue since he had insulted them. Shun, still laughing, said he would, walking closer to Guillaume. Panicking, Guillaume frantically considered what to do. He wondered if he should use the blessing of painlessness, but then realized that since the twins had been desecrating corpses for 30 minutes, avoiding pain for just 30 seconds wouldn't help. Suddenly, a bright light shone from his bag, surprising him. He remembered the sashimi knife he had inside, but he knew that holding the sword would activate the blessing of the sword god. He hadn't even made it half a day since deciding to live an ordinary, uneventful, and safe life. Shun noticed him reaching into his bag and mockingly asked what it was. When Jiam pulled out the sashimi knife, the twins were stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. They couldn't believe it and taunted him, asking if it was a joke. The girl, watching in terror, stood frozen in fear. Guillaume adjusted his stance, shouting that since he was at least a little amusing, he would make his death as painless as possible. Shun then leaped into the air, appearing above him and shouting that he would smash his head first. Realizing he couldn't be picky, Jiam opened his legs wide and hoped for the best. He activated the blessing of painlessness for 30 seconds, along with the blessing of the sword god, while removing the knife's cover. He knew that painlessness would counteract the pain caused by the blessing of the sword god for 30 seconds. As Shun launched his robotic hand towards him, tauntingly asking what he could possibly do with a pathetic knife like that, Guillaume knew that if he couldn't cut, he would die. He worried about the sashimi knife's ability to cut through Shun's heavy equipment, thinking that Shun wasn't a fish but a person. He remembered once asking his master why gangsters in movies wielded sashimi knives, wondering if they really used them to cut people and not just fish. His master had called him a crazy bastard, telling him it was only in movies and that even a god couldn't make it work. But he added that if he slashed it right, it would still cut. As the power of the sword god surged through his body, a strong, bright light was released. Guillaume swung the knife, slashing at Shun's arm just as Shun yelled at him to get lost. Shun was shocked to see his arm severed, and it fell, slamming to the ground in front of Guillaume. Back when Guillaume was still on Earth, he once called his boss to ask about gangsters. In the middle of the call, a sharp object was suddenly thrown at him. He shook in fear as he realized it was a knife now lodged in the wall behind him. The man reminded him to call him master, and asked why he was curious about such things. Guillaume knew that his first master had been a former thug. As atonement, the man had cut off one of his own wrists and later opened a sashimi restaurant, saying he wanted to bring happiness to people through his knife skills. His master's skills were indeed impressive. Curious, Guillaume asked his master why gangsters in movies always wield sashimi knives. He wondered if it was like that in real life too. His master replied sharply, telling him that someone with experience and knife skills shouldn't be asking such questions. He explained that if someone stabbed a person with a wide chef's knife, the skin would immediately contract. His master then asked if Guillaume thought it would even come out easily. He explained that a sashimi knife, being narrow, could stab multiple times and be withdrawn effortlessly. When Guillaume asked why they didn't just slice since they could slice fish, his master yelled that fish could be sliced because they lay down still. If they were standing, he wouldn't even be able to slice bread in one go. He then mentioned that in manga, it always looked like a clean slice. His master hit him on the back, reminding him to call him master, not boss, and told him that even if the god of knives were involved, it wouldn't work that way. But in his current situation, as Guillaume sliced Shun's arm with the sashimi knife, it worked perfectly. Shun was in shock, staring at his falling arm alongside his brother Jun, while the girl looked on in stunned disbelief. When Shun's arm hit the ground, the pain hit him all at once and he screamed in agony. Shun cried out for his lost arm, pleading for help as he saw his opponent approaching him. Stammering, Shun shouted at Guillaume to stay away, but Guillaume continued to advance. Shun, now in terror, turned and ran, screaming for someone to help him. Jun, frozen in horror, watched as his younger brother tried to flee. When Shun neared his brother, Guillaume moved swiftly, slicing Shun's head cleanly in half with terrifying ease. Jun, paralyzed by the sight, stared in disbelief at his brother's severed head. He screamed out Shun's name, filled with both rage and sorrow. Meanwhile, Guillaume stood silently, and the girl continued to watch, wide-eyed and shocked. Jun reminded himself that this was subspace, and that Shun wasn't really dead. He tried to calm down, thinking that his brother's death didn't matter here. But as he stared at Shun's lifeless body, he noticed something odd. His opponent seemed like someone who had just used a knife on a person for the first time. He also noticed Guillaume's ragged breath and trembling, wondering if the events were just a coincidence. Regardless, Jun realized he needed to watch out for that knife. Grabbing Shun's hand equipment, Jun thought his brother's downfall had been due to carelessness. He put the equipment on his own arm and shouted that the weapons were at their best when used with both hands. Jun then activated the Blessing of Resolution, which amplified his defense, the Blessing of Intervention, which increased his jump power by 200%, and the Blessing of Spirit, which significantly boosted the power of his punches. Confidently, Jun yelled that those were A-rank blessings that commoners could only dream of. He taunted Guillaume, saying that even an S-rank weapon wouldn't be able to pierce his armor, and that he wasn't like his little brother, Shun. Meanwhile, Guillaume was enduring the pain, quietly counting down from 23. Jun launched himself forward, shouting that Guillaume had been standing there dumbfounded the whole time. He asked mockingly if Guillaume was mumbling his last words. Laughing, Jun declared he would smash his head in. But Guillaume didn't even flinch. When there were only 6 seconds left in his countdown, Jun was suddenly cut to pieces, stabbed repeatedly with the sashimi knife. Jun shook in agony, slowly dying. Jiam remained in the same position, still counting down. At the final second, just as Jun died, he wondered in his last moments what kind of being his opponent was. As the countdown reached 0, the system notified Jiam that the effect of the blessing of painlessness had ended. He screamed in pain, clutching the sashimi knife. Later, he opened his eyes and saw that he was in a room. He asked himself if it was a hospital and sat up, feeling pain coursing through his body. Just then, a man entered the room. Upon seeing him awake, the man immediately stepped out, reporting that Jiam had regained consciousness. This surprised Jiam. Soon after, several people entered the room and he was stunned. These were faces he had never seen in person before, but somehow recognized. He remembered, 50 years ago, these were the same people who defeated the Demon Lord's 6th Legion commander. They were the 7-star heroes, the strongest of mankind. Isekai'd and the Academy's head, Sage Medea Poison. He wondered why on earth they were here. Isekai'd was the first to speak. Asking him for his name, he replied, Kang Guillaume. But Isekai'd, with a serious expression, quickly cut to the point, asking him, What on earth did you do? Kang Guillaume hesitated, knowing that the sensation he had felt during the battle wasn't just in his imagination. It was real. He looked at Isekai'd and noticed he was holding a sword, realizing the gravity of being noticed by such a monstrous figure. Guillaume responded, Even if it was a pocket dimension, I judged that the twins' actions went too far. Still, I think my response was excessive, so I'll accept any punishment without complaint. He then stared back at Isekai'd, who was still fixated on him. Medea broke the silence, calling Isekai'd an old fool and asking him how he planned to handle a young one. She leaned in closer to Guillaume, adding that even though Isekai'd spoke harshly, it was he who had cleared Guillaume's blocked blood vessels while he was unconscious. With a playful tone, she commented, They say people only get more stubborn with age, and sweetly asked him to give her a break for the sake of her face. Isekai'd, clearly flustered, shouted at Medea, reminding her not to mention it. Medea hugged him, teasing, The old fool is embarrassed, leaving Guillaume wondering why Isekai'd had done such a thing for him. It dawned on Guillaume why his body felt so light, or perhaps as damp as a wet feather. Medea, meanwhile, gazed happily at his shoulders with a gleam of excitement. Medea explained that while he was unconscious, they extracted the footage of what happened and watched it with the staff. The sight of him throwing himself to protect that poor female student made him look like a hero straight out of a fairy tale. She then playfully added, You were literally the prince she dreamt of. You're the prince himself. Before Isekai'd could interrupt her, Medea became irritated and insisted she show some dignity. Though Medea didn't seem too bothered, she went on to explain that they weren't going to make an issue out of his actions during the exam, so he didn't need to worry. Honestly, those twins from the Mao family only got into the academy by buttering up the elders, but they had said they would withdraw on their own. Guillaume felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing he wouldn't have to deal with them at school anymore. Medea then told him that they had come to deliver some news. He asked what it was, and Medea smiled, replying, You were the top scorer, and congratulated him. Guillaume blinked in disbelief, asking what they meant by that. He couldn't believe it. His vision of a safe, sound, and secure future was fading away before his eyes. A moment later, in Medea's office, she told Isekai'd that in her nearly 20 years as head of the academy, this was the first time something like this had ever happened. She recalled Guillaume's response when he said he didn't like being the top scorer, which shocked both of them. She asked if he understood what it meant to be in the star class, reminding him that while the elders were furious, the top cadet's decision was based on a result directly graded by the space itself. He thought for a moment but still replied that he didn't like it, prompting her to ask again if he truly didn't understand. Isekai'd, meanwhile, silently observed the exchange. Isekai'd snapped back to attention when Medea addressed him directly, asking if he was upset that Guillaume took the top spot instead of his granddaughter. She reminded him that he had seen the footage himself. He replied that it was foolish to question the judgment of the subspace, which was imbued with the will of the founding hero. The Academy had chosen Guillaume as the top cadet, and they should simply follow that decision. Isekai'd reflected that if Guillaume's skills had been outstanding, he would have understood. If Guillaume's physical abilities were exceptional, he would have accepted it. If his experience had been remarkable, he would have agreed. But what he saw in this young boy, who had barely reached adulthood, was something more. His movements embodied a concept, a swordsmanship that Isekai'd had pursued his entire life, a level of mastery. Yet the unsettling feeling he had when he unblocked Jiam's meridians lingered. Jiam's body, soft and unconditioned as though it had never undergone training, seemed to contain something that shouldn't have been there. Isekai'd sighed, realizing that even at his age, he couldn't believe he still had such a competitive spirit, especially toward a boy of the same age as his granddaughter. Isekai'd was startled again when he heard Medea praising Jiam's delicate features and the way he heroically cut down enemies to save a woman in distress. She added that if she were just 10 years younger, or even now, she wondered if she could still try to win him over. She asked Isekai'd what he thought, but he simply responded by asking if she knew what cadets call girls like her these days. Intrigued, Medea urged him to continue, daring him to open his big mouth. When she asked him again what they called someone like her, he sat down his coffee cup, making her even more excited. Calmly, he told her, "They call you Medea, enraged, stood up and attacked Isekai'd, shaking the entire room. The next day, Jiam arrived at his wolf class. He knew it was the best compromise he could have made. He remembered how Medea had ordered someone to send him to the upper class, but he insisted on joining the tiger class. Medea had shouted that the top cadet couldn't be sent to the tiger class, but he had argued back, questioning why not when the academy prided itself on equality. Medea had responded that, despite that, the tiger class was off-limits, and instead, she promised to keep his request a secret. Knowing that if the elders found out, they would cause an even bigger fuss, Guillaume sighed as he opened the classroom door, frustrated because his plan had been to quietly complete his studies in a lower class without getting caught up in the power struggles of the upper ranks. At least this arrangement was still within his expectations. As he entered, the door suddenly slammed shut, causing a loud noise. He looked around and noticed his classmates staring at him. They stared for a moment, but when they saw the color of his name tag, they quickly averted their gaze and returned to their usual activities. As he walked to his seat, he thought to himself that they should keep ignoring him just as he preferred. When he finally sat down, he was amazed that everyone was completely ignoring him. He figured that Master Medea had managed to keep things under wraps. Feeling relieved, he happily pulled out his book, thinking that being a loner had its perks. Maybe this was a good thing. But just as he began to settle in, he heard someone approaching. When he looked to his side, he saw the girl from the subspace exam. She thanked him for what he did back then. He stared at her silently for a moment, realizing he didn't remember her. She quickly reminded him that she was the girl from the exam. He found it odd that she was using such formal language when they were the same age, and replied that there was no need to thank him, as anyone would have done the same in that situation. Although it seemed like he had saved her, he knew deep down he was only trying to survive and felt hypocritical. He then mentioned that they hadn't properly introduced themselves, introducing himself as Kang Jiam. She responded that her name was Chloe. He said it was nice to meet her, still surprised they ended up in the same class. She greeted him in return, while he quietly wondered who she really was. He had played through most of the game's story, but he didn't recognize her name. As far as he knew, the later stages of the game focused on the battle against the demon tribe, so it was unexpected to meet a new character now. Then he realized that Chloe might just be a background character like him. Jiam asked if she could keep what happened during the exam a secret, to which she immediately agreed. She seemed about to say something else when a teacher entered, loudly instructing everyone to take their seats. Jiam told Chloe they could talk later, and she nodded in agreement. The teacher congratulated them on their admission and told them they should be proud, as they were all chosen to carry on the will of the founding hero, Valor Joachim. He introduced himself as Lee W. Bin, the chief instructor of the wolf class. Lee explained that since it was their first day, they would start with some basic physical training and instructed them to change into their training clothes and gather at the training ground in 30 minutes. When one student asked what the training would be, Lee replied it was simple. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, followed by 10 laps around the training ground. He then shouted for everyone to change and gather, to which they all responded with a resounding, "Yes!" As the students began to file out of the room, Jiam stayed seated, wondering if the training was designed to turn cadets into bald-headed soldiers. He approached Lee, who asked what was on his mind. Guillaume, hoping to find a way out of the tedious training, replied that he was feeling a bit sick. Lee thought for a moment before telling him that, as the top cadet, the basic training wouldn't be very useful for him. He suggested that Guillaume attend star class training on his first day, mentioning that the headmaster had granted him permission to attend all classes. Shocked, Guillaume thought to himself, "Medea, you damn old hag." Laughing it off, Guillaume quickly said that he just needed to use the restroom urgently and was only feeling a bit sore. Lee chuckled and replied that he appreciated Guillaume's straightforwardness, saying he would see him at the training ground, to which Guillaume replied, "Yes." Later, as Guillaume ran around the training ground, he was utterly exhausted. Lee shouted at the group that this was just light work and that they should move faster, but Guillaume found himself falling behind, feeling like he was dying. Just then, Chloe appeared beside him, asking if the training was too difficult since he looked unwell. He laughed weakly, replying that he was fine. She asked what lap he was on, and he guessed it was his 5th. Surprised, he asked her what lap she was on, as she seemed to be running behind as well. To his shock, she replied that she was on her 9th lap. She then encouraged him to keep going, shouting that he could do it, before speeding off, leaving Guillaume suffering and exhausted. Days later, in Guillaume's dorm room, empty water bottles littered the floor and surfaces. He slammed another one down on the table and cursed. He was starving. A week into academy life, he had encountered an unexpected problem at the cafeteria. He had rushed to the counter, shouting that he was hungry, and ordered a pork belly rice bowl in a hurry. However, the cafeteria lady stared at the meal ticket box next to him. That's when he realized the food wasn't free. Embarrassed, he told her he'd get the ticket right away and asked if she could prepare the meal in advance. But he froze when he saw the price. 50,000 won for a pork belly rice bowl. The other items on the menu ranged from 25,000 won to 150,000 won. He stood in horror, unable to believe the prices. Back in his dorm, he drank the last drop from his water bottle and angrily tossed it aside. He thought 50,000 won for a pork belly rice bowl was outrageous. His living expenses were nearly gone, and he remembered refusing pocket money from his father. Staring at the empty bottles on the floor, he rolled onto his bed, cursing himself for not accepting the money when he had the chance. For days, he had been surviving on the cheapest water from the campus store. Suddenly, a system notification appeared showing that his physical state had increased to 12. As his physical condition improved, the sword specifications relaxed, activating a blessing for swords 32 centimeters, or shorter and 6 centimeters or less in width. Smiling, he stood up and looked at himself in the mirror, admiring his abs and thinking the effort hadn't been wasted. He wondered if the blessing of the sword god had cleared his blood vessels, feeling as if he were evolving. Despite his progress, he knew the blessing hadn't fully expanded. If he continued improving step by step, he might be able to handle a short sword soon. Staring at the sashimi knives on his counter, he recalled how terrified he had been of holding a blade during the entrance ceremony. Now, if he wasn't holding a knife, his hands itched, making him wonder if this was the blessing's influence. Scratching his head, he asked himself why he felt so proud. Just then, someone knocked on his door. When he opened it, he found Chloe standing there. She asked if she had disturbed his rest, to which he replied no, as he was just lying down. He asked what was going on. She explained that she hadn't seen him in the cafeteria all week and was worried he might not be feeling well. He awkwardly replied that he usually didn't eat food made by others, although in truth he loved food made by others and was starving. She nodded, understanding, and told him not to worry. Then she suggested that if he was up for it, they could buy ingredients from the campus store and make dinner together. Without hesitation, he grabbed his jacket and told her they should go, leaving her confused. He asked if she was inviting him to dinner, and she confirmed, a bit surprised. He happily led the way, telling her that he was good at cooking and would handle it. He asked if her dorm was across the way, to which she replied yes, still chasing after him as he walked with excitement. Later, in Chloe's dorm, she exclaimed how delicious the food was. Jiam smiled and said he was glad she liked it. She complimented him on how quickly and skillfully he had prepared the meal, admitting she had only ever boiled fish and never thought she'd get to taste cooking like that. He quietly stared at the empty plates, pleased. Earlier, he had asked if he could check her fridge, and she had agreed. When he opened it, he noticed it was full of fish. She explained she was from a seaside area, which made sense to him. He smiled, realizing he was itching to cook again. Deciding to treat himself, he thought about slicing some sashimi but hesitated due to the sword god's blessing. Eyeing the kitchen knives on the counter, he asked if she had a longer knife. Chloe was confused, but when he explained that his weapon was similar to those kinds of swords, she understood. She handed him a knife and asked if it would work, but he decided to stick with the kitchen knife. Grabbing the knife, he decided to finish in 30 seconds, activating the blessing of painlessness. He focused on the sashimi, remembering that he had once been the best swordsman in the country. He activated the sword god's blessing and sliced through the fish, finishing in 21 seconds. In that time, he scaled the fish, split the bones, removed the entrails, and filleted the flesh. The result was so perfect, it felt like a masterpiece, and he was proud to still have his skills. Chloe asked how he was so good at cooking, and he replied that he used to work part-time at a Japanese restaurant. She then asked what a part-time job was, surprising him. He asked if she didn't know what it was, and she apologized. He told her there was no need to apologize, attributing the confusion to their difference in status. Changing the subject, he told her he was glad she enjoyed the meal, and she nodded happily, offering to wash up since he had cooked. He thanked her and left her to it. As she rushed to the sink, he walked to the window and stared at the moon, feeling full and satisfied, humming a tune to himself. However, he was interrupted by the sound of plates falling, followed by Chloe's repeated apologies. He wondered if she had ever done the dishes before, thinking back to when he had been her age and doing the same chores. Suddenly, a note fell onto the table, flipping open when it landed. Surprised, he realized it was Chloe's diary. The round handwriting and cute stickers made him think she was just like any other girl her age. He intended to put it back, but the air flipped it open, revealing an entry. He read that the person who saved her during the exam turned out to be in her class, and his name was Jiam. The entry said her heart raced whenever she saw him, and she didn't know how to approach him. He smiled, thinking it was cute, realizing this was why she hadn't been able to talk to him before. Curious, he flipped through a few more pages. His eyes widened in shock when he saw a page written repeatedly, "I love him." At that moment, a loud crash came from the sink. He turned to see Chloe standing there, terrified. She asked him in a trembling voice if he had seen her diary. Heroic families gain honor by slaying monsters, receiving society's admiration, and solidifying their positions. Yet, within these stagnant institutions, vested interests often exploit the weak under the guise of authority. When public authorities fail to condemn such exploitation, one heroic family steps into the shadows, the Auditor de Cecilia family. This family operates covertly, aiming for justice while combining order maintenance with assassination. Those born into the Auditor family undergo mental conditioning before puberty, suppressing their emotions and enduring grueling training to become assassins. Chloe was only 15 when she first killed. She had been startled to see a man tied to a pole, but the old man at her side forced her forward, placing a sword in her hand and making her deliver the fatal blow. Afterward, he reminded her not to deny her talents as an assassin. These were words she had heard repeatedly, even before adulthood. The constant training warped her mind, casting a deep shadow over her heart. By the time her sense of self had been worn away, leaving only fragments of emotion, Chloe was ready to enroll at Jokum Academy. At the academy, where students were assigned to classes based on individual skill, members of the Auditor family, despite their exceptional abilities, were always placed in the common class due to a long-standing tradition and an agreement with the academy. Although the Auditor family operated in the shadows, their skills far surpassed those of the Dragon class. Chloe's grandfather had ordered her to remain unnoticed. The family's strict control took away her personal freedom, forcing her to follow the path of an assassin. She obeyed without a word, believing that nothing would change no matter what she did. At least, that's what she thought until she met Jiam. During the subspace battle royale, Chloe encountered death for the first time, though it wasn't real in that space. Despite the gravity of the situation, she wasn't afraid. Having long accepted her fate, she faced death calmly, no longer struggling against it. But something shifted when she saw Jiam fight. It was as if a storm had parted, letting sunlight break through. For the first time, she felt the desire to wield her sword for someone else, not just out of duty. It was Jiam himself that stirred something warm within her. She recalled a childhood memory, a fairy tale she had secretly kept hidden by her bedside. It was about a prince rescuing a princess from a castle. Her face flushed as she realized the connection, an unfamiliar feeling filling her chest. Love. In the present, Jiam found himself cursing under his breath, watching as Chloe seemed lost in thought. He laughed awkwardly, trying to ease the tension, but her silence and unblinking stare only made him feel more uncomfortable. He realized something had gone wrong, wondering if it had been when he first saw her vulnerability or when he foolishly joined her for dinner. Trying to salvage the situation, Jiam made a polite comment about the evening, hoping to lighten the mood, but she remained fixated on him. He thanked her for the dinner, preparing to leave, but her gaze lingered on him, and she asked, "Did you see it?" Confused, Jiam asked what she meant. Chloe removed her gloves and her attention shifted to the diary on the table. Realization hit him. She was referring to her diary. He attempted to downplay the situation, suggesting that she must have worked hard on her studies, but she corrected him, making it clear she was talking about her personal diary. He felt a surge of unease. How had she known he had seen it? He wondered if she had somehow seen him reading it without him noticing. Then something else struck him. Chloe was using formal language again, despite his earlier insistence that she didn't need to. She suddenly seemed like a completely different person. He quickly denied seeing anything, but Chloe asked him again, "Are you sure?" He repeated his denial, but she pressed him not to lie. Realizing there was no point in denying it further, he admitted that he had seen it for a moment. She simply stared at him, and then, to his shock, she slowly drew her katana from its sheath. Horror surged through him as he glanced down at the edge of the roof. They were on the 4th floor, and if he jumped, he knew he'd be smashed to pieces. Looking around, he realized there was only one exit, the door next to Chloe. He was trapped. A loud scraping sound broke the tension, and when he peeked over his shoulder, his blood ran cold. Chloe was dragging her katana along the floor, walking slowly toward him like a puppet, her movements devoid of emotion. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Was she even aware of what she was doing? Her pupils were still, and her red eyes looked lifeless. That's when it hit him. She had all the signs of a yandere. He recalled her energetic personality, so full of life that could change in an instant. Was this a split personality? The realization that she might be a yandere with a split personality was terrifying enough, but the fact that he had triggered this shift by opening her diary made it worse. He knew the situation was dangerous. She would likely chase him until she succeeded in killing him. He had to find a way to escape and ensure his survival. He could sense that Chloe's killing intent was even stronger than the Mao brothers, making him curse under his breath. Academy life was turning out to be far more dangerous than he'd expected. He needed to get out of this situation first. His thoughts raced, and then he remembered that he still had 9 seconds left on his painlessness blessing. However, his sashimi knife was back in his room, and the knife he had used earlier was too far away. If he tried to reach for it, he was certain he'd lose an arm. Or worse. Suddenly, Chloe raised her katana, and in a panic, Jiam stepped back, hitting the table behind him. His eyes fell on a small cutter lying there. She leaped at him, swinging her katana with deadly precision. Desperate, he grabbed the cutter, knowing full well that talking his way out of this was unlikely to work. As he prepared to defend himself, a system notification appeared, showing that his mental state had risen. Along with this, his ingenuity increased, and his words and actions became temporarily imbued with an aura of intimidation. The restraining power adjusted to fit him, and the divine protection of the sword god was activated. As they met in the middle, he tried a different approach, commenting on her hair, saying it was slightly too long and that he would trim it a bit. In that moment, they both released their slashes simultaneously. Later, Chloe woke up in her bed, searching for Jiam and looking around her room. She remembered him standing by the window while she was doing the dishes. She had been sneaking glances at him. Panic set in when she suddenly recalled her katana, but seeing it resting safely next to her study table, she sighed in relief. She had lost consciousness while handling the katana, a side effect of her conditioning. Her thoughts drifted to the old man who had always praised her for her talent as an assassin, telling her not to worry after each kill and reminding her to never deny her abilities. Frustrated, she slammed her face into her pillow, calling herself a fool for fainting. Embarrassed, she thought about Jiam, wondering if she had said anything strange when she lost consciousness. Then her eyes fell on the cutter lying on the floor. Confused, she held her hair up to her face and realized it had been cut shorter. Glancing at the trash bin, she saw the cut strands of hair and guessed that Jiam must have cleaned up before leaving. Blushing, she thought to herself how kind Jiam was and hurried to grab her diary, eager to write down her thoughts before she forgot. As she scribbled her entry, she focused on how much she admired him. Meanwhile, Jiam was outside the dorm, struggling and vomiting by the side of the path. He was relieved to have survived the situation with Chloe, but knew he had pushed his blessing too far, going 5 seconds over the 9-second limit, which left him physically ill. He tried to suppress the nausea, but it was no use. He ended up throwing up everything he had eaten for dinner. Sitting on a nearby bench, he felt the hunger return, his entire meal now gone. As he stared at the moon, Jiam reflected on Chloe and her abilities. Normally, swordsmanship is about striking decisively to end a fight, but the way Chloe fought was different. Her blade relentlessly targeted vital points, almost as if it were designed for ambush tactics. He realized that had she ambushed him, his head would have been taken off without a doubt. Feeling threatened, he had instinctively aimed for her nape during their encounter. Thankfully, the cutter he wielded was short, so he only managed to cut her hair. He sighed, relieved that he had cleaned up the situation quickly and that there shouldn't be any further complications. Though he admitted to himself that finding stability, safety, and security in this world was proving far more difficult than he anticipated. He reflected on how much harder it was to simply lead an ordinary life. When he was first thrown into this strange, shameless, game-like world, he hadn't lacked ambition. For someone who had once reigned at the pinnacle with nothing more than a sashimi knife, giving up on the romantic idea of living as a man had been a tough choice. But he knew that everyone had their assigned role. He then thought about the game he was now living in. The blessing of miracles was the unique blessing of the game's protagonist, whom Jiam had yet to encounter. Alongside it was the blessing of valor from Baylor Hoken. He remembered that these were the only 2 legendary blessings in the game, and their contents were intuitive. The protagonist wielded both the holy sword and the demon sword, Bamong. In contrast, Jiam could only use sashimi knives, a fact that made him wonder if any further explanation of his fate was even necessary. Slapping his face to refocus, Jiam reminded himself of his goal since entering the academy. The constant encounters with unrealistic characters and bizarre situations had distracted him from what he came to achieve. He realized that he had been sidetracked by various events and began to wonder if there was anyone ordinary in this world at all. Despite having a vague understanding of the key characters in the game, Jiam still felt his knowledge of this world was lacking. After all, it had only been a little over a week since he entered the academy. According to the game's story, the main character's blessing was due to activate soon, with the enrollment process almost complete. Jiam knew the real story was finally about to begin. Jiam knew the general plot of the game, but having never seen the ending gave him an advantage, at least up to the midpoint. He decided that no matter what happened, he should stick to the official route. If things strayed too far off course, it would waste whatever benefits he might gain from his knowledge. He recalled that the story took a much darker turn in the second semester of the 3rd year, when the birth of a hero would cause the demon race to unite under their demon lords and threaten the academy. This would lead to a full-scale war between demons and humanity. He remembered the game's typical cliché fantasy plot. As someone who had once sought a charming, youthful life he never got to experience, he had deleted the game halfway through, Now, though, the realization that this terrible war was real chilled him, making him wonder if he too was doomed to die in it. But he shook off those thoughts, deciding that with nearly 3 years left, he needed a more realistic goal than mere escapism. He couldn't allow himself to die quietly in this world. He needed to get stronger and survive. Most mass-produced games like this one tended to have happy endings, and he guessed that the protagonist would save the world. But he couldn't rely on that alone. He needed power to protect himself. He couldn't live with the constant fear of dying in a war, caught up in events beyond his control. That meant training, but he would have to do it without drawing too much attention. If he stood out, he risked being conscripted to fight against the demon army, something he needed to avoid at all costs. He also reminded himself to be cautious with the blessing of painlessness. Though he picked up the sashimi knife out of necessity, the strain on his body from using the blessing was too great. A system notification appeared, showing his blessing stats. Though the performance looked impressive, there was a lot of new information he wasn't sure how to interpret. He focused on the stats, noting that his physical, mental, and weapon ranks seemed to represent his levels of growth. His eyes landed on the assimilation rate, but when he tried to check what it meant, the system blocked his access, telling him that conditions had not yet been met. It didn't seem important for now. What mattered most was his physical training, and he needed a new weapon. Relying solely on the blessing of painlessness for 30 seconds wouldn't work forever. He also needed to train with swords that didn't meet the conditions for the sword god's blessing. Next month's practical combat training would replace the midterm exams, and the reward for excelling was the Muramasa, a B-ranked sword. Guillaume knew that if he could handle it skillfully, it would be enough to carry him through graduation. Its specification didn't meet the activation conditions for the sword god's blessing, so it wouldn't put as much strain on him as his primary weapon. Realizing he had more to do than he thought, Guillaume was suddenly interrupted by someone calling his name. When he turned, he saw Abel standing nearby, telling him that he was sitting in her spot. He froze in shock, staring at her speechless. Sweat ran down his face as he struggled to respond, and for a moment he couldn't move. Abel asked if he could shift over a bit, snapping him out of his daze. Embarrassed, he moved aside, wondering why he had been staring so blankly at her. Abel told him there was no need to leave the bench completely, just to make a little space. He obliged, still at a loss for words. He silently wondered what she meant by her spot. Weren't benches public property? Was this something related to the Academy's class system? He knew getting involved with Abel, the heroine, would only complicate the main story, so he resolved to avoid her, even though it was awkward. But when he saw her lips, he cursed silently. She really was beautiful. He was startled when Abel mentioned that the spot offered the best view of the stars. He didn't respond immediately, still staring at her and trying to reconcile her appearance with the Abel he knew from the game. The memory of Abel being the Sword Saint's granddaughter and the protagonist's difficult-to-approach love interest made him uneasy. Abel then asked if his weapon was also a sword, surprising him. When he asked how she knew, she explained that her grandfather had told her. She added that sword masters had a certain look in their eyes, and as she stared at him, Guillaume felt his face grow hot. She then handed him her sword, offering him the chance to hold it. He took it, commenting that it didn't feel particularly heavy. Abel sulked in response, turning away, leaving Guillaume to wonder if she was really upset. Abel was harder to get used to than he'd anticipated. Was this truly the same Abel he remembered from the game? Abel turned her gaze back to him, asking if he knew who she was. Guillaume wondered if Abel was being suspicious of him, even though there wasn't a single student at the academy who wouldn't know who she was. He responded vaguely, saying he knew her roughly. Abel, however, pointed out that she didn't know him at all, which left him unsure of what she wanted. She remarked that it seemed unfair for him to know her name when she had no idea who he was. When he hesitated, Abel teasingly suggested that he might be a demon lord spy disguised as a student sneaking into the academy. After all, she continued, there didn't seem to be any other reason for him to be sitting there alone at that hour. Her words left him wondering what she truly meant, But before he could ask, she raised her sword at him, leaving him in disbelief. He tried turning the question back on her, asking what she was doing, but Abel simply replied that she had been exercising and training. Pointing at him, she asked what kind of exercise he had been doing. Flustered, he said he was practicing breathing, which left her momentarily stunned and confused. As the conversation shifted, Jiam noticed wounds on her hands. When Abel realized he was staring, she quickly hid them behind her back, growing shy and falling silent for a moment. Guillaume broke the silence, telling her that she was quite dedicated to her training, to which she agreed. She confessed that few people understood the pressure of inheriting the blood of Niam. She felt the need to always be perfect because, in her world, even the slightest flaw could lead to harsh criticism. Abel asked if he knew she wasn't the top student that year. She admitted that losing to someone for the first time in her life had been a humbling experience. However, she found it refreshing in a way. Still, she was curious about who had beaten her, vowing to take them down the next time they met. Her bold statement stunned Jiam, causing him to cough in shock. He awkwardly suggested that it wasn't necessary to take them down, but Abel quickly dismissed his words, saying it was a matter of pride. She had even begged her grandfather to tell her who the top student was, but found out that they weren't even in her class and had skipped the top student's swearing-in ceremony. Abel expressed disbelief that a second-place student like herself could tolerate such a thing. Snapping out of her train of thought, Abel suddenly realized she had been sharing all of this with someone she had just met. Jiam asked why she was telling him all of this, to which she replied that he seemed weak. She went on to explain that her family motto was to be strict with the strong and merciful to the weak, leaving Jiam staring at her in disbelief. Abel added that the students in her class were so bland that she didn't really have any friends, making Jiam realize why she had seemed so cold toward the protagonist in the game. Stretching her body, Abel stood up, saying she should head inside and bid him goodbye. Just before walking away, she turned and shouted, asking when he would tell her his name. He responded that he didn't want to, causing her to shout at him in frustration as she left. The next day, Guillaume sat in class, reflecting on how his academy life had been flowing by smoothly and steadily. He kept a low profile, especially around Chloe, who had blended in well and even made friends. On the other hand, he avoided eye contact with her out of fear, still shaken by their last encounter. Occasionally, when their eyes did meet, Chloe's new friends would glare at him coldly. However, the disdainful looks didn't bother him much anymore. After all, he wasn't the only exceptional student in the Tiger class. There were simply too few of them, and for some reason, there was a general reluctance among the exceptional students to stand out. Guillaume guessed this reluctance stemmed from a kind of inferiority complex. Reflecting on his decision, he felt relieved that he hadn't chosen a higher class. This was the time when students in the Star and Dragon classes began forming factions and engaging in heavy political maneuvering, something that even made Jiam's head spin when he thought about it. Back when he played the game, the intrigue had been enough to make anyone's tongue wag, and as a commoner, the idea of being assigned to those upper classes was chilling. Looking at the black card in his hand, Jiam smiled, feeling glad that he was finally eating well again. He thought about what he should have for today's meal, remembering how Medea had given him the card, explaining that it was supposed to be his reward for being the top student. She had apologized for the delay, and now Jiam couldn't help but feel thankful. As he stared happily at the black card, he thought that the level of favor he had received was so great it almost warranted bowing in front of the headmaster's office 3 times a day. For the first time, he sincerely thanked Medea in his heart. Jiam questioned whether he was faithfully fulfilling his duties as a student. Reflecting on his actions so far, he felt confident that he hadn't done anything to disrupt the main scenario, which gave him a sense of accomplishment. With that in mind, he decided that if he could continue like this for the next 3 years, he might just reach the future he envisioned for himself. Later, during class, their instructor taught them about the history of the First Demon War, which had broken out 700 years ago. The hero, Valor Hoken, foreseeing the need to cultivate the next generation of heroes, established the academy with his 7 disciples. The instructor emphasized that this part would be on the exam, but Guillaume felt sleepy. He vaguely remembered the details, recalling that Valor Hoken had fought against Lion, the right-hand man of the Demon Lord and commander of the First Legion. After 20 years of bloody conflict, Valor Hoken emerged victorious, but at great personal cost. He lost an arm and could no longer fight. The war had been brutal, with no clear victor on either side. Fortunately, a ceasefire was reached, and Hoken established the academy to train future generations of heroes. The instructor went on to explain that the First Demon War had resulted in a non-aggression pact between humans and demons, leading to 700 years of peace. One student asked if they would see another war in their lifetime, but his friend jokingly replied that he was more worried about what to wear to tomorrow's party. Jiam, however, knew that the end of this long peace was fast approaching, though no one else seemed to realize it. Everyone had become so accustomed to peace that it felt natural, but Jiam knew better. He considered giving Medea a hint, but he feared it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Medea often spoke about wanting to step down as academy director, but Jiam knew she was crucial to the upcoming events. Her unique divine protection, the poet's blessing, made her the first to detect the impending threat, and she would be the first among the 7-star heroes to rush to the front lines to protect the students. Although Jiam hadn't played that far in the game, he remembered reading on Kumi that Medea would be the first of the 7-star heroes to be sacrificed by the Demon Lord's army. Back then, seeing it online hadn't affected him much. He had simply thought of it as another game event. But now, with everything feeling so real, the thought of Medea's fate weighed heavily on him. He wished, in some way, that she hadn't been so perceptive. The instructor announced the end of class, reminding everyone to study hard for the midterms in 2 weeks. As students began leaving the room, a commotion stirred outside. Other students asked what was happening, and Jiam, curious, wondered what all the noise was about. Suddenly, someone shouted in excitement, asking if it was them. Alarmed, Jiam quickly checked the date, his heart sinking as he realized what was happening. It was May 15th. He rushed out of the room as a crowd began gathering, his mind racing. If his memory served him correctly, today was the day. It was the enrollment date of the world's protagonist, Leon van Reinhardt, the day when the cracks in the long 700 years of peace would begin to show. Kangyeom finds Leon annoying, particularly because the women who will fall for him include Rachel Dura, niece of the Spear Saint, Saki Ryoho, daughter of the Bow Saint, and Abel von Nebelong, granddaughter of the Sword Emperor. Kang Jiam thinks that even the members of the protagonist's party are impressive. The protagonist of The Blessing of Miracles, Leon van Reinhardt, will be one of the first drafted in 3 years. In reality, drafted is a nice way of putting it, as it is no different from forced conscription, and Kang Yeom refuses to go through that a second time. By the way, even Valor Hoken was only able to seal the First Legion commander, which makes Kang Yeom wonder just how powerful the Demon King truly is. Kang Yeom knows that this isn't some insane story where the protagonist loses. Just then, Leon looks at Kang Yeom and smiles, which surprises him. Kang Yeom reflects that Leon has the blessing of miracles, suggesting that the protagonist of the story will be able to handle things on his own. Kang Yeom notices that Leon has a pretty trustworthy face and finds himself convinced, without realizing it. The scene then shifts to the training hall, where Kang Yeom is practicing with a wooden sword. After a few swings, Kang Yeom realizes that deviating from the standard means the blessing doesn't manifest. He needs to possess a certain level of skill and swordsmanship. Just then, Chloe approaches Kang Yeom and asks if she made some kind of mistake. Surprised, Kang Yeom wonders when she arrived. He tells Chloe that nothing happened, to which she asks, "Really?" Kang Yeom reassures her, as he intends to keep things peaceful and doesn't want to make unnecessary enemies. Chloe expresses her relief, saying that's a good thing. In his mind, Kang Yeom contemplates Chloe's true identity. She'd been able to handle a sword even while unconscious, a sword filled with sorrow. The blade seemed to plead for help for some reason, yet it was still imbued with killing intent, making Chloe more dangerous than the Ma brothers. Chloe then asks Kang Yeom if it's okay with him for her to invite him to dinner that night, as she really wants to repay him. Of course, Chloe isn't as skilled in cooking as Kang Yeom. As he thinks about dinner, Kang Gyam recalls what happened last time. However, seeing the look on Chloe's face, he hesitates. Kang Gyam thinks it feels awkward to refuse, but if he accepts, he might find himself in trouble. Then he comes up with an idea and asks Chloe if it's a bit awkward to say, but instead of dinner, could he ask her for a favor? He explains that he couldn't think of anyone else but Chloe to rely on. Hearing this, Chloe becomes happy and asks what the favor is. Kang Gyam states that he would like Chloe to teach him swordsmanship. Then the scene shifts to a few moments later, where Kang Gyam, while holding the wooden sword, thinks that he needs a swordsmanship teacher anyway, and Chloe is frighteningly strong. Kang Gyam wonders if this is a good excuse, considering that since that day, the one thing he makes sure to watch before going to bed is how to survive a yandere, which has proven helpful. Chloe, radiating her bright energy, approaches Kang Gyam and asks when he arrived, mentioning that she was waiting for him over there. Kang Gyam replies that he just got here and then asks Chloe what about her. She responds that she also just arrived. Kang Gyam inquires about the time, and Chloe tells him it was around 6:30. He reminds her that they agreed to meet at 8, and Chloe can't help but smile. Kang Gyam keeps staring at Chloe and looking at her outfit. Seeing this, Chloe asks Kang Gyam if something is wrong. He replies that it's nothing. In his mind, Kang Gyam reflects that he hadn't noticed when Chloe was in her uniform, but now he can see her toned abs and muscles. He understands why Chloe is so strong and finds her cute as well. Kang Gyam hands Chloe the wooden sword, and as she takes it, she remarks that she thought they would be using real swords. Surprised by this, Kang Gyam wonders if he heard her correctly. Who trains with real swords? This is not a battle. He tells Chloe that it's training, so they should use wooden swords to avoid injuries. Chloe states that Kang Gyam is really kind. As Chloe swings the wooden sword, Kang Gyam is stunned to see her aura power manifesting even through the wooden weapon. He wonders just how strong Chloe's aura is. As Kang Gyam grabs his wooden sword, he decides to be careful. Suddenly, a status window opens up and Kang Gyam confirms whether he can use the wooden sword without activating the blessing. He sees that the sword specifications are fine and that his physical growth is steady, but he wonders if the blessing is usually like this. While it's common for a blessing to upgrade with skill level, Kang Gyam wonders if it usually comes with additional effects, as he doesn't recall it being like this. He considers how much growth is needed to see this. Observing Kang Gyam standing there, Chloe asks if something is wrong. Kang Gyam apologizes to her, stating that it's nothing. In his mind, he thinks that this status window seems to be visible only to him, which means he must look like a spaced-out idiot to Chloe. Seeing Chloe's excitement, Kang Gyam reminds her that today is his first time doing swordsmanship, so she should go easy on him. Chloe replies, "Of course." Kang Gyam gets ready and states that they should begin. As they face each other, he reflects on his practical approach in his past life. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. To become a master in any field, it's not enough to merely work hard. Kang Gyam's quick adaptation to the academy is also a product of the learning he has absorbed since he was young. Chloe gets ready to strike as she begins to gather her aura. Kang Gyam thinks to himself that his hands are sweaty and his posture is awkward because the essence of swordsmanship is to precisely strike the opponent. Chloe charges straight at Kang Gyam with full speed. Surprised by her speed, Kang Gyam barely manages to avoid her strike. Stunned, he thinks that he told Chloe to take it easy, but she seems to be in a league of her own. She strikes at him again, and Kang Gyam blocks it with his sword, finding her strike incredibly heavy. After barely managing to block her attack once more, Kang Gyam decides to counterattack. To his surprise, Chloe jumps into the air and prepares to strike at him again. Trying to focus, Kang Gyam notices that Chloe is moving even faster than before as she strikes. Kang Gyam braces himself and takes the hit head-on with his sword, but Chloe's attacks don't stop there. She continues to strike at him from different angles again and again. Kang Gyam finds himself being pushed back, realizing that her strikes are extraordinarily heavy. If he takes many more hits like this, he might be seriously injured. As Kang Gyam reaches his limits, he struggles to find an opportunity to counterattack. But then suddenly, Kang Gyam's wooden sword breaks in half. Seeing this, Chloe apologizes to him, explaining that she meant to go easy but ended up breaking the wooden sword. However, at that moment, it becomes clear that Kangyeom's broken wooden sword has now met the conditions for the blessing of the sword god, and the blessing is activated. Kangyeom loses control and finds himself surrounded by a blue aura. Surprised, Chloe backs off, unable to understand what is happening. She asks Kangyeom if he is all right, but he doesn't listen and charges at her with full force. Stunned, Chloe barely manages to block the strike, but Kangyeom is now more powerful than before and pushes her back, causing her to crash into the wall. Stunned, Chloe thinks that Kangyeom seems like a completely different person from just moments ago. Kangyeom, on the other hand, wastes no time and strikes at Chloe again, but she dodges the attack. He has completely lost control and is now under the influence of the blessing of the sword god. Seemingly injured, Chloe reflects that Kangyeom's previous attack caught her off guard, making it hard for her to move. Now she wonders what on earth has happened to him. Although Chloe doesn't understand what is going on, she realizes she needs to stop the match for now. She tells Kangyeom to stop, but he charges at her with incredible speed. Seeing Kangyeom approach, Chloe thinks that she can't avoid this strike. She tells Kangyeom to get a hold of himself, but just as he is about to strike at Chloe, she shouts his name. The scene shifts to Kangyeom, who seems to be somewhere in the kitchen, where he hears Chloe's voice calling for him. We then return to the training ground where Kangyeom has thrown his sword into the wall, missing Chloe. Chloe tells Kangyeom that it's her, and he smiles at her, apologizing and stating that they should stop for today. Seeing that Kangyeom is back to normal, Chloe asks if he is all right. Kangyeom thanks Chloe for helping him with his practice and mentions that he will head in first. As Kangyeom leaves the training ground, the scene shifts to later that night, where Chloe is walking to her dorm. She reflects that ever since the class assignment test, Kangyeom's skills are not just raw strength, but carry an eerie feeling. It's not only his skill, but also his raw instinct. Even though the blessing manifested unconsciously, Chloe realizes she is still no match for Kangyeom, especially with a half-training sword. She knew he was strong, but never expected him to be this powerful. At that moment, someone with a mask covering his face tells Chloe that she seems to be enjoying herself. Chloe's expression turns serious upon seeing the masked man. The masked man's name is Nox Ader, a second-year student. Chloe addresses Nox as brother and asks him what he is doing here. Nox responds by questioning if this is all Chloe is doing after entering the academy, making friends with commoners. Chloe insists that Nox should not refer to Kangyeom in that manner. Hearing this, Nox acknowledges that the guy's name is Kangyeom and warns Chloe that if she continues to associate with him, the auditor family will eliminate him. Chloe walks past Nox, telling him that even if the entire auditor family comes, they will not be able to handle Kangyeom. Nox, taken aback, wonders who this Kangyeom is. The scene then shifts to Kangyeom, who reflects that he needs to clarify something. The power he has been granted is not a fine blessing or favor. Rather, it seems more like a curse. To avoid relying on the blessing of the sword god, Kangyeom sets out to find new equipment, but that power seems to mock his efforts, following him and taking control of his body. While Kangyeom feels no pain, he also experiences a debilitating sensation that seems to go on endlessly. That curse manipulates Kangyeom like a marionette bound by threads. Kangyeom surrenders completely to the voice that whispers sweet words to him. Cut more, destroy more. Chloe's scream, filled with desperation, calls out the name that Kangyeom has come to recognize as his own. Kangyeom Jama. In that cry, the fragments of the worlds are brought together. Kangyeom throws away the training sword that had clung to him like his own skin, realizing that if he does not detach it now, he will lose himself forever. Until recently, Chloe was merely a yandere who wanted to kill Kangyeom, but now she has become the girl who revived his fading consciousness. Although Chloe was the one who originally broke the sword and caused this issue, Kangyeom feels a mix of irritation and gratitude. Therefore, he decides to let it go without dwelling on it further. Even so, Kangyeom leaves in a hurry to avoid the possibility of the sword god's blessing manifesting again. But could he truly evade this problem for the rest of his life? The sword god's blessing was a talent that felt close to a curse, manifested by trading one's lifespan. It was a burden that Kangyeom had to bear as an outsider cast into this world. Kangyeom didn't wish for much. He simply wanted to live a normal life. He believed he could handle a few incidents as they arose, but only now did he realize there was something within his body, something trying to consume his reason. This was not a blessing. Rather, it was a curse solely intended to devour Kangyeom, the art of the reverse heavens. After 3 days in the classroom, a girl cheerfully tells Chloe, "Yesterday was a crazy day. You should have seen it." She smiles playfully. Chloe responds with a soft smile. "Yeah, I'll watch it later." But in her thoughts, she reflects, "Since that day, I haven't seen Kangyeom." Her eyes shift toward his empty seat, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. She realizes that she doesn't even have Kangyeom's contact number. Why didn't I ask him for it? She regrets. I even knocked on his door, but all I heard were groans of pain. I wanted to break in, but I was afraid he'd hate me, so I just turned away. Still gazing at Kong's empty seat, Chloe whispers to herself, "I like watching him when he's deep in thought," resting his chin on his hand. "I've lost count of how many times I've glanced at him every morning." She sighs. "I'm afraid he'll think I'm weird, so I'm always careful when I talk to him. At first, I thought I liked him because he saved my life. But maybe that was just an excuse." She sighs again, this time quietly. "I miss him." The next day, the scene shifts to the academy, where the instructor shouts at the class, "Calm down, everyone. Quit it now. Are the students at this prestigious school just full of empty talk?" Silence. The room falls into silence. The instructor clears his throat and announces, "Since the weather forecast predicts rain today, training will be replaced with self-study." In the quiet, the instructor muses to himself, "Once again, Kangyeom didn't show up today. He must have his reasons. Trusting and waiting is the true duty of an educator." Suddenly, he barks, "Who dares to come and go during class hours?" His eyes widen in surprise. "Huh?" The entire class looks toward the door. Kangyeom steps into the classroom, his face serious, a stark contrast to the lively chatter of moments ago. Chloe is equally shocked to see him. Kangyeom, without hesitation, approaches the instructor and says, "I'm sorry for being late." The instructor, startled by his sudden reappearance, waves it off. Oh, it's fine. Just sit down." As Kangyeom takes his seat, murmurs ripple through the classroom. One of the girls whispers, "Isn't he a special student?" Another girl replies, "Has he always looked like that?" A third one chimes in, "He looks a bit more handsome today, doesn't he?" During the break, with some students starving and ready to eat, Chloe gathers her courage and approaches Kangyeom. Nervously, she says, "Hello, Kong." He replies formally, "Yes, Chloe?" Hesitant but concerned, she asks, "Did something happen to you?" Kangyeom briefly glances at her. "No, nothing happened." His lack of eye contact unsettles her, and she stammers, "It's just, you've been absent for a few days, so I thought something was wrong." After a pause, she adds, "Is this because of the battle training?" Kangyeom, now looking more solemn, responds, "I had a severe fever these past few days. Thank you for worrying about me." Chloe is taken aback. You were sick?" Kangyeom nods, his voice steady but distant. "Yes, it's natural to be suspicious. These past few days, I've been tormented to the point where my mental state collapsed, as if going through severe withdrawal. I couldn't eat anything, so I locked myself in my room and buried myself in bed, praying for the pain to stop. It's the price of using a damaged weapon. The pain was worse than anything I've ever felt." Chloe gasps, shocked at his revelation. He continues, "But that's not the only strange thing. When I looked in the mirror, my face, it's the same bone structure, but my expression has become colder. And some parts of my hair have turned white. It's obvious this is the penalty of that damn divine power." Kangyeom clenches his fists, frustration seeping through. "It seems like she feels guilty," he muses, looking at Chloe's worried face. "Well, that's understandable. The last person I fought and met was her." Determined to clear the air, he says, Chloe, how about we have dinner together, like I promised? Tonight? Her eyes widen in surprise. Dinner? You mean it? Kangyeom nods. Yes, but this time I want to eat your cooking. In an instant, Chloe's face lights up, and she nearly jumps in the air with excitement. Yes, of course. I'll do my best. I can't wait. Beaming, she asks, So Kong, I'll cook whatever you want. What do you like to eat? He thinks for a moment and replies, I haven't had fish in a while. The last time I had it, I couldn't eat it, because the fish was too expensive. So I've never really had it. Suddenly, a red thread darts across Kong's neck. He and Chloe look toward the door and see a masked man standing there. Chloe's expression shifts from excitement to terror. Kangyeom senses the change and asks her, Do you know him? Without breaking her gaze, Chloe steps forward, whispering, Nox. Brother, I told you not to come. Kangyeom watches as Nox, her brother, stands silently at the door. He can feel the tension in Chloe's trembling voice. She must be scared, he realizes. Nox finally speaks, his voice calm, but with an edge of menace. Are you sure you want to be with someone like him, even at the cost of breaking the auditor family's rules? Chloe steps closer, her defiance evident. Whatever it is, Nox, it's no longer my concern. Nox raises an eyebrow. Once you stain your hands with blood, you can never wash it off. Once you are born into the auditor family, you are bound forever. Kangyeom, observing this, thinks, Her brother talks like someone from a historical drama. Then, understanding the gravity of the situation, he thinks, The auditor family. They're assassins. People say they are unmatched in stealth and infiltration. His thoughts race. So, this is Chloe's background? A family of killers. No wonder she's so strong. But maybe, like me, she just wants a normal life. Determined to act, Kangyeom pushes Chloe behind him and says, I'll talk to him. Facing Nox, Kangyeom speaks firmly. What was that name you just said? Nox narrows his eyes. In that moment, Kangyeom thinks, I've tried to escape the sword god's blessing, but I can't run from it anymore. If I can't escape, I might as well push forward. Taking a step toward Nox, he introduces himself. My name is Kangyeom. Kong means sword, and Gyeom means demon. He gestures for Chloe to follow him. I will cut down everyone. I am a swordsman. Meanwhile, in the faculty office, the instructor, seated at his desk, reflects on Kangyeom. There's something strange about him. The instructor muses. It's like all his emotions have been stripped away. Suddenly, a girl bursts into the office, looking amused. What's going on? Why does your head look emptier today? The instructor groans. Don't mock a bald person. Laughing, she says, Sorry. At that moment, the instructor receives a phone call. This is Lee Wonbin, head instructor of the Wolf class. On the other end of the line, he hears something that shocks him. What? A subspace? So sudden? Who's the student requesting it and who's the opponent? The response causes him to stiffen. The student is Kangyeom and the opponent is Nox Auditor. The system displayed on a computer screen where a timer is running, and the names of both competitors, Nox Auditor and Kangyeom, are written on the screen. In the next scene, we see that Kangyeom is waiting, and there are 15 minutes left for the fight to start. He thinks to himself, I thought this process would be very complicated, but everything seems to be going smoothly. Just then, Sage Media arrives and asks Kangyeom, Are you really serious about this? Do you really want to go through with it? Take care of yourself. Kangyeom thinks that all this subspace stuff doesn't really affect real life. But even though the wounds from here don't appear in real life, the mental scars remain. He then thinks, whatever happens, I have to win. That's the only thing that matters. Sitting in the waiting room, he hears the noise from outside. He thinks, everyone loves to watch fights. They're exciting, but I didn't expect this to be so thrilling. I didn't think I could ever feel this way, but now I think this is all pointless. Chloe looks at Kangyeom with tears in her eyes and says, Don't go. Kang Jeom responds, don't blame yourself. This isn't your fault. Don't worry. He then says passionately, you gave me your weapon. I will fight and win. Everything will be fine. Chloe thinks, my brother is very strong. Kang Jeom says, you are very strong. Chloe replies, my brother is a genius and talented. In our family, the auditor family, when it comes to weapons, no one is better than him. He was already given the title of the Great Master of Night Techniques at the age of 14. Kang Jeom thinks, who came up with the title the Greatest Master of Night Techniques? Ah yes, now I remember. It has always been like this. Looking at the knife, he thinks, no matter what I do, I can't escape from this. I have no choice but to make this decision. Kang Jeom remembers his master and thinks, I was destined to hold and use a knife in my life. No one would have thought that in my second life, I would be using the knife like this. Just then, an announcement is made. We will begin the subspace pairing. Selected students, please enter the training arena. Kang Jeom says, I'm going now. Chloe says, okay, take care of yourself. She is worried about him. Kang Jeom says, Chloe. And she replies, yes? Kang Jeom says, there are many geniuses in this world, but in the end, I'm the one who will win this battle. Kang Jeom says goodbye and heads toward the arena. As Kang Jeom enters the arena, he is overwhelmed by the loud roars coming from all around him. The crowd is buzzing with excitement. One man yells out, I believe in the new special student? Damn it, give it everything you've got. I've been waiting for a fight like this for a long time. Kang Jeom smirks, thinking, this is giving me the feeling of being a Roman gladiator. I never thought there would be such a crowd. As his gaze scans the crowd, something catches his attention. What is this? He mutters. There's a star class here too? He notices Abel Vaughn and a few other girls sitting with Leon Van, watching the fight. Kang Jeom frowns. Don't they have anything better to do? Their presence here is just adding unnecessary pressure. Suddenly, Nox arrives and with a sneer says, Commoner, are you kidding me right now? Seems like you can't tell the difference between bravery and arrogance. How dare you challenge me with such a pitiful weapon? At that moment, Kang Jeom feels the intense killing intent radiating from Nox. He thinks, this bastard is insane. Without flinching, Kang Jeom responds, a real monster doesn't care about the weapon. Nox smirks, his eyes narrowing. First, I'll shut that arrogant mouth of yours. He unsheathes his sword, adding with malice, I'll cut your tongue in half. Kang Jeom, in a mocking tone, replies, oh man, you're relying on your weapon, aren't you? He notices Nox has two blades known as the Hangrian blades, hidden blessings from the top-tier blessings of this world, specifically the blessing of the crow. Kang Jeom feels a shift in Nox's intent and thinks, now I can feel it. He truly wants to kill me. Chuckling to himself, Kang Jeom reflects, an S-rank weapon, huh? How ridiculous. But now I'm dead serious. In Kang Jeom's hands, he holds two knives, the Daikso Sashimi and the Rose Knife. Crafted by Chloe herself, its rank still unknown. As they prepare to strike, an announcement is made. We will now open the subspace veil. Both fighters charge at each other when suddenly a window pops up, displaying the Painless Blessing Manifest. The Sword God Blessing Manifest. Meanwhile, in the crowd, a few onlookers murmur, did you see that? One of them responds, I couldn't see anything. That's not a weak class, not at that speed. The fight intensifies as they clash. The girls from the hero class whisper in awe, this fight, it's too fast. It's getting interesting. Abel Vaughn watches in disbelief. That seemingly weak boy, can he really fight this well? The battle escalates, with Nox striking furiously at Kang Jeom, but every attack is swiftly countered. Their movements are so fast that cracks begin to appear in the fabric of the subspace around them. Nox growls, this bastard. Let's see how you handle my technique. He unleashes the three-legged crow technique, attacking Kang Jeom from all sides. Now you're finished, he thinks, believing he has Kang Guillaume cornered. But in a flash, Kang Guillaume disappears. Frustrated, Nox yells, "How did he escape? How did he do that?" In the crowd, a boy remarks, "I could catch glimpses, but that second-year student is clearly superior, right? The first year is too busy dodging, while the second year is amazing. You can't understand a year of battle experience." But Abel Vaughn shakes her head, thinking, no one is paying close enough attention. It's true the second year is attacking seriously, but the first year, he's easily dodging every move. He's refusing to fight back. Gritting his teeth in anger, Nox mutters, "My sister was right. This guy is no ordinary person. Even with the blessing of the crow technique, I couldn't land a hit." He realizes, he dodged every one of my attacks so effortlessly. I focused too much on speed. I have to be cautious of his ability. Determined, Nox thinks. I'll end this with a wide-range attack. A single blow to finish him off. Looking at Kang Guillaume, Nox seethes with rage. The more I look at him, the angrier I get. He's doing all this with nothing but a kitchen knife. Suddenly, Kang Guillaume throws one of his knives to the ground. Nox, shocked, exclaims, "You threw away your weapon in the middle of a fight? What's your plan?" Without hesitation, Kang Guillaume grabs the remaining knife in both hands, pointing it at Nox. Furious, Nox roars, "You damn bastard. Are you mocking me with this ridiculous stance? A lowborn with no family lineage dares to challenge me?" He summons all his strength and power, declaring, "I'll finish you off in one blow. Nothing can stand against my sword." As they charge at each other, I just wanted to live a peaceful life without drawing attention. I wanted to follow the rules, but this was a burden I couldn't escape. This feeling, it's been following me, controlling me. There's something inside me that's trying to devour me. Have I sold my soul to this power? As he fights, a sharp pain erupts in his shoulder. He looks down, realizing that his entire arm has been cut off. The crowd gasps in horror. How did that happen? Kang Guillaume grits his teeth, thinking, whether it's a blessing or a curse, I will use it. Goodbye to my peaceful future. Meanwhile, Nox stares at his own severed hand on the ground, bewildered by how the tables have turned. And with that, the chapter ends. Hope you guys like my efforts and subscribe my channel for updates.
Our story picks up right where it left off, with Nox Auditor staring in absolute shock, his face drained of color, anger burning in his eyes as he watches his severed hand lying limp on the ground, blood pooling around it. What is this nonsense? He thinks, his mind reeling from disbelief, his gaze locked on Kang Guillaume, who stands unfazed, as if the brutal clash hadn't even fazed him. Just then, a system window materializes in the air, announcing in a robotic tone, "Subspace barrier has been turned off." Slowly, the shimmering barrier surrounding the arena begins to dissipate, leaving the spectators, students from the academy, utterly stunned, their mouths agape in shock. They can't believe what they just witnessed. Nox is now on his hands and knees, defeated, his once intimidating aura shattered. Meanwhile, Kang Guillaume remains calm, as if the fight had been nothing more than an inconvenience, carefully sheathing his sashimi knife with a steady hand. In the audience, Abelvan and Rachel exchange looks of disbelief, their eyes wide with awe. They, like everyone else, are struggling to comprehend how a first-year student could have triumphed over the seemingly unbeatable Nox Auditor. Standing tall and firm, Kang Guillaume adopts a victorious stance, radiating a quiet but undeniable confidence. His mind, however, is elsewhere. I didn't expect everyone to react like this, he thinks, surveying the stunned faces around him. But now, there's no turning back. He lets out a quiet breath, glancing down at the sashimi knife that had won him the fight. The blade gleams faintly in the dim light of the arena. I did all of this with a knife meant for cutting fish. As satisfying as it is, using it to cut down a person feels both unpleasant and ridiculous. This isn't what it was made for. As strange as the sensation of victory feels, he finds some small solace in knowing that the fight happened within the confines of the subspace. At least the Mayo brothers and Nox were both in the subspace, he thinks, where the consequences are somewhat limited. The specs of the subspace really are impressive. Still, Nox, kneeling on the ground, remains in disbelief, his mind racing to process the loss. His thoughts echo with Chloe's warning. This guy is strong. He never truly believed her. How could a freshman be so powerful? But now, faced with defeat, Nox realizes that Kang Guillaume's strength was not just physical, it was the sheer, lethal determination in his eyes that set him apart. That's what allowed him to defeat me. An announcement booms across the arena, cutting through the tense silence. The winner is the freshman from the Tiger class. A large screen lights up, displaying Kang Guillaume's name, and the unbelievable record of the fight flashes below it. 26 seconds. The crowd erupts into murmurs of disbelief. Some cheer in excitement, while others whisper in shock. How could a first-year student, a special admission no less, defeat Nox Auditor so easily? Kang Guillaume watches the crowd, a small smirk tugging at his lips. Damn, he thinks, the company should really teach people how to be less shameless with their publicity. He lets the thought roll off his shoulders. But whatever, what's done is done. This is the path I chose, and there's no turning back now. As he mentally steels himself, he resolves, I'll endure this with sheer will and grit, no matter what comes next. Meanwhile, in the stands, the students are abuzz with speculation. Some are still trying to wrap their minds around the fight. How did he do it? Nox is from the Auditor family, someone exclaims. Are you talking about yesterday's fight? Another student adds. Kang Guillaume must be incredibly strong. There's no other explanation. But amidst the chatter, the true focus is on Abel Vaughn. Sitting at her bench, her fingers curled into a fist beneath her chin, she watches Kang Guillaume intently. Her mind is spinning. So, his name is Kang Guillaume? She muses, feeling a strange weight settle in her chest. Everywhere I go, everyone is talking about him. It's impossible to escape it. What she had witnessed was shocking. She still couldn't believe it. Kang Guillaume had sliced off Nox's entire arm with just 2 kitchen knives. The thought sends shivers down her spine. I prided myself on my knowledge of swords, she thinks, bitterness rising in her throat. After all, I'm the granddaughter of a swordsmith. But to think someone could be that strong with mere kitchen blades, I was naive. Her thoughts are interrupted by a sudden realization. Wait a minute, could he be the top student? Frustration bubbles up within her, and with a sharp exhale, she slams her hands down on the desk in front of her, her face flushing with a mix of embarrassment and anger. It's so frustrating that he's stronger than me. At that moment, Rachel, who had been sitting nearby and watching her friend closely, arches a brow and asks with amusement, What's going on, Abel Vaughn? Abel Vaughn quickly composes herself, her face softening. Oh, sorry, Rachel, it's nothing. But Rachel isn't fooled. She smirks, eyes gleaming with curiosity. Are you sure nothing's bothering you? She teases, nudging Abel Vaughn playfully. It's been a while since I've worked out, so I'm feeling a bit sluggish, Abel Vaughn replies, attempting to brush off her own frustration. Rachel narrows her eyes suspiciously, leaning in closer. What's going on with your face? You're acting weird. Are you hiding something from me? She laughs, her voice laced with playful mischief. In a more secretive tone, Abel Vaughn responds, What do you mean? Why would I hide anything from you? Rachel, ever relentless, presses on. Come on, spill it. I know something's on your mind. Abel Vaughn forces a laugh, but it comes out weak. She tries to laugh it off again, but Rachel isn't buying it. You must be hungry, she suggests with a sly grin. Let's get something to eat. What do you feel like having? With a tired sigh, Abel Vaughn responds, No, I'm not hungry. But Rachel isn't done yet. Have you not left your weapon behind? She continues, her teasing smile widening. No, not at all, Abel Vaughn insists, her patience wearing thin. Rachel, still persistent, jokes, So do you need to go to the washroom or something? Finally, Abel Vaughn snaps. Stop messing with me. I said there's nothing. But Rachel, grinning like a cat who's caught the mouse, leans in even closer. I've got it figured out. You're hiding something. I can feel it. Flustered, Abel Vaughn feels her resolve crumbling, unsure of how to respond. Rachel leans in with a mischievous look. I thought Abel Vaughn wasn't the type of girl to fall in love. Guess I was wrong. Tell me, who's the lucky guy? Abel Vaughn, her cheeks turning red, stammers, What? No, it's nothing like that. Rachel laughs wickedly. Come on, tell me. I'm dying to know. Who's the one that has captured Abel Vaughn's heart? As Abel Vaughn remains quiet, clearly uncomfortable, Rachel narrows her eyes playfully. All right, I'll guess. Is it Leon? He's quite handsome after all. Abel Vaughn quickly shakes her head. No, it's not him at all. Rachel, looking surprised, tilts her head. Well, that's weird. If it's not Leon, then who could it be? Wait. Her eyes light up. Could it be that special student from the fight? Abel Vaughn's eyes widen in shock. Rachel, grinning from ear to ear, practically jumps in excitement. Bingo! I knew it! She laughs, clearly pleased with herself. I'm really good at this. It was fun catching you like that. Before Abel Vaughn can protest, Rachel grabs her hand and pulls her up. Come on, let's go. Abel Vaughn tries to resist. What are you doing? Where are you taking me? With a teasing smile, Rachel replies, Let's go to the tiger class. The two girls burst into the tiger class, drawing attention from everyone present. Rachel makes her presence known immediately, her voice ringing out, We're looking for the black-haired boy. The students snap their heads toward her, jaws practically on the floor. Whispers ripple through the room. One guy leans over to his buddy and mutters, Wow, it's Rachel from the hero class. Another girl nudges her friend. Is that really Abel Vaughn with her? What's going on? A guy further back practically chokes on his drink. Holy crap! Abel Vaughn too? Unfazed, Rachel marches right into the center of the class, hands on her hips like she owns the place. All right, people, we're on a mission here. Where's the black-haired boy? You know who I mean? One student speaks up, waving a hand dismissively. Excuse me, I don't care how high your status is, but standing on someone's desk? That's a bit much, don't you think? Rachel, ever the queen of sass, shoots him a playful smirk. What, you don't think I look good up here? Look again. She strikes a pose as if she's on a runway. The guy's face goes beet red and he stammers, no, yes. Yeah, you look amazing. Abel Vaughn, standing to the side, palms her face in sheer disbelief. What am I even doing here? Some of the other girls in the class start whispering amongst themselves. You gotta admit, Rachel does look stunning. Rachel, all smug, grins as she scans the room. Her eyes lock onto a familiar figure, Kang Guillaume, slumped over his desk, asleep, like he couldn't care less about the chaos happening around him. She raises an eyebrow, thinking, is that his girlfriend? She glances at the girl sitting nearby, giving Kang Guillaume that loving gaze. But then Rachel shrugs. Whatever. Who cares? With a mischievous grin, she leans down close to Kang Guillaume and whispers in his ear, Hey, sleepyhead, rise and shine. Kang Guillaume stirs awake, blinking groggily as he lifts his head. He's immediately hit with a wave of confusion. What's going on? His eyes land on Rachel, who's grinning down at him like the cat that caught the canary. Oh, did I wake you up? Rachel teases, her tone innocent, but her expression anything but. Your name's Kang Guillaume, right? Still half asleep, Kang Guillaume looks around, confused. Yeah, I guess. Rachel straightens up, placing her hands on her hips. I wasn't told much about you, but after seeing that fight in the subspace yesterday, I just had to meet the guy who sliced through Nock's auditor like a sushi chef. She gives him a wink. Kang Guillaume, now fully awake, is still processing. Wait, Rachel's here? His intuition is on high alert. Something feels off about this. Before Kang Guillaume can reply, Rachel continues, her teasing in full force. "You're staring pretty hard at me. What's up? Are you some kind of perv?" Kang Guillaume's brain screeches to a halt. What the hell is this? His instincts scream at him. Dangerous. Super dangerous. Suddenly, Chloe steps in like a whirlwind, grabbing Rachel's hand in a flash. Her eyes burn with pure, unfiltered rage. "Who the hell are you? And what do you think you're doing?" The tension in the room skyrockets as Chloe's killing intent floods the space, the temperature seeming to drop by several degrees. It's clear from her expression that, if provoked, she might just rip Rachel apart right here and now. Rachel, still grinning, remains unfazed, but the class is dead silent, frozen in the tension. Both Abel Vaughn and Kang Guillaume are staring, eyes wide, wondering what's going to happen next. And just like that, bam, the chapter ends on a cliffhanger.
Our story picks up right where it left off with Rachel pulls her hand away from Chloe, her gaze sharp and unwavering. "Who are you?" she asks, her voice cold. Kang Jiam watches the tension escalate, his instincts firing warnings left and right. He glances at both girls, his thoughts racing. So it was Chloe. Is this the danger my instincts were trying to warn me about? He notices something unsettling. Chloe's demeanor has shifted entirely. Her usual composed personality has transformed into something darker, more aggressive. A glint catches his eye, a box cutter clutched in Chloe's hand. Her personality changed again. If a knife fight breaks out in the classroom, he realizes it'll be a combination I've never seen before, not even in the game. Why is all of this happening so suddenly? His pulse quickens, and unease washes over him. Before things spiral out of control, Abel Vand intervenes. She steps forward swiftly and grabs Rachel's arm, her tone laced with warning. "What are you doing in someone else's class?" Abel's voice cuts through the tension. "This is dangerous, you know." Rachel, however, smirks in that teasing way of hers, unfazed. "Well, Miss Abel, I was just saying hello. Just hello, right?" She chuckles lightly, turning her full attention back to Chloe. Rachel marches over to Chloe, eyes gleaming with amusement. "Hey kid, it's rude to interrupt adults' conversations, you know?" She pats Chloe's head condescendingly, adding, "And children shouldn't play with knives. It's dangerous, okay?" But Chloe's expression doesn't falter. Her face remains locked in that eerie, murderous mode. Her eyes burn with an almost inhuman rage, glowing red, while her grip tightens on the box cutter. The entire classroom seems to hold its breath. Rachel turns away from Chloe, as if dismissing her threat entirely, and faces Kang Jiam. "Now, where were we?" she says smoothly. "Let's continue our conversation from earlier." And then it happens. Chloe, without hesitation, launches herself at Rachel, slashing with the box cutter in a swift arc. Both Kang Jiam and Abel Van freeze in shock, their eyes widening as the blade flashes in the air. A splash of red. But it's not blood. Nearby students jump, startled, as a food container crashes onto the table, its contents spilling messily. One student yells, "Hey, be careful," when opening it. The other student, grinning mischievously, replies, "If I opened it slowly, you wouldn't have noticed I was here. You're so annoying." Meanwhile, back at the center of the chaos, Rachel, cool as ever, has Chloe's hands firmly in her grip, effortlessly disarming her. The box cutter clatters to the ground, useless now. Rachel smirks, leaning in toward Chloe. "You're too slow," she says mockingly. "I thought it was just your body, but your speed too? You really are just a little kid, huh?" Abel then steps in, urging Rachel to stop making a scene. "Rachel, enough. Don't stir up trouble here," she warns. But Rachel doesn't listen. With a dismissive push, she shoves Chloe aside, as if she were nothing. Chloe, however, regains her balance swiftly, landing perfectly on her feet. The students in the class are shocked by the exchange, whispering among themselves, while Kang Jiam just wants to slip away unnoticed. Rachel, a high-class student and the niece of the Spear Saint, lives by her clan's motto, Skills are useless in the face of overwhelming strength. She turns to Kong Jiam, her teasing grin reappearing. Is Chloe your girlfriend? She asks, her voice laced with mockery. Kong Jiam, caught off guard, quickly replies, no, but he can feel Chloe's intense gaze on him, burning into the back of his head. Despite the awkward tension in the air, Kong Jiam clarifies, she's just a friend. Inside, Kong Jiam is reeling. What kind of situation have I gotten myself into? As he glances around the room, he realizes Abel Van is standing nearby, something he hadn't noticed in the chaos. When did she get here? Still trying to piece everything together, Kong Jiam asks, why did you and Abel Van come looking for me? Rachel smirks playfully. Well, it seems like Abel Van here is interested in seeing your face, she says with a wink. Flustered, Abel Van quickly denies it, her face turning red. When did I ever say that? She exclaims, glaring at Rachel. Rachel just shrugs, her grin widening. Isn't that why you came here? Abel Van, now clearly embarrassed, retorts, you practically dragged me here. This was your idea. Rachel shrugs again, nonchalant. I just thought you wanted to see Kong Jiam. That's why you followed me. That's not true. Abel Van protests, her voice filled with frustration. The students in the class are now murmuring amongst themselves, curious about the heated exchange between Abel Van and Rachel. They whisper, wondering what's really going on. Abel Van, still embarrassed and now growing shy, says, I think there's been a misunderstanding. I didn't come here to see Kong Jiam. Hearing this, Kong Jiam sighs internally. Abel Van should just leave, he thinks. Breaking the awkward silence, Kong Jiam states bluntly, if you don't have anything else to do, you both should go. Both Rachel and Abel Van are taken aback by his straightforwardness. Rachel steps closer to Kong Jiam, her eyes gleaming with amusement. You're really an interesting guy, you know that? I like guys like you, she says with a teasing smile. Kong Jiam, unfazed, responds, that's a relief to hear, but I'm far from interesting. Rachel, still playful, leans in a little. Don't be like that. How about we meet up after class and spend some time together? Chloe, who had been silent up until now, suddenly erupts in anger. Get away from my Kong Jiam right now, she shouts, her voice trembling with rage. Rachel, taken aback for a split second, bursts out laughing, unable to contain her amusement. Are you listening to this? She says, turning to Abel Van. She said, my Kong Jiam. That's hilarious. Rachel continues to laugh, mocking Chloe's possessiveness, while Kong Jiam just stands there, caught in the middle of the tension. While Abel Van, equally frustrated, begins to emit a powerful aura, her anger rising. Sensing the tension in the air, Rachel smirks and turns to Kong Jiam one last time. It was fun meeting you. I'll see you later. Kong Jiam, desperate to end the madness, says firmly, don't come back. Rachel waves him off with a grin. Don't be so cold, she says, before walking away. As they leave, Rachel lovingly calls out, goodbye, Kong Jiam, which only fuels Chloe's frustration even more. Kong Jiam, on the other hand, wishes he could erase Rachel from his life altogether. As Rachel exits the classroom, Abel Van hesitates for a moment, glancing back at Kong Jiam before leaving as well. The scene shifts to the corridor outside, where Rachel reflects to herself, it's one thing to have a cold attitude, but seeing Kong Jiam face to face, there was something there, his gaze had been unsettling, and Rachel realizes he far exceeded her expectations. Kong Jiam is definitely a step above all the students I've seen since the school started. Initially, she had come to the Tiger class just to tease, but now, something deeper had taken root. My clan pulls no stops when it comes to recognizing only the most outstanding warriors, she thinks. In that sense, Kong Jiam might be a valuable resource. With a cheerful smile, she concludes, it's only natural that he's caught the eye of the invincible Empress. Rachel turns to Abel Van and says, I'm sorry. Confused, Abel Van responds, you should apologize to the Tiger class students for causing that ruckus, not me. Rachel shakes her head. It's not about that. It's about Kong Jiam. And for the record, I'm not going to yield. Abel Van is shocked by her words. Is Rachel more serious about Kong Jiam than I thought? She wonders, her mind racing. The scene then shifts to Nox, who is recovering in the hospital, his body still weak, but his mind consumed with anger. Rage courses through him as he contemplates revenge. I've lived my entire life without tasting defeat, Nox thinks bitterly. I am the genius of the Auditor family. Seething, he plots his revenge. I'll take care of Kong Jiam at night, he decides, his resolve hardening. The thought of Kong Jiam fuels his hatred, and he rushes to his room, intent on mobilizing the full force of the Auditor family. With their authority and his mastery of nightfall techniques, he's certain Kong Jiam will be no match. Once Kong Jiam is gone, Nox thinks, Chloe will return to the family. She has potential, maybe even more than I do. Now is the time to strike. The House of Auditor will reign supreme. However, when Nox opens the door to his room, he freezes in shock. There, casually sitting on a chair and eating an apple, is none other than Kong Jiam. Kong Jiam looks up at Nox with a smirk. You're finally here, he says coolly. The chapter begins with Chloe sitting in the classroom, nervously biting her nails and lost in thought, while still holding a box cutter in her hand. In her mind, Chloe wonders, do you like big things? She thinks about how Kong Jiam is really big, and her eyes widen at the thought. Yes, he really is big. Kong Jiam notices her and asks, why do you look so down, and why are you holding a box cutter? Then, with a smile, she says, yes, Kong Jiam, what's going on, as she questions him. Kong Jiam gently replies, first, put down the box cutter. Then he asks her about Nox. How's Nox doing? Chloe responds, he's currently under treatment at a hospital associated with the academy. Kong Jiam, surprised, asks, why? Our fight was in the subspace, so how did he end up with physical injuries? Chloe explains, I haven't gone to the hospital yet to find out, but I heard he's still being treated, even though he wasn't physically hurt. Then, trying to reassure Kong Jiam, she says enthusiastically, he'll be fine. Don't worry. In his mind, Kong Jiam thinks, I literally cut off his arm, but he's not the type to be that scared easily. He wonders further, is he planning something crazy? Then, turning back to Chloe, he asks, tell me his room number at the hospital. He gently pats her on the head, to which Chloe, smiling, replies, I'll tell you. The scene then shifts to the hospital, where Nox is shocked and sweating when he sees Kong Jiam sitting calmly in his room. Angrily, he demands, What are you doing here? Kong Jiam casually replies, can I eat this apple? Nox, startled, says, you've been eating it for quite a while now. Kong Jiam smirks, asking, really? Is the Auditor family truly that rich? A private room for just one person. Seriously? Nox, looking irritated, replies, what are you even talking about? Just then, Kong Jiam reaches for a knife nearby, causing Nox to become more alarmed as he asks, did you come here to kill me? But Kong Jiam just picks up the knife and starts peeling the apple with impressive skill, leaving Nox watching in surprise. Kong Jiam places the perfectly sliced apple pieces on a plate and, as he leaves, tells Nox, if you can't eat a full meal, at least you could manage some fruit. Nox, now red with rage, thinks, this jerk is actually pitying me. Angered, he pulls a knife from inside his arm, muttering, I'm going to kill you right now. But Kong Jiam stops and, with a cold expression, says, if you're planning revenge, just remember, I could take down your entire Auditor clan. Hearing this, Nox goes pale, eyes wide with fear, and he falls back onto the ground, stunned. As he watches Kong Jiam leave, he sees the apple pieces, sliced with perfect precision, lying on the plate. Kong Jiam walks away, thinking, it's like I just broke his spirit. He chuckles to himself. Thank goodness my bluff worked. As he goes, Kong Jiam muses, the Auditor clan, an assassin's guild, the only one of its kind in this world. Taking them all down would be ridiculous. He laughs a little, thinking, wiping out the whole clan? It's impossible. Kong Jiam thinks further. At most, I might be able to take down 10 of them. Beyond that, it'd be a nightmare. Reflecting on his actions, he wonders, is this what I've become used to? Have I really grown this comfortable with all of this? He concludes, I think I might be losing it. Kamjiyama then realizes he doesn't need to worry about Nox as much anymore. He's no longer such a threat. Thinking of Rachel, he tells himself, I should avoid that woman as much as possible. I really don't want to get involved in all this. In the game, Rachel was always trying to latch onto the main protagonist, but she was the most challenging heroine to win over, even more difficult than the first heroine, Abel Van. Shaking his head, Kamjiyama says, forget it. I'll worry about that later. For now, I need to focus on preparing for the midterms. Looking at his phone, he says, the prize for the exams is amazing, so I need to focus on studying. Kamjiyama thinks of the reward. I need that weapon, something that'll let me fight for more than 30 seconds. Gazing at the screen, he says, the exams will decide it all, no matter what class it is. He realizes he needs a team of 5 to take on the magical beast in the exams. Each person's skill is important, he thinks, but teamwork and coordination during battle are even more critical. Team battles can be exhausting, but if I have the right allies, it'll be manageable. Imagining the battles, he thinks, we could end up chasing down something as bizarre as a D-class fishman merman. Those are so ugly in the game. Seeing one in real life is even worse. Thinking back to his experiences, he reflects, I've fished my whole life, but this thing just makes me want to puke. He laughs, if only it were a mermaid instead. That would be easier on the eyes. Realizing how absurd his thoughts sound, he shakes his head, get a grip, don't let yourself get carried away. He notes that the mermaids belong to the demon class, the demonic clan's strongest faction. Compared to them, magical beasts are like minor inconveniences. He sighs in relief. Luckily, our target is just the magical beast fishman merman. No need to deal with a demon. Reflecting on the month he's been at the academy, he thinks it's a peaceful night, a rarity these days. Gazing at the sky, he whispers, what a truly peaceful night. Contemplating recent history, he notes that it's been 7 years since the humans and the demonic clan established a ceasefire, much like the periodic conflicts of the past. Recalling a story about a demon named Balmon, who broke the ceasefire to revive the first commander, he thinks of the fierce battle fought long ago, where humans sent their 7 strongest heroes to win a bloody victory at a heavy cost, losing 3 of their best warriors. It's fortunate that the battle didn't continue on both sides. Now things are peaceful again, he thinks. But if humanity truly won, was it worth the loss of 3 heroes just to defeat 1 commander? Since then, the peace is held, and Kamjiyama appreciates its preciousness. Reflecting on how Valor Joaquin single-handedly defeated and sealed the first commander, he wonders, is he even human? Looking at the calendar on his phone, he realizes a great battle against the entire demon race is looming, with the Demon King himself, the most powerful of all. He sighs, just 3 years left. Deciding to put his mind back on track, he says, thinking about it won't change anything. I should focus on the upcoming midterm exams. He thinks to himself, this is such a headache. First of all, I need to find members for my group. Until now, he had lived a peaceful, simple life with barely any friends. But then, an idea strikes him. Aren't I now one of the most well-known students in this academy? Maybe I could use this reputation to put together a decent group, he muses. Forget it, he thinks. In these next 3 years, peace will be difficult to find anyway. I need to focus on finding a good team and scoring a full 100% in the exams. A week later, Kamjiyama sits in class, frustrated, thinking, it seems I'll need to change my plans. No one has invited me to their group. After everything I showed them in the subspace duel, he sighs, clutching his forehead. Did I go overboard? Does everyone fear me that much? Looking over, he sees Chloe sitting alone as well and remarks, it seems you've been left on your own since that day too. Approaching her, he asks, hasn't anyone invited you to join their group? Chloe replies, no, not yet. Kamjiyama asks, are you okay? Don't you have enough friends? She smiles softly, saying, it's fine as long as you're with me. Kamjiyama grins, let's form our own group. We still need 3 more people, though. Chloe, excited, replies, that's a great idea. Thinking to himself, he realizes, Chloe is a reliable partner, someone I can trust. His focus remains clear. Our goal will be to capture the Fishman Merman within half an hour. My 30-second blessing feels like having 1,000 soldiers. Chloe enthusiastically adds, I can't wait. Kong Jiama notices her excitement, smiling. Chloe, you seem really happy. Just then, he's startled by someone calling his name. He turns to see Rachel running towards him, exclaiming, I came here just to see you. With a firm expression, he replies, What are you doing here? Rachel smirks. Huh? I just wanted to spend some time with you. Kong Jiama glances at Chloe, whose eyes have once again taken on a fierce, demonic look, and he senses that something bad is about to happen. Quickly standing up, he tells Rachel, I haven't been around for a while, and I don't have time for this. Rachel, unfazed, replies, Don't be so hard-hearted, Kong Jiama. He warns, Don't call me that. Covering her ears playfully, Rachel replies, Say whatever you want. I can't hear you. Nor do I want to. With that, she dramatically flops onto his desk and then asks, Have you found a group yet? Kong Jiama, thinking to himself, wonders, Has she ever actually listened to me? He replies, Not yet. Rachel grins, Perfect. Why don't you join our groups? Kong Jiama found himself at a loss. Rachel, with that ever-present, mischievous smile, leaned close, brushing her fingers gently against his face. Let's go together, she murmured. Join our team? He shifted back slightly, removing her hand, feeling a strange mix of uncertainty and discomfort. Why me? He asked, frowning slightly. I mean, there are plenty of others who'd love to team up with you. Rachel's grin widened, as if he'd said something amusing. They're not as fun as you, she replied, her voice light but her gaze unyielding. For some reason, I just know that interesting things will happen if I stick with you. Kong Jiama looked at her, still baffled, unable to shake the feeling that there was more to her words than she let on. I've already decided to team up with Chloe, he said, though even as he spoke, he could feel the weight of the decision settling over him. Glancing at Chloe, he noticed her eyes widen in surprise. Perhaps she hadn't expected him to stand his ground so quickly. That's totally fine, Rachel shrugged, an air of nonchalance masking her intent. Coincidentally, we're two people short. She kept her gaze fixed on him, a slight challenge in her eyes, and Kong Jiama realized this was no ordinary request. If things keep going like this, he thought, it's not just the prize on the line. It's my reputation, too. Hate the sin, not the sinner. But Rachel's gaze was unyielding, and Chloe, too, seemed to wait for his response, her expression both curious and hopeful. Taking a breath, Kong Jiama finally nodded. Then, I'll leave my pride to you, he said, the weight of his words leaving a faint sense of resignation. Rachel, clearly pleased, pulled out her phone. Okay. But no changing your mind, okay? Her energy was infectious, and for a moment, he almost forgot his reluctance. Almost. Then, a question hit him. By the way, who's the team leader? Rachel's response was nonchalant but laced with undeniable enthusiasm. It's Leon. You know him, right? He's quite popular. Kong Jiama's expression immediately darkened. He clenched his fists, striking one against the bench, frustration bubbling to the surface. Did I commit some great sin in a past life or something? He thought angrily. I've spent nearly 30 years working as a butcher, and here I am, somehow tangled up with these heroines. His mind replayed images of Abel Vand and Rachel. His thoughts drifted to his current situation, his recent rise in popularity, and the confusing twists that came with it. I guess they're easy on the eyes, he mused, and that's putting it lightly. But the thought of Leon von Reinhardt brought a completely different reaction. His light seemed to shine far too brightly, leaving Kong Jiama feeling almost blinded. When it comes to him, he thought, his frustration turning into something deeper. It's like I'm looking at a flame that's too bright, too blinding. Kong Jiama found himself spiraling in a whirlwind of frustration and confusion. I have no idea how this story will play out from here, he thought, clenching his fists tightly. All the consequences are going to fall on me. I even tried to switch teams, but before I knew it, that damned Rachel had tricked me. She already added me to her team and submitted the form. The realization only deepened his anger as he gritted his teeth, fists tightening even more. This is the first time in my life I've ever wanted to cut a woman. His mind raced as he fumed, eyes fixed on the ground until a familiar voice pulled him from his thoughts. Chloe had come up quietly behind him and now looked at him, with a gentle concern. Are you okay, Kongjiyama? He didn't respond immediately, still caught between anger and confusion. Observing his clenched jaw and distant stare, Chloe pressed. Ever since Rachel left, you've been wearing that same expression. Kongjiyama finally let out a sigh, replying, being on a team with a student from the same class just feels so burdensome. Chloe gave him a reassuring smile, her voice confident. There's no one in the same class as strong as you, Kongjiyama. I can guarantee it. He couldn't help but feel a bit of the tension ease at her words. Thanks, Chloe. Really, that means a lot. Inwardly, Kongjiyama tried to shake off the negativity.
Yeah.
I already agreed to join Chloe's team, so it'd be rude to back out now. Come to think of it, this lineup is practically divine level. Honestly, this might work out in our favor, he mused, forcing himself to focus on the positives. Let's just think positively. Turning to Chloe, he asked, so, what time is our team meeting this afternoon? The blonde girl said the meeting's at 6 at the cafe in the main building. Chloe answered cheerfully. So now she's calling Rachel the blonde, huh? Kongjiyama thought with a wry smile. Nodding, he looked back at Chloe. Well, it's about time. Shall we head out now? Chloe nodded, her expression bright.
Yeah.
Let's go. The scene transitions smoothly to Starbucks Cafe, where Rachel takes a refreshing sip of her avocado smoothie. So good, she exclaims, savoring the taste. Meanwhile, Kongjiyama stares at his own drink, his mind swirling with incredulity. 5,001 for that green liquid? He thinks, still baffled. The price of food these days, seriously. Tentatively, he takes a sip of his coffee, but his face twists instantly in reaction as though he's swallowed something truly vile. Noticing Chloe looking his way, he quickly composes himself and forces a smile. Starbucks drinks are pretty tasty, he says, trying to maintain his dignity as an adult. Chloe, smiling back, agrees. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Kongjiyama grumbles internally. Espresso's the only drink in the 10,001 range, so I bought it. But it's so bitter. Glancing at Chloe, he thinks, the vendors outside don't even take faculty cards. I won't be coming here often, that's for sure. Just as he settles in with his less-than-ideal coffee, his phone buzzes with a message. He looks down to see it's from Rachel. Kongjiyama, where are you?
I don't see you.
Kong replies, it's been 5 minutes. Can you hurry up? Rachel messages back. Oh, sorry, Nana. I was gathering the kids first. Sighing, Kong texts her back. We're in Starbucks Cafe. Rachel's reply is immediate. There it is. Okay. Moments later, the door swings open and Rachel strides in, followed closely by Leon, whose blonde hair and striking blue eyes catch everyone's attention. Rachel, holding her own smoothie, waves cheerfully. Oh, Kongjiyama-kun. And the little one, she says, flashing a smile. Sorry we're late. Have you been waiting long? Kong glances over at Leon, and I can't help but note his striking features. He looks like he walked straight out of a hero's story, he thinks. Just then, he notices another person entering with them, a guy with his hair neatly clipped.
Who's that?
Kong wonders. Is he some kind of delinquent? Leon extends his hand toward Kong. Nice to meet you, he says warmly. Kong takes his hand, introducing himself. I'm Kongjiyama. Leon's eyes twinkle with admiration. That subspace duel you fought the other day was impressive. I feel confident having you in our team. Kong notes Leon's calm, composed demeanor and thinks, smart tone, perfect calm. He's just like a main character I once played. As everyone settles around the table, Leon takes the lead. All right, how about we start with introductions, he suggests. Rachel chimes in cheerfully. Yeah. Agreed. She nudges the other guy with her elbow, who grunts and asks her to stop kicking him. Leon starts. I'll go first since I'm the team leader. I'm Leon von Reinhardt, from the St. class. I somehow ended up as the leader, but I'm sure we'll get through this midterm together. Kongjiyama side-eyes Leon, muttering internally, damn, just look at that face. Life really isn't fair. Rachel laughs. Well, everyone already knows me, so I'll skip my parts. She elbows the guy again, who reluctantly goes next. My name is Speed Weapon, he says curtly. I'm from the Dragon class, and I like heroes. Kong raises an eyebrow, thinking, that's it? I thought he'd explain why he was given that name. Guess he's the quiet type. Liking heroes, huh? Breaks a few stereotypes. Then, it's Chloe's turn. Hi, I'm Chloe Auditora, from the Wolf class. I'm here with Kongjiyama. Rachel's gaze flickers to Kong, her eyes mischievous as she teases. Kongjiyama. Chloe's face hardens, but she takes a deep breath and finishes. Phew, I joined because of a recommendation. Nice to meet you all. Leon nods with a smile, impressed, while Rachel's face shifts to shock. Oh, how patient, she exclaims. Speed Weapon adds approvingly. That's how it should be. Finally, it's Kang's turn. Clearing his throat, he says, I'm Kong Jiama, same as Chloe. I'm also from the wolf class. Leon claps his hands together and says, all right then, let's begin. He reaches into his bag and Kong Jiama watches as he pulls out a laptop, thinking to himself, this feels so awkward. Leon opens his laptop and projects a hologram map onto the table. Everyone leans in, watching intently. Earlier today, during lunch, our class instructor handed out some documents to the team leaders. Leon begins. This is a map of Scopuli Island, where we'll be taking our exam. He points to the detailed, glowing hologram of the island and continues. On the day of the exam, we'll be sent to the island through a subspace gate. But keep in mind, only the gate is in subspace. The island itself exists in the real world. So, any injuries we get there will be real. Leon gestures to the hologram as it zooms into the map's northeastern coastal area. This is the area assigned to us. 3 teams, including ours, will be hunting mermen here. The test key is simple. It's all about which team can eliminate more mermen, given their limited numbers. Any questions? Speed Weapon raises his hand. I have a question, he says. Since Scopuli Island is also the home turf for mermen, doesn't that add some extra risk? Leon nods reassuringly. Good question. The instructors have scouted the area thoroughly, so it's as safe as it can be. The real threat here is simply dealing with the mermen. Speed Weapon nods thoughtfully. But just as everyone relaxes, Chloe raises her hand. Excuse me, what about sudden attacks or fights between teams assigned to the same area? The room goes silent as everyone exchanges glances, surprised by the question. Leon, however, maintains his composure. The main focus of this exam is the magical beasts, he replies, his voice calm. Any skirmish between cadets will result in immediate disqualification. Does that answer your question? As Kong Jiama observes, he's quietly impressed. The way an assassin family member thinks is truly impressive, he reflects. Leon concludes. All right, that wraps up today's meeting. Prepare for the exam, and we'll meet again tomorrow to discuss our positions. With a sigh of relief, he adds, finally, we're done. Hey, Weapon, let's grab that stuff.
Quick.
Hey, don't pull. My clothes will stretch. Everyone stands up, collecting their belongings and heading for the exit. Soon, only Kong Jiama and Leon remain, both glancing around, clearly feeling the tension. Kong Jiama thinks, somehow, we ended up cornered, just the 2 of us. This is awkward. He quickly starts to walk off, but just as he reaches the door, Leon's voice stops him. Kong Jiama, Leon calls, a thoughtful expression on his face. Turning around, Kong Jiama wonders, what could he possibly want? Leon's eyes meet his, calm yet inquisitive. Tell me something, he asks. Where are you from? Kong Jiama stops in his tracks, turning back to look at Leon with confusion written all over his face. His mind races as he thinks, what's this? I feel like I've heard a similar question before, but this one feels fundamentally different. Where did you come from? Is he literally asking about my hometown? No, that doesn't seem right. He could have asked me during introductions earlier when everyone else was here. So why now? Why wait until everyone left? Kang's thoughts swirl with suspicion. Leon must have a reason for asking this after we're alone, but what could it be? Perhaps. Leon breaks the silence, his voice calm yet deliberate. Sorry for popping that weird question out of nowhere, he says, his tone sincere. I just couldn't help but think that you were similar to me, Jiama. Kang's eyes narrow as confusion deepens. Similar? He wonders.
What does he mean by that?
While it's true this world's official language is Korean because of the game, that doesn't mean other cultures don't exist here. But anyone can tell just by looking at me that I'm Korean. Leon seems to catch the tension in the air and quickly waves it off. Pretend like you didn't hear anything, he says with a faint smile before turning to leave. I'll get going now. But before Leon can take a step, Kong Jiama instinctively reaches out and grabs his shoulder. Just where did you come from? He blurts out, his voice carrying an edge of urgency. Damn it, Kong curses internally. I grabbed him without thinking. What the hell am I doing? But I can't just let this go. If I do, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Leon looks back at him, his face calm, his smile never faltering. Gently removing Kang's hand, he simply says, Germany, before walking away. Kang Jiama stands frozen, his thoughts spinning. What's up with that bastard? He thinks, watching Leon leave. His gaze drifts to his fingers, and unease seeps into his mind. Am I being paranoid? Then, an unsettling thought strikes him, making his heart race. What if he came from another world too? Could it be possible? There's no rule that says only one person can get dragged into this game setting. And honestly, possessing the main character seems a lot more plausible than possessing an extra like me. He clenches his fists, his mind grappling with the implications. While the blessing of the sword god was active during that fight, my senses felt strangely heightened. Could I use it now to figure out what Leon really is? Taking a deep breath, Kang Jiama slowly unsheathes his knife, his focus sharpening. Let's test it out, he thinks. His eyes narrow as he directs his heightened awareness toward Leon, who's now out of sight. Leon's existence in this world, is it real? The sensation hits him like a jolt. His eyes widen in shock as he clutches his head. I felt it again, he realizes. Just like before. When I activate the blessing of the sword god and focus, I can faintly hear a voice. But the strain is unbearable. Gripping his head, he groans inwardly. Thinking about it gives me a migraine that even bypasses the painless blessing. Regardless, the Leon I met today is most definitely the Leon I played as before. No actor in the world could replicate him so perfectly. He replays Leon's words in his mind. I just couldn't help but think you were similar to me, Jiama. The phrase gnaws at him. Did he really just mean to ask what country I'm from? That doesn't explain what he said. Seeking answers, Kang Jiama pulls out his phone and opens the Komu Wiki app. I should have looked at this earlier, he thinks. But as he scrolls, frustration builds. I never cared about the male characters in this game, so I never bothered to check their details. And now there's nothing about Leon here in this world either. He closes the app with a sigh.
Fine.
This will be the only time I let myself get involved with Leon. If anything like this happens again, I can just go to Medea for help. Medea's voice echoes in his mind. You're not coming to see me lately. When are you going to run away with me? He shakes his head, trying to clear his thoughts. I should keep my thinking straightforward, without bullshit, he mutters to himself. Despite his efforts to stay grounded, a strange calm settles over him. A calm he doesn't fully understand. Is this also the influence of my blessings? He wonders, as the tension in his chest refuses to ease. Kang Jiama pulls out his phone and starts inspecting his blessing stats. His eyes scan the screen as he thinks, I'm making smooth progress. My mental fortitude and armament stats remain unchanged, but my physical fortitude has increased a little, likely thanks to the training I've been doing. A flicker of excitement crosses his face. I think my armament stat will only increase when I finally get Murasame. As for the assimilation rate, it's gone up a lot. Looks like I'll unlock something soon. He pauses, reflecting on his progress. Is it related to the fights I had with both the brother and sister? Or maybe it's just tied to everything I've done so far? It's so frustrating not knowing exactly how this works. And it's not like I can ask anyone for advice. Suddenly, a system window pops up in front of him, catching his attention. You have reached a certain number of blessing activations. Adjustments will be made. Blessing of painlessness duration increase, 30 seconds to 40 seconds. Cooldown time, 12 hours. Kang's eyes widen.
Wow.
40 seconds? Seriously? My hard work is finally paying off. A grin spreads across his face as he chuckles to himself. What the hell? This feels amazing. He glances at his sashimi knife, holding it up thoughtfully. And time just flew by. Days pass as Kang Jiama pushes himself to his limits. His daily workouts become grueling but rewarding, each session honing his strength and focus. Chloe continues to train him in swordsmanship, her skill as a member of the Auditora family evident in every lesson. Amidst the rigorous training, Rachel's flirtatious antics persist, much to Chloe's annoyance. Kangjiyama often finds himself in the middle of their subtle, and sometimes not so subtle bickering. Rachel's teasing smirks and playful comments clash with Chloe's sharp glares and icy retorts. Despite the occasional chaos, Kang finds moments of peace in the camaraderie they share. The team dynamic slowly starts to take shape, and for once, Kangjiyama feels like he belongs. Kang begins to master techniques he once thought impossible. By now, his precision is so sharp he can even slice a droplet of water midair. Every strike feels more fluid, more purposeful. This is what real progress feels like, he thinks. Finally, the day of the midterm exam arrives. Standing before the subspace gate, Kangjiyama's eyes narrow as he takes it all in. The gate hums with an ominous energy, its swirling light a stark contrast to the training ground subspace. This feels completely different, he thinks. The vibe is heavier, more intense. This isn't just another exercise. This is the real deal. Before he can lose himself in his thoughts, a voice cuts through the atmosphere. Over here, as Kangjiyama turns around, he sees Leon, Rachel, Chloe, and Speed Weapon standing confidently in front of the subspace gate, each exuding an aura of readiness for the exam. Rachel, ever the outspoken main DPS of the team, teases with a sly grin. Oh ho, the one who always preaches punctuality is late today. Leon, the composed team leader, gestures for Kang to join them. Come over here, he says with a calm authority that makes Kang feel a little guilty for his tardiness. Chloe, the team's reliable sub-DPS, greets him warmly. Good morning, Kangjiyama. Her kind smile eases some of his nervousness. Speed Weapon, the team support, stands silently, his expression unreadable, but his stance showing his readiness. Kangjiyama, who serves as the rear guard, quickly apologizes. I'm sorry. I'm a bit late. Rachel, always quick to tease, smirks and says, you know, you must pay a fine for being late. As Kangjiyama approaches the group, his eyes fall on their equipment, and his breath hitches. Rachel is holding the S-rank gear Vermilion Phoenix Halberd, a weapon radiating a fiery aura of unmatched power. Kang thinks that's insane. She's already got one of the rarest weapons in the game. Leon doesn't seem to have his signature weapon, Balmung, yet, but his composed demeanor suggests he's more than capable even without it. However, what truly catches Kang's eye is Speed Weapon's gear. A recorder? Kang stares in disbelief, unable to process what he's seeing. Wait, that's his equipment? Noticing his gaze, Speed Weapon frowns and snaps. What are you staring at so much? Before Kang can respond, Rachel steps in with a teasing laugh. Oh, it's actually one of the few S-rank equipment pieces that aid with healing, she explains. Kang, still puzzled, turns to her. Is that really true? Rachel nods, clearly enjoying his amazement. Yes, it is. A healing S-rank armament is ridiculously hard to obtain, even if you dump tens of millions of one into the game. Kang tilts his head, still processing the information. But its appearance also contributes to its specs. So this kinda... He trails off, marveling at the absurdity. Incredible. He finally mutters. Speed Weapon, clearly irritated by the attention, steps back and growls, "Don't get so close." As the announcement blares through the arena, it commands everyone's attention. Attention! The first-year midterms of 2034 will now commence. Seeing all of your faces, you seem prepared. You all should be familiar enough with the rules, so I'll keep it brief. If there's something you cannot handle, run away. Do not forget that you are not yet heroes. You are cadets. Don't risk your necks for extra credit. Also, if you are injured or wish to surrender at any time, contact the instructor in charge. The weight of the announcement settles over the cadets as they brace themselves for what's ahead. Leon, exuding his usual composure, turns to the team. It looks like it's nearly time. Let's prepare. Don't be nervous, and let's do our best. Kangjiyama takes a deep breath and thinks to himself, we're finally starting. He glances at Chloe and notices her unusually somber expression. Is something wrong? He asks, his voice soft with concern. Chloe hesitates before replying. Well, I know it's weird that I'm anxious about this now, but I remembered that mermaids could appear on Scopuli Island. Kong Jiyama smiles reassuringly. The instructors said they've checked everything beforehand, so there's no need to worry, Chloe. Chloe nods, but her mind still lingers on the thought. Back in Sicily, mermaids were often sighted and caused so much damage. While we now have a truce with the demonic beings and they're rarely seen outside of dungeons, the fact that these rumors persist means the conditions where mermaids appear are still not fully understood. Before she can dwell on it further, the instructor's authoritative voice rings out again. Step inside now. The subspace gate is running. Kong Jiyama gently taps Chloe on the head, snapping her out of her thoughts. Let's go inside, Chloe. Chloe nods with determination. Yes, let's go. In her heart, she thinks, yeah, I shouldn't worry. Geometry Koen is with us. I believe in him. The team steps through the subspace gate together, the world around them warping into the exam's designated battlefield. As they enter, Chloe suddenly hears Kong Jiyama's voice calling her name. Chloe? Can you hear me? Startled, Chloe blinks rapidly and thinks, did I suddenly lose focus for a moment? Her senses return in full force, and she realizes they are under attack. One of her teammates shouts, panic thick in their voice, you can't contact the instructor in charge? We're in a cave. There's no connection, damn it. Just how did this happen? In the dim cave light, a monstrous form slithers into view. A mermaid, her grotesque appearance a far cry from the beauty of legends. Her scales shimmer darkly, her claws sharp, and her glowing eyes filled with malice. The team freezes in shock, staring at the horrifying creature before them. The battle has begun, and survival is no longer just a part of the exam. It's the only priority. On the Scopuli Island before the mermaid's appearance, they appear on the beach. As the team sets foot on the sandy beaches of Scopuli Island, the weight of the environment immediately takes a toll. Everyone but Kong Jiyama feels queasy and off balance. Leon notices this and remarks, Geometry Ma, you seem to be faring better than the rest of us. Kong Jiyama casually responds, I don't usually get motion sickness. Leon raises an eyebrow, replying, I don't think this is a matter of motion sickness, though. Suddenly, a small merman appears in the distance. Kong Jiyama's eyes widen in surprise as he takes in its appearance. They're smaller than I expected. I kind of feel like an idiot for being so serious, considering my role as the rearguard, he thinks to himself. Glancing at his sashimi knife, he mutters internally, I don't think I'll need to use this. Leon observes the scene and adds, we'll find the adult merman at our assigned location. The one we saw just now doesn't score us any points. Let's head in the direction Chloe scouted. The team begins trekking through the dense forest, moving cautiously. Leon advises, be careful, everyone. It seems like this is the spot. With a sudden blur of motion, Chloe gracefully lands in front of the group, seemingly dropping from the trees. Kong Jiyama, a bit startled, asks, did you really just use the trees to travel? Chloe nods, explaining, yes. I can move more discreetly that way. Leon interjects, so how did your recon go, Chloe? Chloe gestures ahead and says, there's a cave 500 meters in that direction. The team exchanges surprised glances. Rachel asks, here? Really? Chloe nods confidently. Yes, it's there. As they approach the cave, Leon surveys the area and comments, looks like there's around 50 to 60 mermen in there. Kong Jiyama's mind begins racing. It's definitely tempting. If we defeat that many mermen, we're guaranteed first place for the midterms. However, safety has to be considered. If things go awry, we can't contact the instructor because of a lack of connection. He sighs internally. Are we going for high risk, high return, or will we play it safe and head somewhere else? That's something Leon, our group leader, will have to decide. Leon begins formulating a strategy. Chloe will scout the area and give us updates. Weapon, you'll handle buffs and healing from the rear. It's still fascinating that you're a healer, Weapon. Saving others is hero basics, right? He smirks slightly. Weapon, visibly annoyed, mutters, you don't have to say it like that. Leon continues, Geometry Ma, you'll stay stationed at the rear to cover us in case of surprise attacks. I'll lead everyone from the center. This way, we won't rush in blindly. If needed, I'll also act as a dealer. Rachel, not wanting to be left out, chimes in, what about me? What am I gonna do? Leon looks at her with a sly smile. Rachel, you're going to? Kong Jiama narrows his eyes, sensing Leon has made a decision. Without waiting, Leon calls Rachel forward, and in an instant, she lunges into the air with her weapon, a massive, flaming halberd. With a heavy force, Rachel hurls her weapon into the cave, causing a thunderous explosion. The halberd's impact sends shockwaves through the air, leaving everyone stunned. The mermen inside the cave look up, confused and terrified. Rachel, with incredible agility, launches herself after the halberd. Landing atop the stunned merman, she grabs her weapon midair and begins swinging it with deadly precision. Each swing slices through the enemies with explosive power, leaving trails of destruction. Kong Jiama watches in awe as Leon's earlier words echo in his mind. Rachel, you're going to destroy everything. You can do it, can't you? The chaos on Scopuli Island was intensifying. Weapon, with his instrument in hand, sent waves of support magic toward Rachel, who was fiercely slashing her way through the mermen. She kept a running tally, cutting down one merman after another. That's 25. Rachel called out triumphantly, her face lit with exhilaration. Turning to Weapon, she smirked and added, thanks for the backup. Weapon nodded but looked slightly annoyed, focusing on amplifying her energy. Kong Jiama, observing the battle from the rear, couldn't help but marvel. What is she made of? But as his gaze shifted, he noticed Chloe, her face tense, unsheathing her sword. A sharp purple aura radiated from the blade. Oh no, this isn't going to end well, Kong thought. Chloe moved with deadly precision, slicing through the mermen as if she were performing an elegant dance. Each strike was swift, clean, and devastating. The battlefield was a whirl of chaos as Rachel and Chloe tore through the mermen side by side. Their energy was overwhelming, and even Leon and Kong Jiama couldn't hide their astonishment. The hell? Why aren't they slowing down? At this rate, they'll... Kang's stomach dropped as he pieced it together. This is just like the academy. They're about to turn their weapons on each other. Suddenly, a massive merman leapt between them, roaring fiercely. Rachel and Chloe didn't miss a beat. They launched simultaneous, powerful strikes, their weapons cutting the beast into clean, precise pieces. Rachel landed with a smirk.
Aha.
You're getting faster, little kid. Chloe, her voice icy, responded. The one that was just slain is mine. Rachel chuckled mockingly. How amusing. Chloe's eyes narrowed. Blondie. Watching this tense exchange, Kong Jiama sighed heavily, scratching his head. I'm glad the worst didn't happen this time. Leon dispatched a nearby merman and approached Kong Jiama. It looks like you were worried about those two. Kong Jiama shrugged. Well, in the end, I worried for nothing. Leon smiled faintly. All 60 mermen are now slain. We should trust the members of our team. No? Well then, it seems we're done here. Shall we go? Kong Jiama nodded. Yeah, let's move. As they regrouped, Kong couldn't help but reflect on Leon. Incredible determination and leadership. He's unmistakably the heart of this team. No actor could replicate this. Leon ironically makes this world feel more real. Maybe he really was just curious about where I came from. Before they could take another step, a sudden beam of fire struck Leon in the back. Leon! Rachel screamed, her eyes wide with shock. Kong Jiama whipped around to find the source of the attack. Emerging from the shadows was a monstrous, demonic mermaid. Its dark, twisted form radiated malevolent energy. Rachel stammered in terror. A mermaid? Why is it here? Weapon's hands trembled. Wasn't everything checked beforehand? Or is this just a dream? Kong Jiama's mind raced. Motherfucking. I knew things were going too smoothly. Looking at the situation. Do we run? Or do we fight? With Leon injured, running isn't an option. Fighting is our only chance. Rachel shouted at Weapon. Contact the instructor and tell them a mermaid appeared. Weapon frantically tried his communicator. It's not working. There's no signal. Kong Jiama grimaced. All outside communication is cut off here. It's no wonder they're frazzled. I'm the only one keeping my head on straight right now. Taking charge, he barked. Rachel, keep those fishy bastards away no matter what. Rachel gritted her teeth and readied her weapon. Yeah, I got it. Kong Jiama turned to Weapon. Dump all your healing blessings onto Leon. Don't hold back. Finally, he grabbed Chloe by the shoulders. She stood frozen in fear. Chloe, get out of here, evacuate the other cadets, and contact the instructors as soon as possible. Her voice trembled. What about you? Kong Jiama's expression hardened. It's impossible to carry Leon and get out unscathed. Hurry, before more mermen appear. Tears welled up in Chloe's eyes, but she nodded. Okay. In a flash, she disappeared into the forest. Rachel, her hands trembling, turned to Kong Jiama. What next? Do you have something in mind? What the hell are you doing? Weapon added, his voice shaking. Are you serious? Where are you going? Kong Jiama unsheathed his sashimi knife, its blade glinting in the dim light. He smirked and replied, Rachel, Weapon, I'll leave the mermen to you too. Rachel snapped. And what the hell are you going to do, you reckless asswipe? Kong Jiama closed his eyes, exhaling deeply. I've never liked the taste of small fish. With a calm yet resolute demeanor, Kong Jiama reached for his sashimi knife, the blade glinting ominously as he unsheathed it. A faint shimmer of energy surrounded the knife, hinting at its deadly potential. Tightening his grip, he took a step forward, his eyes sharp and unwavering. Then, with a dangerous gleam in his gaze, he declared, dealing with big fish is my specialty.
King Yoma thought to himself, demons can utilize a unique power similar to humans' blessings. It's called magic. Just one normal attack with that power was enough to take down the protagonist in the original game. That alone highlights the sheer difference in strength between humans and demons. Even with the blessing of the sword god on my side, I can't confidently say that I'll emerge victorious. In the original game, it was impossible to defeat a magic-utilizing demon without a well-prepared party, and now here I am, expected to solo a boss that would normally require a full-scale raid? How am I not supposed to curse when I'm drowning in this much shit? There's no way I can back out now. Chloe's return is still 10 minutes away. 10 minutes I don't have. I only have one option. I need to cut this fugly fish down in 40 seconds. Suddenly, a system window flashed before him. Your nerves have settled upon grabbing the knife. Mental fortitude increases. Your words and actions now carry heightened authority. Adjustments are applied to the blessing to match the user's level. The blessing of the sword god is now activated. Kangama smirked, gripping his shimi knife tightly. His eyes locked onto the monstrous mermaid, and he thought, it's been a while since I've done some proper sashimi cutting. Another system window popped up. May the sword god's blessing be with you. Meanwhile, Rachel was still fighting the mermen, her spear slicing through them with relentless precision. When a merman lunged at her, she blocked the attack effortlessly, but more swarmed her, pushing her back. Rachel channeled energy into her spear, releasing a powerful strike that cut down all the mermen around her in an instant. Breathing heavily, she muttered, 25. That's 25 down. Speed Weapon, standing at a distance, watched with concern. He hesitated as he thought. I want to heal Rachel, but Leon's condition is overwhelming enough to manage. His wound is deep, and while it's healing, it's painfully slow. Damn it. That bastard Kongahama is absurdly strong. I saw it in the subspace duel. But this, facing a mermaid demon monster, is on an entirely different level. There's no way he isn't crazy. Just watching him makes my bones feel like they're splintering. It's too late to stop him now. Should I even try? The mermaid monster let out a guttural roar and launched a powerful attack at Kongama. Its claws shimmered with magic as it struck, but Kung dodged effortlessly and lunged toward the creature. His thoughts were focused. This mermaid isn't just any monster. She's a demonoid who specializes in long-distance attacks using water magic, but to me, she's just another fish with flesh and bones." The mermaid retaliated, firing a beam of water magic at Kang. He sidestepped it with precision and leapt into the air, aiming a slash at her. The knife connected, but the mermaid reacted swiftly, spinning around and redirecting her focus toward Speed Weapon, who was still focused on healing Leon. Speed Weapon's eyes widened in terror as the mermaid lunged at him. Her claws glinted with murderous intent, but before they could reach him, a scream of pain escaped her. Kang Gyoma had severed one of her wings with the precise slash of his sashimi knife. Landing smoothly on the ground, Kang steadied his stance. "That wasn't enough," he muttered, his grip tightening on the knife. Leaping back into the air, Kang aimed for another blow, but before his strike could connect, the mermaid dove into the water, disappearing from sight. Landing back on the ground, Kang cursed under his breath. Damn it, she really is a mermaid. Predicting her movements won't be easy. Did she deliberately target the injured? Regardless, I have to defeat her at any cost. Turning towards Speed Weapon, Kang noticed Leon's condition improving slightly. "Speed Weapon, are you okay?" he asked. With a trembling voice, Speed Weapon replied, Yeah, I'm fine." Kang Gahukman nodded. "All right then, I'm relying on you, hero." Speed Weapon froze at the word hero. Memories of their past conversation flashed in his mind. Justice and bravery, one who sacrifices themselves for others, the ability to turn despair into hope. Despite being in the world's best hero training school, I haven't seen anyone like that. Not in the dragon class anyway. Back then, Kang had been confused. If he finds someone like that, is he going to confess his admiration or something? Speed Weapon had continued. "That's why I joined this group with Rachel. I was sure I'd find the hero I was looking for in Leon." Kangima responded to Speed Weapon, "You're right." Speed Weapon chuckled lightly, tilting his head toward Kangima. "What's wrong?" "Ah, I see. Sorry to say, but you're far from being a hero in my eyes. Although," he added with a smirk, "you are strong." Kingoyoma glanced at him, a faint frown on his face, and replied, "Even if I was, I'd refuse it. Is being a hero an object to you or something? Not that I'm giving it to you anyway." Now, in the present, Speed Weapon whispered in awe, "That bastard. He's like a true hero." The mermaid monster, now furious, unleashed a swarm of piranha-like fish monsters. The creatures sped through the air like torpedoes, aiming straight for Kang Gyoma. Leaping into the air, Kang dodged the attack, but his eyes narrowed as he noticed the fish monsters curving back toward him. But Kang cut the wall and jumps on the wall to save himself from the fish monster, but they are still following him. The mermaid laughed wickedly, sensing her chance. Turning her focus to Rachel and Speed Weapon, she lunged at them with deadly speed. Rachel froze, terror gripping her. "This is it," she stammered. "We're done for?" But before the mermaid could reach them, Kanguma appeared, slicing through the air with his sashimi knife. The blade connected with the mermaid, forcing her back. Kang steadied himself, muttering, "Dat yob." "Damn it, another shallow cut. Get your shit together, Kanguma." The mermaid roared in pain and swung her massive arm at Kang. He dodged just in time, causing the pursuing piranha-like fish to slam into her instead. The force sent her flying into the cave wall. The impact caused the cave to tremble before collapsing, and a purple light shot into the sky from the debris. Several students near the beach notice the light. One of them exclaims, "Isn't that Instructor Kim? What's going on over there?" Another responds, "What was that sound? It was like a roar." The first student adds, "I also heard a loud bam. There was a flash of light before I saw the instructor, and now it's starting to rain." The group begins retreating. "We should get to the wounded and move quickly. Seeing it starting to rain, you probably saw lightning and heard thunder. We're to return to the academy as soon as possible." Inside the cave, Speed Weapon continued healing Leon as the remaining mermen retreated in panic. King Gyoma stood firm, scanning the rubble. "Crap," he thought. Could I not land a fatal blow because I was worried about Leon? She's buried, but she's probably not dead. Suddenly, the debris shifted. Rocks flew into the air as the furious mermaid emerged, her demonic eyes glowing with rage. Kongama smirked. I fucking knew it. She won't die that easily. The mermaid lunged at him, her fury unrestrained. Kang shrugs off his upper coat, revealing the toned muscles of his arms as he steps forward with purpose. Since the fish are now more or less taken care of, I'll leave Weapon and Leon in your care, he calls out to Rachel. Rachel nods, her expression a mix of concern and determination. Okay, got it. Speed Weapon watches the scene in disbelief, his hands trembling as he continues to heal Leon. I can't believe it. Kangyoma is actually facing the demon head-on. While I thought he was just a madman before, perhaps I'm witnessing a legend in the making. Kang rolls up his sleeves, a confident smile spreading across his face. I can finally focus, he declares. I have 10 seconds, it's now or never. I'm making up for lost time. The mermaid charges again, her movements frantic and filled with rage. Her claws swipe through the air, each strike aimed to maim. Kangyoma, calm and collected, stands his ground. He closes his eyes for a moment, focusing on the rhythm of the battle. When he opens them, his gaze is sharp and unyielding. As the mermaid lunges for him with her razor-sharp claws, Kanghua meets her attack head-on. With a battle cry, he leaps into the air, his knife gleaming with the purple aura of the sword god's blessing. I will cut you down now, he yells, his voice echoing through the cave as he delivers a devastating strike.
We see Chloe running out from the cave. The only thing on her mind is to go faster and faster. She mustn't stop. Looking visibly distressed, her aura glowing faintly pink, she is cutting down any poor tree that dares to obstruct her path. Even though her legs are screaming at her in agony, and she's burning through her blessing just to keep moving, Chloe pushes herself to her absolute limits to get even a sliver of help. She's in immense pain, every step feeling like an unbearable burden. Yet, despite the hurt, she recalls Kongjiama's order. Contact the instructors. Chloe's thoughts drift to Kongjiama, the strongest person she has ever met. However, she knows he has always found fighting arduous and avoids drawing his blade unless absolutely necessary. The sashimi knife only comes out when there's no other choice. Even though Chloe believes Kongjiama made the best decision under the circumstances, the reality of the mermaid monster's power terrifies her. She silently hopes, if only I were stronger, maybe I could have helped him. Suddenly, her thoughts are interrupted by the sound of a deafening blast coming from the direction of the cave. In the distance, Chloe spots a flicker of light and freezes. She tries to hold back her tears, clasping her hands together in a silent prayer. Please, Kongjiama, stay alive. She grits her teeth, wiping her face hastily, and resumes her desperate dash forward. Running, jumping, sliding, anything to cover more ground. She chants to herself like a mantra. Run, Forest, run. Don't stop. You can't stop here. Tears roll down her cheeks, mingling with the rain that has just started falling. The cold droplets sting her skin, but she doesn't care. Chloe's tired body keeps moving as her eyes dart around, looking for anyone, who might help. Her voice breaks the silence as she yells, Is anyone here? Anyone. Suddenly, her senses sharpen, and adrenaline courses through her veins. Despite her exhaustion, her bloodlust guides her, and she realizes something is nearby. Mermen. Chloe pivots and launches herself toward them, her blade poised for an attack. But her strike is parried. Stunned, Chloe looks up and locks eyes with Abel, the main waifu. Time seems to pause as recognition sparks between them. As Chloe lands, she mutters a quick apology, grateful to have found someone. However, her strength gives out, and she collapses to the ground. Abel's group, busy dispatching mermen, notices Chloe's sudden appearance. Their leader questions if this is an ambush. One group member grumbles, calling Chloe insane for attacking out of nowhere, and orders her to get up. Abel, however, tells her group to hold off. She studies Chloe closely, recalling her familiar face. Chloe, completely drained and barely conscious, manages to stammer out, "Please help." Kangjiyama is in trouble. Abel and her group exchange glances before the scene shifts. Meanwhile, we see Weapon, standing frozen as he watches Kangjiyama battle the demonoid mermaid. His thoughts are racing. Will there ever be a day as astonishing as this? Kangjiyama looks like a master swordsman, skillfully handling a live fish flopping on a cutting board. Every movement is precise. Weapon marvels at how Kangjiyama seems to have transcended mere fighting. It's as though he's overwhelming the mermaid with sheer skill and finesse. Weapon is certain this moment will be etched in his memory forever. Unlike the chaotic subspace duel, Kangjiyama now fights with razor-sharp precision. He deflects attacks effortlessly, closing the gap between himself and the mermaid. His blade moves like lightning, cutting the mermaid's tail into multiple sashimi-like slices. Weapon is awestruck. The technique, it's so clean and efficient. He can't help but admire the flawless slices, almost salivating at how perfect they look. Even Rachel, the successor of the Spear clan and someone who grew up among warriors, is amazed. Her expression is one of disbelief. Weapon glances at her, thinking, at this rate, the mermaid might actually die. But then, Rachel's voice cuts through the moment. "Weapon, look out." Weapon turns too late as a magic beam hurtles toward him. Rachel dives, pushing him out of harm's way. Furious, she yells, "Get your mind out of the clouds. Do you want to die?" The blast leaves behind a scorched crater, a stark reminder of the danger they are in. Weapon shakes himself, realizing how surreal the scene is. He looks around and acknowledges the grim reality. They aren't fighting a mere fish. This is a demonoid mermaid wielding powerful magic. Kangjiyama, still locked in combat, assesses the situation. He knows that while he has the upper hand, a blade against magic is a tenuous matchup. He glances at the destruction caused by the mermaid's magic and realizes the stakes. The mermaid, now visibly irritated by Kangjiyama, raises her hand and activates the needle squall technique. The falling raindrops transform into pink, acidic spikes that rain down mercilessly. Kangjiyama starts running, dodging and parrying the spikes with incredible speed. However, he soon realizes that the acidic nature of the spikes is corroding one of his knives. Undeterred, Kangjiyama hurls the damaged knife at the mermaid. The blade slices clean through her, splitting her in half. The mermaid lets out a guttural scream, shocked by what just happened. Weapon and Rachel watch in awe. Kangjiyama's aura is almost demonic, more menacing than the mermaid herself. He steps forward, ready to finish her off, but as he delivers a powerful slash, the mermaid summons a grotesque tower of mushed-up mermen from the pond. Kangjiyama's blade only cuts through the mermen, not the mermaid. The mermaid smirks, her eyes filled with malevolence. She claws at her stomach, extracting her demonic core. The core glows ominously as it powers up in her throat. Kangjiyama stares, horrified, as the mermaid prepares a devastating super magic beam, her final, desperate attack. Weapon screams, "Kangjiyama, get out of the way." But it's too late. The beam strikes and the scene shifts. We see Kangjiyama standing in a surreal, watery expanse. The ocean is vibrant blue, but the sky is a menacing red. Confused, Kangjiyama tries to make sense of where he is. The system's voice interrupts his thoughts, informing him, "If you slice." But Kangjiyama cuts the system off, declaring, "I did it." The scene snaps back to reality. Instead of evading the magic beam, Kangjiyama had spun his knife midair, grabbed it in a reverse grip, and severed not only the mermaid, but also the beam itself. His blessing had activated fully, allowing him to cut through anything, tangible or intangible. Magic, no matter how powerful, was no exception. With one final slash, the mermaid is defeated. We see our boy standing victorious against the mermaid. Weapon and Rachel are stunned, witnessing a freshman single-handedly defeat a demonoid. Shortly after, Kong, injured from the battle, collapses to the ground. Seeing this, Rachel rushes over to check on him. Meanwhile, Weapon feels a sense of relief knowing that Leon is unharmed. At that moment, Weapon senses movement near the entrance of the cave. Initially, he worries that the merman who had fled earlier might have returned, but he is relieved to see that it's Abel and her team. Abel and her team are shocked to find the mermaid's remains in the cave and begin to wonder what transpired there. Abel grows visibly frustrated upon seeing Rachel embracing Kong, questioning why Rachel is so close to him. Her gaze shifts to Leon, and she thinks to herself how the team looks as though they've been to the brink of death, yet the leader remains unscathed. Abel reflects on Leon's seemingly absurd luck. She informs Leon that she has contacted the academy, and instructors are expected to arrive within an hour. Finally, Abel demands an explanation for what happened in the cave. Weapon replies, "The so-called idiot instructors who explored this island earlier must have overlooked something, finding it laughable." Abel acknowledges his frustration and tells him she understands, but insists that Weapon should now explain. Weapon, in turn, asks if Abel is ordering him around. Abel sighs and retorts that Weapon always interprets things so oddly. What she said was merely a request. Weapon smirks and remarks that it's not like Abel would believe him anyway, but still, he urges her to listen, claiming that explaining things is one of his specialties. Abel listens as Weapon recounts the events. A mermaid appeared out of nowhere and Kong single-handedly defeated it. Abel raises an eyebrow, questioning the plausibility of the story, but Weapon affirms that's exactly what happened. As Abel reflects, she finds it hard to believe that a freshman from the academy could defeat a demonoid on his own. It sounds more like a tale from her grandfather's bedtime stories than reality. Yet, as absurd as it seems, the evidence suggests it's true. After all, why would they fabricate such a story? It feels like something straight out of legend. Abel recalls her lineage, a descendant of the famed hero Baylor Joaquin and his disciple, Aaron Nibelung. Her radiant roots have granted her a special class since birth. In other words, a noble bloodline. Nevertheless, Abel has worked tirelessly to ensure she isn't overshadowed by her heritage. Through relentless effort, her talents have flourished, propelling her to where she stands today. However, when it comes to Kong Jiama, Abel can't help but find the disparity between their skills almost absurd. At first, she experienced a swirl of emotions: fear, dread, and admiration. Perhaps, Abel thinks, she has been just an ordinary person all along. Shaking off these thoughts, she instructs her teammate to use her healing blessing on Kong. As her teammate channels the blessing into him, Abel observes Kong. Despite being battered and on the brink of death, Kong, someone her own age, fought a demonoid alone and emerged victorious. The thought frustrates her deeply. Weapon, breaking the silence, reminds Abel that she mentioned contacting the academy earlier. Abel confirms this, and Weapon then suggests, for now, it might be wiser not to disclose the full details of what happened to the instructors. Abel, surprised, asks, "Why would you suggest such a thing?" Weapon remarks, "Didn't the instructors say they scouted this island beforehand?" Abel nods, confirming that's right. Weapon finds it strange that, despite Scopuli Island's size, a demonoid emerged from a cave so conspicuous that even cadets could easily notice it. Something doesn't add up, and his tone becomes skeptical. Abel grows serious as she listens. Weapon continues, "It's just a guess," but at that moment Leon, wearing a grave expression, interjects, "Are you suggesting there's someone from the demon faction within the academy?" Weapon quickly clarifies, "That's not exactly what I'm saying, but I can't completely rule out the possibility." Abel reflects on the situation. It's undeniable that the cave was far too noticeable for cadets to have missed, just as Weapon pointed out. If it weren't for Kong, Leon's group would have been wiped out by the demonoid. Still, Abel wonders how such a thing could have happened. While there have been conflicts, both major and minor, during the 700-year truce, never once had the demons dared to target cadets of Joaquin Academy. Moreover, the truce explicitly states that such an act could serve as grounds for war. The weight of this realization shocks Abel as she processes the implications. Noticing Abel's expression, Weapon comments, "I know what you're thinking, but you're blowing things out of proportion." He adds, "Of course, it's not a bad idea to be cautious about the possibility of a spy within the academy, but it's far too early to jump to conclusions." Leon then speaks up. "If that's the case, we need to get our story straight. If there really is a spy, Kong will undoubtedly become a target once they hear he defeated a Demonoid alone." Weapon nods in agreement. "That's true, but I don't think it's right to keep this a secret, considering everything Kong has done for us." Hearing this, Abel suggests, "If that's how everyone feels, why don't we try speaking to my grandfather first?" Her words leave everyone momentarily stunned. The scene shifts to the Academy's hospital, where Kong regains consciousness. Raising a hand into the air, he mutters, "I'm alive." The memory of the mermaid's final attack flashes through his mind. Before it died, the mermaid had struck Kong with a magic sphere, an attack he hadn't been able to avoid. But Kong had seen it coming. He managed to sever the mermaid's magic in two before it could burst. Using his weapon with precision, he recalls the sensation vividly. It was definitely water. Kong wonders what that strange feeling was. After activating the sword god's blessing, he experienced sensations he can't quite put into words. Opening his status window, Kong notices that his mental fortitude has increased by 1. Reflecting on the battle, he realizes he didn't feel fear when facing the mermaid. He assumes it must be due to this improvement. Additionally, Kang's assimilation rate has also increased. The status window indicates that the next unlock condition will be met once his assimilation rate reaches 15%. Kong ponders whether this skill unlocked when he sliced through the mermaid's magic. At that moment, Medea bursts into the room and hugs Kong tightly. "I've been so worried," she exclaims. "I'll hold every single instructor who explored that area accountable." Kong struggles to breathe as Medea continues to hold him. "Please don't hug me so tightly," he gasps. Medea quickly apologizes, relieved to see him awake. As she rummages through her bag, Kong notices something strange. "What's that?" Medea pulls out Kang's reward for the midterm exams, the legendary Murasame sword. Kong Jiama's eyes widen as he sees the legendary Murasame sword, a beautiful Japanese katana known as Passing Rain. It's said to have a blade that holds morning dew, its rank is B, and it's level 25. As Kong admires the sword, Medea, standing beside him, says, "I hope you like it. Normally, this would be given formally, but given the circumstances, I apologize." However, as she speaks, Medea notices a shadowy figure peeking from behind. She turns sharply and calls out, "Hey, old man, are you slacking off? Hurry up and come inside." The figure steps into the room, revealing Siegfried von Nibelung, who coughs slightly before responding, "Haven't I told you repeatedly not to call me that?" Medea, unfazed, replies, "Even my age is 70 years, but my heart is still like a girl." Kong Jiama, slightly confused by the exchange, senses a strange feeling of déjà vu. He asks, "Even Siegfried von Nibelung is here. What brings you guys here?" Medea responds, "I've already heard everything from your team. On behalf of Joaquin Academy, we apologize." Both she and Siegfried bow their heads in front of Kong Jiama. She adds, "The incidents during the midterm exams were entirely the Academy's fault. Because of that, you and your team members, no, everyone there, were nearly put in mortal danger. As the Dean of Joaquin Academy, I swear upon my honor to uncover the cause of this demonic outbreak." Siegfried von Nibelung speaks up, "You saved the cadets." Kong Jiama, scratching his cheek, replies, "I only did what I could." Medea, with a solemn tone, continues, "Your deeds are remarkable, but for now, this incident must remain confidential until the truth is revealed." As the dean, it feels odd to say this, but it seems this matter is internal to the Academy. "I'm truly sorry. You deserve so much better." Kong Jiama nods his understanding, and Medea praises him. "You're unbelievable. Why not act your age and complain, or whine a little?" Kong Jiama laughs softly at this. As they leave, Medea pauses and asks Siegfried, "Do you remember? The day we first met after enrolling here, you were sprawled out on a bench. When I told you to move, You immediately drew your sword.
What was it you said?
Something about never taking orders from anyone? That middle school syndrome was strong with you. Siegfried von Nibelung, with a cold expression, replies, No, I don't remember. Medea, looking at him thoughtfully for a moment, says, It feels like yesterday, but we've been here for 60 years now.
We've really been alive for a long time.
And yet, we haven't even witnessed a tenth of Joaquin Academy's history. When we enrolled, this place was already ancient. What a profound history it has. Through all its ups and downs, the Academy has nurtured and protected cadets for 700 years. Her mood shifts, and frustration takes over. Anger surges through her as she recalls the instructors' reports. The instructors reported that they had conducted several preliminary surveys. Though rare, Skopali Island is known for mermaid appearances, so extreme caution was taken. And yet, this happened. Her anger causes her to lose control over her power, and suddenly, the building windows shatter into pieces. Siegfried von Nibelung, quick to react, raises a shield barrier to protect them from the flying shards of glass. Despite this, Medea is consumed by her anger, thinking about the instructor's failure and the grave danger the cadets were placed in. Siegfried gently places his hand on her shoulder, trying to calm her down. Medea, realizing her outburst, apologizes, I'm sorry, I got a little carried away, and then chuckles, but seriously, isn't our Kong Jiama amazing? He defeated a mermaid all by himself. Siegfried, clearly frustrated, says, You old hag. Medea, calling him by his nickname Zeke, teases him. What do you think? A natural talent. An extraordinary gift, the kind associated with those once called legends of their time. Many of those hailed as geniuses, meteors shining briefly before burning out. This moment leaves a lingering sense of admiration for Kong Jiama as both Siegfried and Medea reflect on his remarkable ability and potential. She added, In noble families, the word genius is tossed around whenever a child shows the slightest talent. But for someone truly skilled, that word is forbidden.
Distant talent.
If a true genius exists, it must be that boy. With experience, how far could he grow? Could Kong Jiama reach the realm I've dreamed of my entire life? Siegfried von Nibelung thought about her words, but said nothing. Instead, he walked away in silence, leaving Medea confused. You'll be staying at the academy for a while, right? She called out, but Siegfried didn't respond. Medea sighed. Fine. Help me clean this up first. Siegfried, however, curtly replied, I don't remember. Medea frowned and thought to herself, Is the old man broken? The scene shifts to Kong Jiama, lost in thought. As much as I hate to admit it, perhaps it's because I stopped the mermaid that my peers can laugh so freely now, he pondered. After I was discharged, the first thing I did was visit the Academy's forge to reforge and enhance Murasame. The blade, no longer within the divine specs of the original, was nothing more than a steel stick to me. Enhancing it was necessary. With the Academy's 700th anniversary event ongoing, the blacksmiths hadn't charged him for the enhancements. I'll have it in a week, Kong Jiama thought. The blacksmith's enthusiasm for Violence Project had been reignited. I was lucky. I hope it results in a grand success, he mused. A voice interrupted his thoughts. Kong Jiama. He turned to see Chloe Auditora walking toward him with the aid of a walker. You're discharged? Are you feeling okay? She asked with a bright smile. Kong Jiama's expression shifted to concern as he noticed her condition. Chloe? What happened? Laughing softly, Chloe replied, Well, one thing led to another, and here I am. Thanks to that speed whatever guy's emergency treatment, the doctor said I could ditch the crutches and walk in about a week. She slammed her fist lightly on her chest and added, Still, to think I'm an auditor. Kong Jiama smiled faintly. You look well. That's a relief. Has anything happened lately? Chloe's expression turned thoughtful. I heard that the principal and the elders are at odds. Kong Jiama thinks yes, it wasn't just my effort alone. It's true I defeated the demonic mermaid, but it happened because everyone fulfilled their roles admirably. Chloe's rescue request, Rachel's 1 against 100. weapons, healing buffs. But to think about Leon, what Leon did? Did he command? Did he defeat the Demon King? Did he only show up because he's a senior? Their conversation was interrupted by the instructor's booming voice. Hold it. Everyone quiet down and take your seats. Before today's morning drills, I have an announcement to make. The students quieted, their curiosity piqued. It's sudden, but for the time being, our class will have a co-instructor working with me. I'll introduce them immediately. The classroom buzzed with murmurs. Suddenly? How annoying, one student whispered. But when the co-instructor entered, their eyes widened in shock. Huh? Why a co-instructor? Someone muttered. Then the realization struck as Siegfried von Nibelung walked into the room. The atmosphere shifted. The students were astonished by his commanding presence. Wait, that person, he looks incredible in person. It's him, but why? One whispered. Kong Jiama, too, was stunned to see Siegfried in the classroom. Elsewhere, the scene shifted to a brutal confrontation. A man lay beaten on the ground, trembling as someone held his chin firmly. I'm sorry, the man stammered, but his plea was interrupted by a powerful punch to his face. Bloodied and frightened, he stammered again. I am sorry. Standing over him, a woman with cold, deadly eyes replied icily, the commander of the 5th Legion is furious. It was Instructor Kim, her rage radiating through the air as she prepared to deal with the situation further. Demon Instructor Kim is holding a worm, or maybe a candy worm, and asks the guy she is beating, seriously, why didn't you cooperate when you had the chance? Now eating the candy worm all seductive, she states that this guy really has a knack for annoying people. The guy is about to apologize again, but she slaps him on the face. Kim, now sucking on the candy worm, tells this guy to repeat himself again, and she thinks that this is so annoying. So the guy just mumbles. Now, this busty instructor, Kim, turns around and asks, was it really that difficult to bring Leon back half dead? I knew it, Kim continues. Leon was the target. The mermaid was trying again and again to get to him, but Kong Jiama kept coming in the way. Now, Kim stops sucking the worm and states that even if Leon is a hero candidate, this guy still couldn't get him despite taking a mermaid along. Because of what this guy did, she sneers, that bastard Leon is now comfortable at the academy. This poor bastard tries to apologize again, but realizes that he is bleeding. Kim starts sucking the worm again and kicks the poor bastard, stating that he really isn't taking her seriously. The guy, in pain and now holding his bleeding mouth, curses at Kim and states, the nerve of this mere instructor. How dare she hurt me? Kim is annoyed and finds it gross that he got blood on her shoes. Now cleaning her boots, she finds it ridiculous and, showing her curves, states, it's unbelievable that a mermaid got taken down by a bunch of first years. But then again, looking at the new students this year, I wouldn't be surprised if they could do anything. Now, this poor bastard tells her that the mermaid was defeated by just one cadet. Kim states, it'd be Leon, right? The guy tells her, no, it wasn't Leon. Now Kim can't stand the suspense. Why don't you just spit it out, she snaps. Now this bloody guy tells her that it was this year's top student, Kong Jiama. Kim thinks about Kong Jiama and realizes that he is that special admission student. Now holding and burning the candy packet, she realizes how it is and finds it exciting. As she disintegrates the candy wrapper, she enters her sexy demon mode. The scene shifts, and we hear the cadets counting and running after the instructor. It's training time. The instructor can't hear the students, so he yells at them to shout louder. Every student is running and counting, but we see someone sitting on the bench. It's our injured waifu, Chloe, and she is cheering others. Kong Jiama looks at her and smiles. He is so jealous of her, and from behind, someone yells at him that he is too slow and needs to get on his feet. It's the old-ass sword emperor, Siegfried, in a tracksuit. He asks Kong Jiama if he is still injured from the midterms. Kong Jiama replies, no, sir, and wonders what is going on here. Why is this old guy running alongside me? He thinks that this is Sword Emperor Siegfried von Nibelung, a descendant of the first Sword Saint, and the right hand of Baylor Joachim, the Sword Saint Aaron Nibelung. Kangjiyama tells us that Sword Emperor is the man who later inherited the title of Sword Saint, a title that is unique to him as his own name, and he will become one of the greatest forces of humanity in the coming war. Not only that, but during the Second Demon War, he'll also become Leon's swordsmanship master. Kangjiyama tells us that he's a character whose importance rapidly increases in the latter half of the story. Now, Kangjiyama, all annoyed, wonders, then why the hell is he here? He wants him to just go back to Leon. The main story, which was gradually going off track, is completely falling apart now. Not to mention, this old-ass instructor is faster than Jiyama. Now, Kangjiyama remembers from the game wiki that Leon actually never ended up receiving the Sword Saint title, and it was a pretty big issue within the game community back then. Now, Kangjiyama thinks that since Leon can't inherit the Sword Saint title anyway, it doesn't matter. But no, actually, this is still uncomfortable. Other students are impressed with Kangjiyama and Siegfried, and Kangjiyama thinks that Siegfried is running so well that it seems poster-worthy. It's as if they are running together like master and pupil. Now, Siegfried states, the foundation of any warrior comes from physical strength and endurance. No matter how outstanding a talent he may be, it is useless if the body cannot support it. Conditioning is the foundation that enables further growth. He then tells Kangjiyama, don't cut corners and just keep up. Yes, sir. Kangjiyama replies, but Siegfried, all master-like, states, I can't hear you. Now, all tired, Kangjiyama shouts, yes, sir. Understood. Siegfried is happy now and tells Kangjiyama to keep up with him. This old bastard quickly dashes forward. Kangjiyama can't believe that this guy can run this fast. Barely keeping up, Kong wonders if this guy ages backward. The cadets are now told that, unless it's for field training, the use of personal weapons is strictly prohibited. Instead, they are told to choose one of these rusty old farming tools or training weapons. Siegfried tells the class to pick one of these weapons in front of them and master it. Other students can't believe it. Some of them even have their family heirlooms as their weapons. Kangjiyama looks at the pile and notices that there's even a sashimi knife. The students have questions, and Siegfried asks, what's the question? One student raises his hand and states, in the long term, wouldn't it be best to get used to the weapons passed down from our families? Why is that being prohibited? Siegfried replies, it's a good question. He then explains, it's because the basics are more important than everything else. The more one relies on high-grade weapons, the more likely they are to neglect their training. He adds, it is easy to neglect a weapon for one's own strength. The student who asks the question gets louder and states, in that case, isn't it actually even more important to learn how to use them and make up for any shortcomings? Other students are getting annoyed, realizing that this guy is just making a fuss to get attention. Siegfried tells him, no matter how well-armed you are, if your skills are lacking, your weapon will end up being a pearl necklace on a pig's neck. And also, a master never blames his equipment, period. These words hit Kangjiyama like a truck, and he agrees that's 100% true. Siegfried taps his cane on the ground and states, once you master the basics, you will naturally become comfortable with any weapon. He adds, that being said, cadets who can handle ordinary weapons skillfully also have a high possibility of receiving a higher score in the class promotion evaluation at the end of the year. Hearing this, all the students jump forward to grab the weapons. Kangjiyama thinks Siegfried even has a way with words. Other students have been completely inspired. Kangjiyama always thought of him as Midia's punching bag. Now, Kangjiyama looks at the fallen weapons and notices the sashimi knife. He knew this would happen. Quickly, Kangjiyama grabs what he needs, the sashimi knife. When he does, Siegfried stares at him, and Kangjiyama knew it. This geezer is up to something. Siegfried tells the students, today, all you need to do is get accustomed to your weapons. So, we will implement pairing for one-on-one training between cadets. Students are worried, thinking that without the subspace, they might get hurt. Siegfried reassures them. You enrolled in this academy to grow into warriors worthy to carry on the legacy of the ancestral hero. A warrior can only truly grow through combat while facing the risk of being defeated. However, Siegfried continues, if you point your swords at each other without thinking, you could easily end up killing each other without meaning to. Before pairing, Siegfried announces, I will give you a demonstration of proper sparring. Students are excited to see the Sword Emperor's skills, something they have only ever seen on YouTube. LOL. The instructor yells at them to quiet down, stating, no talking during lessons. Even the instructor is shaking with fear, thinking that, in his whole life, this has to be the biggest and worst crisis he's ever faced. Even if it's just a demonstration, to face off against the Sword Emperor? As he is thinking this, Siegfried stops him and calls out the cadet, Kongjiyama. Everyone moves out of the way. Now, all locked in, Siegfried tells Jiyama to come forward. Silver Fox Siegfried, all serious, calls Kongjiyama to come forward. Background students are amazed at how sharp Siegfried's sword looks, and more importantly, that they will be witnessing a demonstration from the Sword Emperor himself. However, they have no idea who this Kongjiyama guy is, and the Sword Emperor called him personally. Our chef is able to hear all the crap these bastards are talking about. Siegfried asks if Kongjiyama's bones are all healed. Kongjiyama, a bit worried, tells him that he's fine. With that cleared, Siegfried gets into a fighting stance and tells Kongjiyama to pick up his sword. Now, two sword masters are facing each other. Our chef is worried and wonders that, even though this is just a sparring match, this is too much. His condition might be perfect after a long rest, but his opponent is literally the Sword Emperor. If he crosses swords with the Sword Emperor, it's clear that it won't end easily. At least one of them will lose a hand, and, if truly unlucky, a head might roll. Kongjiyama wonders if this is because of the influence of the divine power. His instincts are craving a fight, but this feels very different from usual. Thinking about the consequences of this matter, he realizes he is nothing compared to the Sword Emperor. So, he tells Siegfried to please lower his sword. The background students start making fun of Kongjiyama, saying they knew he would say something like this. But our chef does not respond to their comments. Siegfried, however, is pissed and asks if Kongjiyama has no pride as a swordsman. He demands to know how long Kongjiyama thinks he can live while holding back his power. Siegfried questions the use of extraordinary talent in a cowardly person like this. All our boy can think about is his pride as a sashimi chef. Kongjiyama thinks that pride is a word he had engraved in his heart ever since he claimed the title of the greatest swordsman in his country. These two characters are the reason why he never put down his sword. This provocation from the Sword Emperor is testing him. The class instructor and Chloe are shocked to see Siegfried provoking Kongjiyama. Kongjiyama thinks that even the elite students are watching him. If he falls for this provocation in this situation, he'll definitely regret it for a long time. Still, he is itching for a fight. The class instructor runs to stop Kongjiyama, but he is stopped by Siegfried, who states that Kongjiyama has made up his mind. His provocation worked. The instructor, Chloe, and other students are shocked to see Jiyama equipping the sashimi knife, ready to fight. He tells Siegfried that he will learn from him, knowing full well that equipping the sashimi blade will manifest the blessing of the Sword God. Now, both the Sword God and the Sword Emperor stand face to face. Oh boy, look at this panel. Kongjiyama is locked in. Siegfried is ready with his sword. This is what he expected from Jiyama. Even though the Sword Emperor is 70 years old, he still remembers that moment, the enlightenment he gained through the sword. We see a flashback of Siegfried when he was not mature yet. He remembers the memory of a one-armed wandering knight. His hair was always gray or white, and they still are, maybe due to old age or maybe not. Siegfried recalls the swordsmanship that knight showed him, which was undoubtedly at the level of that realm. Siegfried has never forgotten that feeling. Now, holding his sword, Siegfried states that the boy he has been keeping an eye on since the allocation test is Kongjiyama. Siegfried thinks that if Kongjiyama is that boy, he will be the clue that leads him to that realm. With that, Siegfried gets into a fighting pose, powers up his sword, and does a slash. But our chef quickly gets behind him. This old guy, with years of experience, realizes that Jiyama got behind him. He changes his attack, and from the slashing motion, he strikes behind him. Our chef quick on his feet, jumps to avoid the attack. Siegfried notices that Kangjiyama took a step back. Now, our chef is ready to charge in, and both Kangjiyama and Siegfried are ready to strike each other. Our demon chef does a curse slash, but Siegfried parries it. Siegfried thinks that Kangjiyama is very bold to charge head-on without avoiding, and he has a peculiar sword path, almost like that of a swallow in flight. Kangjiyama, without giving Siegfried a chance to recover, does a backslash with his blade. But, again, Siegfried parries it and knocks the sashimi knife from Jiyama's hand. Our chef quickly turns around, grabs the knife with his right hand, and slashes at Siegfried again. Siegfried blocks the strike elegantly, but he is pushed back. He thinks that Jiyama's physical abilities cannot be compared to the past. Jiyama can now easily push him back. Siegfried, getting serious, tells Kangjiyama that his sword is not light. Swinging his mighty blade, he shows his resolve. Seeing all this, the student who had been asking all those annoying questions earlier is annoyed and doesn't understand. He wonders, didn't Jiyama just get lucky during the last subspace sparring match? Since Kangjiyama is just from an ordinary class, wasn't he only decent among special students? This nobody wonders why the Sword Emperor cares so much about Kangjiyama. Meanwhile, the rest of the students want Siegfried to give Kangjiyama a proper lesson so they can see him cry like a baby. But the students are confused to see what's going on. Both Siegfried and Jiyama are just standing still. The students did not expect what they were seeing, a mental battle unfolding before them. The class instructor realizes this and is utterly shocked. He doubted the Sword Emperor's words, but didn't expect Kangjiyama to rise to this level. The instructor remembers asking Siegfried if the headmaster was aware of what Siegfried was planning. He also recalls expressing concern about the cadets around Kangjiyama being affected by the duel. Siegfried had reassured him, asking if the instructor really thought the Sword Emperor would cross real swords with Kangjiyama. Siegfried had said, "If my thoughts are correct, Jiyama will be able to step into that place." The instructor, stunned, had asked, "That place?" Siegfried had confirmed, "Yes, that place, the mental realm." Now, the duel is taking place entirely within the mental realm. The two are predicting each other's moves, almost like Sherlock Holmes versus Moriarty. Siegfried is astonished that Kangjiyama was able to enter this realm and even withstand a powerful strike. Siegfried explains that a duel in the mental realm is a battle of wits, where one can discern the other's abilities simply by crossing swords. He notes that Kangjiyama has grown immensely in a short amount of time. Inside the mental realm, Kangjiyama holds the sashimi blade with both hands. Siegfried finds this impressive and powers up his sword, stating that, if that's the case, he will use his sword's spirit protection technique. A demon-like, blue, ethereal spirit appears, enveloping Siegfried's sword. Kangjiyama can barely stand against the intense spiritual pressure emanating from the Sword Emperor. Even in the real world, outside the mental realm, Siegfried radiates an intense blue aura. The students, oblivious to the mental duel, are clueless about what's happening. The instructor, on the other hand, realizes this is Siegfried's aura. He wonders if Siegfried broke through the mental realm and returned to reality, combining both states. Both fighters are poised, ready to attack. The instructor panics, thinking this has gone too far. If it continues, bloodshed is inevitable. As both fighters charge at each other with superhuman speed, the instructor desperately tries to intervene. But before he can, there's a loud crash. The ground shatters beneath them, and someone screams, "You crazy bastards!" Standing between the two warriors is Medea, her power surging and her anger palpable. The force of her arrival causes the ground to quake, and her glasses fly off. Veins pop as her fury spills over, and she yells at Siegfried, "What the hell are you doing to your student? Have you lost your mind, old man?" In Medea's office, Siegfried apologizes. Medea, all angry, exclaims, "What?" Siegfried isn't truly sorry, which pisses Medea off even more. So, we're back in the middle of the battle. Medea grabs Siegfried's shirt and yells at him, "Are you in your right mind? If he's senile, he should just stay home and rot." I busted my ass to get him a spot, and he pulls this crap on a student. Is he out of his mind? Or does he want to die? But she notices other students are talking about the situation, so she has to stop. Siegfried tells her that it wasn't his intention. He glares back at Kangjiyama, who is putting away his knife, and tells Medea that he lost control and exerted his aura to the fullest. Medea calls out to Siegfried and asks, "Are you deaf?" Siegfried addresses Medea and says that he's sorry. Medea can't believe this bastard is apologizing now. Back in her office, she thinks that in 50 years, she has never heard Siegfried say sorry. He said it today, not just once, but twice. "So why did you do that earlier?" she asks. He unleashed the sword spirit's blessing on a student. "If it weren't for me, what would have happened?" Medea asks. Siegfried states that if he hadn't unleashed his blessing, he wouldn't have been able to gain the upper hand. Medea can't believe what he is saying. Unable to gain the upper hand? She can't believe Siegfried, who has so much pride, said that. She knows about Kangjiyama's innate talent, but she knows better than anyone how strong Siegfried really is. Siegfried tells her that Jiyama has already reached the mental realm. This Busta principal stands up in shock and states, even Siegfried didn't start mastering it until he was nearly 30, and now he's saying a 17-year-old has done it? Does that even make sense? Siegfried doesn't know how it makes sense either, but if there's something that can offset experience, it's our big boobs. And the principal is exhausted from all this, thinking about Kangjiyama and how she ran to check if he was okay. But Kangjiyama, back then, was still holding his sashimi knife, and his blessing was active. He was very much in the zone. At that moment, any semblance of dignity as an educator or a 7-star hero vanished. The emotion she felt toward Jiyama at that moment was fear. It was similar to the feeling she had when she met the 6th Division commander, Vaesen. Now, she wonders, why does that eerie feeling come from Kangjiyama? She wonders if it's because his name has the word devil in it. It doesn't seem like a lie. So, she asks Siegfried, "Did you lose it?" This question makes him angry and he yells, "There's no way. Even if Kangjiyama's talent is innate, it still doesn't compare to mine. And on top of that, I wasn't even fully armed at that time." Medea asks, "Why are you overreacting? Aren't you the one who always says that masters don't blame their equipment? Old man, eat your own words. Using bad equipment is just an excuse. Don't you look a bit ridiculous?" She mocks him. Siegfried is super pissed now and calls Medea an insufferable. This makes Medea mad and she asks, "Do you want to die?" Siegfried is about to summon his sword spirit again. Scene shifts to where Kangjiyama is dreaming about his duel, how he fought against the Sword Emperor, and with a ding, our chef wakes up. Now, just lying on his bed, he thinks that his duel with Siegfried ended well, but that Sword Emperor is quite the hothead. If Medea hadn't intervened, things could have gotten really dangerous. Now, Kangjiyama turns to his side and thinks, that was the mental realm, wasn't it? It was strange to actually experience it. Now we are told about mental realm mastery and the understanding of one's weapon. It's an active space that can be activated when certain conditions are met. Only peak masters who have honed a single weapon their entire lives can enter it. Because of a system like this, even in the world of miracles blessings, not even 10 heroes can freely enter the mental realm. Kangjiyama knows this because Leon, the protagonist blessed with the qualities of a hero, needed 3 years of private training just to set foot in the mental realm. Kangjiyama knows this because he stopped playing at this point. Now, our chef wonders why he could enter it right away when even Leon, with his protagonist buffs, took 3 years. Now, he realizes it could be because of the sashimi knife. He thinks that, including his previous life, he has been using the sashimi knife for more than 20 years. What's even more, every time he uses his sword god's blessing, he experiences a concentration that transcends perception. Now, Kangjiyama thinks that his tangled life here and his past life harmoniously intertwine, breaking through situations. He looks at his knife and thinks that, based on his experiences so far, avoiding situations only makes things worse. Rather than being swept along passively, he is going to tackle what he can do and solve things step by step. Now, standing up, Kangjiyama is thinking of giving the mental realm a try. He unsheathes his sashimi knife, thinking that if he can freely control the mental realm, he can train in combat without relying on the sword's spirit's blessing. And so, our boy closes his eyes and starts concentrating. He concentrates and then concentrates a bit more, and with his concentration, our chef shatters the glass of this dimension. We see an ominous hand coming for him, and with one touch from this finger, our chef starts surging with power. He opens his eyes and notices what's going on. This new surge of power is too much for his sashimi knife, and it starts disintegrating. Kangjiyama has no idea what just happened. Scene shifts, and we see a dimly lit room. Someone tells their elder, they've gone too far. Another states, indeed, this is a blatant disregard for us. Now, someone slams their fist on the table, stating, this was something we all agreed to. And now we see this bunch of people sitting around a round table. One of them asks, how could they send demons? They are clearly the enemy. Another one responds, it doesn't matter. They need to eliminate the troublemakers as soon as possible. Someone states, they must investigate the top student, Jiyama. Now, this old woman asks, what is that student? Is he a candidate for the hero? Wasn't the hero candidate Leon Van Reinhardt? Now, the guy who is getting his ass kicked by the sexy demon instructor states that Leon is still a half-baked brat who can't even properly manifest his blessings. Has she forgotten already? Now, they're talking about that swordplay that took down the genius twins during the class placement exam. What's more, Medea is blocking information under the pretense of protecting the student. Everything seems suspicious from start to finish. In any case, they believe that the hero's fate is unavoidable. An old guy states that it's not enough. The 7 stars are causing trouble. We must eliminate any possible sprouts quickly. The other old guy with an eye patch states, this time, they even brought the Sword Emperor to the academy. That's exactly right, the other old guy states. Furthermore, since Medea, one of the 7 stars, became the academy director, their standing as the elders has been severely weakened. So, these old farts are the elders Medea talks about now. One of the elders states that after Balmon was defeated, the public only looks up to the 7 stars, while they are treated like outdated relics. Now, this old fart yells that they are the elders who guide the foolish masses and maintain balance. Even now, if a hero were to appear, their very existence would be threatened. Another old fart agrees. To maintain their power, they need a public enemy. And so, the hero who threatens the Demon King must be eliminated. Now, this old fart, who is getting messed up, thinks that he is also one of the Academy's elders. And because of that demon woman, he's exerting so much effort to persuade the elders with sheer force. He thinks that the 5th Division commander is furious. And now, we are officially introduced to the sexy demon instructor. She is the 5th Demon King Division commander, Ager. The elder thinks it would be better to beg for death than get tortured by her. The elders know what to do now, and they are about to issue orders to the auditor family. Oh man, this just got interesting. Scene shifts, and we see the blacksmith's hammer fall. We see our chef being very angry. The blacksmith is begging Kangjiyama to spare him. The blacksmith turned Murasame into a sashimi knife. Kangjiyama is pissed and cursing at everything. He can't believe that's it. The blacksmith is trying to explain what happened. We start the next chapter with a look at the new sashimi knife or sword. I guess its stats are very low, with the rank E, but it has growth potential. Kangjiyama is pissed at the blacksmith, stating that he's been hammering steel for nearly 30 years, but even he has never seen something like this. To put it simply, it's as if the sword itself refused to be forged, and it broke. So, the blacksmith hastily melted the metal and reforged it, barely managing to give it a proper shape. If an ordinary blacksmith had tried, it would have ended up as a useless lump of metal. He is telling the truth. One strike from the hammer, and snap. Now, while examining the knife, Kangjiyama thinks that even with 20 years of experience with knives, he finds the craftsmanship impressive. The specifications of it being 35 centimeters align perfectly with his blessing, but the hardness is still E rank. The blacksmith assures Kong Jiyama that the potential of this weapon is very good, so if it's reinforced, it will definitely become useful. It's not exactly an apology, but if Kong Jiyama brings the reinforcement materials, the blacksmith won't charge him the fee. Kong Jiyama, now super angry, asks, "What if it breaks again?" The blacksmith, now panicking, tells Kong Jiyama to give him a second. With a weapon like this, with great growth potential, it could become A rank or even better. There's also that never-fail material, but that material can only be obtained from A rank or higher demonic beasts. Kong Jiyama remembers that A-ranked demonic beasts are on par with E-ranked demonoids, and he wonders if he has to hunt a mermaid again. He doesn't want to risk his life to reinforce equipment, but remembers that even low-ranked demons drop reinforcement materials. Now, he remembers his wallet crying, and our chef is trying very hard not to get into microtransactions and buy games' premium currency. "That's right, my boy, we grind," Kong Jiyama thinks. He wants the blacksmith to promise. The blacksmith swears on his honor as a blacksmith. Now, Kong Jiyama wants the blacksmith to refund him half the cost of the leftover scrap metal, which should be 10 million won. The blacksmith is confused. He made it exactly as Kong Jiyama ordered, and he even said he wouldn't charge for enhancement costs. Kong Jiyama tells him that the B-rank sword was reduced to scrap, so considering the market price, this deal seems fair. The blacksmith is amazed and confused by Kong Jiyama and his bargaining skills. How dare he try to swindle an adult like him? The chef was planning to test the knife's performance anyway, so this works out perfectly. Hearing this, the blacksmith gets scared and is about to refund 500, but Kong Jiyama wants 1,000. The blacksmith gets to 800, but Kong Jiyama is about to unwrap his knife. Now scared shitless, the blacksmith tells him that even the scrap of a B-rank weapon has a different market value. It's hard to even get the original amount. Seriously. Now, all demon-like, Kong Jiyama tells him to hand it over. And so, the blacksmith finally gives up. Scene shifts and Kong Jiyama is checking his stats. All his stats have increased. Now, Kong Jiyama tells us that after obtaining his new weapon, his armament increased and additional options became available. Now, while eating his lunch and checking his stats, he thinks that the biggest reason he hesitated to use the sword god's blessing is the excruciating pain, but it's being reduced. He needs to level up this skill more no matter what. Kong Jiyama remembers that he tested it earlier. It went from feeling like he was going to die to being able to breathe, but it's still unbearable. Now Kong Jiyama wonders if one level reduces pain this much. Maybe after consistent leveling, he could use the sword god's blessing without the pain. It seems armament increases when he obtains a new weapon or enhances it. Now that midterms are over, he'll make weapon enhancement his top priority. If he keeps growing like this, he might finally understand the power he's been given. Maybe he'll even figure out who threw him into this world. Now, he is eating his salty anchovy when we see someone approaching. It's our waifu, Chloe, who appears all ninja-like and scares the living anchovy out of Kong Jiyama. Chloe asks, "Why is Kong Jiyama not finishing his meal?" Our chef just lost his appetite. Kong Jiyama notices that Chloe took off her cast and asks if her body is okay now. She is happy that Kong Jiyama asked about her. While happy, she tells him that she still needs crutches, but she feels stronger than before. She doesn't even fall over on one foot and states that broken bones heal stronger after breaking and mending, right? Kong Jiyama thinks that bones aren't muscles, you know. Now, our chef tells Chloe to wait a second and puts his fingers on her face. Instantly rising, this waifu picks a rice grain from her mouth, and Chloe gets the gushy climax of her life. Bam! She falls on her thick ass. Kong Jiyama gives her his hand and asks if she is okay. She's okay. She just tripped on all that climax liquid. Now, she looks at Jiyama's knife and asks, "What's that?" Kong Jiyama shows her his new weapon, and Chloe finds it very cool. He got his first weapon. Chloe finds the blade quite pretty and states that it's hard to believe that it's E-rank. It looks really good. Kong Jiyama is sad to hear E-rank. Chloe tries to cheer him up and tells him that for an E-rank, it's really good. Kong Jiyama tells her it's fine. He already got some money back from the blacksmith. Plus, He said he wouldn't charge for enhancement if Kongjiyama brought the materials. If Kongjiyama enhances it enough, it'll become usable. Chloe tries to encourage Kongjiyama and reminds him that he is already strong, even with just a sashimi knife. Now, with a proper weapon, he'll definitely get even stronger. Chef thanks her for this encouragement. Now, he thinks that there's no real reason for him to get stronger. Ever since he cut down that mermaid, he's been able to handle mid-tier magical beasts, and the main reason he wants to enhance his weapon is to reduce the pain. Chloe is feeling bad and apologizes to Jiyama for insulting his weapon. Kongjiyama tells her, "It's not that, Chloe. It's just seeing the blade I got as compensation made me sigh." Chloe is now thinking about the blacksmith who made Jiyama's weapon. Now, this Yandra is getting mad at the people who are making Jiyama suffer. She is going to kill all of them now. All worried, Kongjiyama calls Chloe's name, and she snaps out of her murderous intent and apologizes. All of a sudden, Kongjiyama senses something, or someone, near the tree and wonders if Chloe is not sensing it. While Chloe asks, "Where is Kongjiyama going?" we see both of them going near the tree. Now, Kongjiyama kicks the tree and asks, "What are you doing?"
Bam!
Nox slams from the tree. Kongjiyama looks at his fall pattern and thinks that both his brother and sister are the same. Now, Nox stands up, stating that he was careless. Chloe is confused to see her brother spying on them. They get back to the bench, and Kongjiyama grabs his blade. His waifu, all wolf ears-like, is listening and hiding behind Jiyama. Chef senses that there is no smell of blood coming from Nox, so that means he's unharmed. And so, Kongjiyama asks if there's something Nox needs from him. Nox starts shaking, and now everyone is just silent, wondering what's going on. Kongjiyama reminds Nox that he explained it to him before in a way he could understand. Chloe, all dog-like, is clinging to Kongjiyama and nodding in agreement. Nox tells him that he came looking for him, but it's not for revenge. "Then why did you come?" Kongjiyama asks. Nox states that even if he tells Chloe, it's obvious it will reach his ears, so it's better to just tell him directly. Chloe wonders what's going on. Nox tells them that it's related to Kongjiyama. Now, he tells them that the Academy's elders have requested to dispose of Kongjiyama. The Academy's elders have appeared. Now, Kongjiyama remembers that it's those men from the game who are after him. Chloe, all angry, now asks if that's why her brother came here. Nox tells Chloe that she's been away from home for too long. She's lost her edge. Chloe quickly enters her assassin mode, whips out her box cutter, and tells Jiyama to get behind her. She's going to handle this herself. She gets far away and tells Jiyama to get behind her. Now, Nox states that her instincts are still sharp. Nox doesn't care what Jiyama has been up to, but the elders are oddly fixated on him. Now, Nox tells Kongjiyama that it's not just him, but even within the auditor family, there's a sense of unease, so they've temporarily postponed the request. The elders made the request in secret, bypassing the academy head. A request to eliminate a mere student goes against their principles. However, since it's a direct order from the elders, it's hard to ignore. If the pressure continues, the auditor will have no choice but to investigate Kongjiyama. Now, Nox thinks for a second and tells Chloe, "Whatever might be the case, you are a member of the auditor, so you needed to know." Kongjiyama thinks that Nox came under the pretext of the family's principles, but in the end, he was worried about Chloe. That's all he had to say. Now, Kongjiyama calls out to Nox, and he looks back. Kongjiyama asks, "What is it? Last time you said something else." This time, Nox states that Chloe is the happiest when she is around Kongjiyama. Even he, her brother, has never seen her like this. Kongjiyama is clueless as to what just happened. Now, Nox tells the confused Kongjiyama, "Don't let Chloe get hurt." Shocked by what he hears, our boy wonders to himself what Nox is talking about. It's not Kongjiyama's fault that Chloe hurt her leg. Then Nox questions how Kongjiyama became so strong. Kongjiyama is taken aback by the idea that Nox considers him strong. To be regarded as strong, one must be able to withstand threats at all times, like the Sword Emperor. Someone like Kong Jiama, who can only maintain that level of strength for less than a minute a day, is far from a level where he can boast about his power. Kong Jiama himself can't even think of such a claim. Nox, using Chloe as an excuse, reveals secrets of the auditor family to our boy, an outsider. There's no way Nox would let that slide. Our boy then tells Nox that he lacks desperation. Surprised, Nox asks what Kong Jiama means by that. Kong Jiama explains that regardless of how much of an auditor Nox is, there's a certain edge that comes from real-world experience. If Nox stays cooped up in the academy, he will eventually hit his growth limit. To truly grow, Nox needs to venture out, gain real-life experience, and work hard. Only then will he achieve something remarkable. Nox is surprised by this advice. Observing Nox's reaction, our boy thinks that Kong Jiama isn't entirely wrong. With that, he decides to leave the conversation and move on. The scene shifts to the classroom, where the teacher is conducting a lecture. Our boy, sitting by himself, reflects on the academy elders targeting him. These elders are descendants of 5 of Baylor Hoken's 7 disciples, a group renowned for their immense influence, not just within the academy, but across the entire world. Kong Jiama recalls the elders' role in the game, where they were notorious for constantly obstructing the protagonist to safeguard their own power and status. This earned them the nickname Corrupt Remnants among players. However, Kong Jiama can't understand why the elders are now targeting our boy. To make sense of the situation, Kong Jiama begins writing down the key events our boy has been involved in so far. The top academy admission exam, where Kong Jiama faced and defeated the twins. The subspace training session, where our boy confronted and defeated Nox. The midterm exams, where our boy saved Leon. As Kong Jiama reviews what he has written, our boy realizes that he has caused quite a stir. It seems Kong Jiama has been inadvertently drawing attention to himself. Yet despite all that our boy has done, it still doesn't explain why the elders would target Kong Jiama specifically. At this point, Kong Jiama's thoughts shift to Scopuli Island, trying to piece together the puzzle. In the aftermath of saving Leon and defeating the mermaid, our boy begins to realize something troubling. Kong Jiama deduces that the elders are not targeting him specifically, they are after Leon. Kong Jiama was merely an obstacle in their way. Despite the media's efforts to cover up the incident, the fact that our boy defeated the mermaid must have reached the ears of the highest ranks in noble society. The fact that the elders are targeting Leon, a hero candidate, suggests something even more sinister. It becomes clear to Kong Jiama that someone among the elders, or perhaps all of them, may be colluding with the demons. The elders didn't just attempt to obstruct Leon, they went as far as to try to kill him, a young student. No matter how corrupt the elders are, this level of betrayal is shocking. Prioritizing their own power over the safety of humanity, and the academy crosses every line. Kong Jiama didn't think they could stoop this low. Our boy entertains the thought of storming into the elders' chambers and taking them down immediately. However, he knows it isn't the right time yet. When the time comes, our boy resolves to ensure that the elders are held accountable. Meanwhile, the teacher instructs the students to take notes, snapping Kong Jiama out of his thoughts. Kong Jiama realizes that he hasn't been focused. He reminds himself of what he needs next, a weapon enhancement. Determined, our boy decides that he'll have to venture into the dungeon to make it happen. First, our boy knows he needs to form a party. Clearing a dungeon alone is too difficult. Kong Jiama is certain that Chloe would be willing to help. However, instead of someone as powerful as Rachel, our boy prefers someone more strategic. This thought leads Kong Jiama to remember Speed Weapon, and he decides to find Speed Weapon and ask for his help. The scene shifts to the Dragon class, where our boy is interrupted by a student who tells him that this isn't a place where someone like Kong Jiama can come and go as they please. Hearing this, Kong Jiama thinks to himself, who is this third-rate extra character? With 20 years of experience in the food industry and dealing with countless customers, our boy has encountered people like this before, and he finds it tiresome to handle. Without hesitation, our boy tells the student not to bother him, or else he'll take him down. Angered, the student attempts to strike Kong Jiama. Observing the attack, Kongjiyama notices how the student is and thinks that he could easily handle him. However, before Kongjiyama can act, Speed Weapon appears and punches the student down. Students start gathering around, curious about the commotion. Meanwhile, Kongjiyama thinks to himself, I've heard of strength mages, but a strength healer? That's new. Speed Weapon then asks Kongjiyama if he came looking for him and suggests they continue the conversation outside. The two leave together to talk. Kongjiyama shares his plan with Speed Weapon, who agrees that our boy needs to form a party as soon as possible. Speed Weapon offers to help Kongjiyama recruit party members and proposes a deal. The dungeon rewards will be split among the team, while Kongjiyama can keep the materials from the magical beasts. Speed Weapon then asks, Did I get that right? Our boy responds that if Kongjiyama were to gather a party on his own, no one except Chloe would join. However, if Speed Weapon helps with the dragon class, it might be easier, or so Kongjiyama thought. Speed Weapon informs Kongjiyama that a party must have at least 4 members to obtain dungeon clearance permits. He adds that if it weren't for academy rules, someone like Kongjiyama could easily clear 5 or 6 dungeons alone. Our boy quickly counters, saying, I can't even clear 1 dungeon alone. Hearing this, Speed Weapon accuses Kongjiyama of lying, reminding him that Kongjiyama single-handedly defeated a mermaid. Speed Weapon remarks that being overly humble is annoying. Hearing this, Kongjiyama thinks to himself that Speed Weapon genuinely believes our boy is simply being modest. Speed Weapon then comments, It looks like you're doing better now. Our boy replies, Thanks to the good treatment, and I rested for a few days. I'm feeling much better now. Speed Weapon finally agrees, saying, All right, fine. I'll take your offer. There's no reason to refuse, and I have a feeling that working with you will be a new experience. Kongjiyama thanks Speed Weapon, who then inquires, Do you have any dungeons in mind? Kongjiyama replies, The C-rank Buffalo Dungeon. Speed Weapon responds, Are you talking about the dungeon in Cheolwyn? Our boy nods and says, Yes. Speed Weapon remarks, A Buffalo Dungeon? That's a classic. So it's me, you, and Chloe. That makes 3 members. Do you have any preferences for the 4th member? Kongjiyama replies, I'd prefer it not to be Rachel or Leon. Hearing this, Speed Weapon laughs and says, Don't worry, neither of them will be able to come anyway. Rachel has been in seclusion since she was hospitalized after training on the academy grounds, and Leon is preparing for upper-grade dungeon raids with the 2nd and 3rd-year students. Kongjiyama thinks to himself, That's good. Speed Weapon then says, There is one person who comes to mind. By now, she's probably sleeping. There, surprised, Kongjiyama asks, Sleeping at this hour? Speed Weapon shrugs and replies, That's just how she is. With that, Speed Weapon gestures for Kongjiyama and says, Let's go to the cafeteria. As Speed Weapon mentions, he needs to buy something, the scene shifts to later that night. Both Speed Weapon and Kongjiyama arrive at a house. As they enter, our boy looks around, thinking to himself that he didn't know the academy had such a place. Even during Kongjiyama's time playing Miracle Blessing, our boy had never come here. In Kongjiyama's past life, our boy was a Japanese cuisine chef, though he never actually visited Japan. Kongjiyama always wanted to go, but never had the chance. Looking around now, he feels a sense of vicarious satisfaction. Then, Kongjiyama notices archery arrows scattered around the place. Before he can process this, Speed Weapon finds a person he was searching for, fast asleep inside the house. Speed Weapon approaches the girl and tries to wake her up, but she doesn't bother to wake up. Speed Weapon then tells the girl, I brought your favorite from the cafeteria. Hearing this, the girl instantly wakes up and eagerly asks, Where is it? Speed Weapon points to Kongjiyama and says, He has it. Without wasting a moment, the girl rushes toward our boy with incredible speed, grabs the bag from Kongjiyama, and they both fall to the ground. It turns out the bag contains chocolate. The blue-haired girl, now lying on top of our boy, enjoys the chocolate blissfully, leaving Kongjiyama shocked and unsure of what just happened. Smiling, the girl then looks at Kongjiyama and asks, Do you have any more chocolate? In a flashback of Kong Jiama working in the kitchen, they get shocked when they hear a click. It's our boy, Kong Jiama. Kong Jiama is excited. It's finally here, his only pastime after living a life of nothing but work. It's the game, Miracle's Blessing. Now, we are told that in both games and real life, Kong Jiama was barely holding on, among the stench of men. While sitting on the toilet, Kong Jiama is happy at last. It's finally come to him. Boy, he is giving a creepy smile and thinks that it pops up right after he spends money. It's her, the angel who makes her spend money. It's Abel. Now, looking all creepy, Kong Jiama taps on the game. The game greets him with, "Hey, do you have Yangon egg?" It's not Abel, but Saki Ryoso, the new waifu. So basically, Kong Jiama spent some money on a loot box and he was hoping to get Abel, but he got Saki. Our Kong Jiama clearly got scammed. Now, we are reminded that the game is centered around the protagonist, Leon, featuring numerous heroines. And among them, the character officially designated as the main heroine by the game developers is Abel von Nibelung. Now, we're told that even though each heroine flaunted unique charm and abilities, like Rachel and Saki, it's Abel, and the story in game depicts Abel and Leon overcoming hardships. It also showcases the blossoming of their love. Our Kong Jiama, captivated by Abel's charm, opened his wallet like he was under some spell and spent a lot of money. As a result of Abel, the other heroines gradually faded into the background. We might get 1 to 2 more waifus, maybe more, I guess. Now, we're told that among those defeated heroines, the one who faded the fastest was Kong Jiama's first 5-star pull, the daughter of Jialgung, Saki Ryoso. And we're back to the present. Saki is asking for more Yangon egg, but quickly turns around, telling Kong Jiama that he looks a bit foolish. Now, Kong Jiama knows why Weapon was so confident. Kong Jiama tells us that having used Saki in the game, she is a top-tier DPS among ranged attackers. And even though it doesn't seem like it, Saki is a skill-based character, different from Leon. Plus, since she barely impacts the main story, her joining Jiama's party won't disrupt the plot. Kong Jiama thinks that it'll probably be fine, right? Now, looking all curvy, Saki asks what brings Weapon here. Weapon is holding another Yangon egg. Saki quickly grabs it from him and tells him to spit it out. His waifu was about to eat it. Weapon introduces Jiama and asks if she knows him. She does, so Weapon tells her that Jiama came to him this afternoon, and Weapon sought him after getting harassed by some punk earlier. Waifu tells him to get to the point. So now, Weapon tells her that they are recruiting for the Buffalo Dungeon raid next week. Kong Jiama thinks that Weapon's explanation is a mess. He sure is living up to his nickname. Now, Weapon tells her that they will split the clear rewards, except the horns. Saki thinks for a moment and then walks towards Jiama. She points at Jiama and asks if he's the one who fought back then in the subspace training. Kong Jiama says, "Yeah." Now, waifu stares at him, and Kong Jiama is getting scared. Now, Saki states that since dungeon clear rewards also reflect on their grades, she has no real reason to refuse, but Kong Jiama seems less determined than she thought. Jiama thinks that she is judging someone while she's half asleep. Waifu apologizes, but says she doesn't want to work with someone who seems so unmotivated. Hearing this response from her, Weapon reminds Saki that she saw Jiama's duel. He's no ordinary guy. Saki states that maybe Jiama's opponent was weak. Weapon, now getting annoyed, screams at her that Jiama's opponent was from the auditor family, and during the midterms, Weapon was about to talk about the exam's secret but stops. Kong Jiama stares at Weapon. Now, Weapon states that he can't explain. She just needs to listen. "Am I your dog? Why should I?" Waifu utters, to which Weapon implies that she drools over Yonggangs like a mutt. What's her excuse? LOL. Man, seriously, this guy has no filter. And so, these two morons start arguing. Kong Jiama, all confused, wonders what's his deal, and why is Weapon getting all angry. Jiama thinks that a party member can be greedy or rude, not both. So, there's no need to beg someone like her. He tells Weapon that's enough. That kind of uncooperative attitude is poisonous to a party, they should find someone better. Hearing this, Waifu states that the dungeon raid isn't that urgent, like mocking. See, this comment stops Giamma, and they both stare at each other. Now, very serious, Giamma takes out one of his sashimi knives, shocking both Saki and Weapon. He throws it to the side without even looking, and bam, the knife hits bullseye right on target. Waifu looks at the target, then at Giamma, and back at the target. She is clearly impressed and shocked. So, are you interested now? Giamma asks. Dude, forget about being interested. This waifu is wet now. Scene shifts and we see Saki with her glasses on, sitting at the expensive cafe, using her laptop. The rest of the party enters the cafe, and Weapon states that she's here early. Giamma and Saki look at each other, and Saki, a bit scared, says hi to him. Giamma hails back and thinks that the sashimi effect works every time. Saki is already done with the permits, which impresses Weapon. And with that said, Weapon is about to start the meeting. Weapon tells us that the Buffalo Dungeon houses S-rank Demonoid buffaloes. They're nicknamed water buffaloes. They charge from a distance, so close combat is tough. Chloe and Giamma are impressed with Weapon's art skills. Weapon continues that they are weak to ranged attacks, and there's one rule. Something they must never do is to never open the stone gate at the center. What happens if they do?
Chloe asks.
Weapon replies that the rumors say there's some kind of seal or something, but it's just a hypothesis. Nothing's been confirmed. Saki states that the Academy's permit requires them to leave the gate closed. No reason to disobey, right? Giamma agrees they won't open it. Hearing this from Giamma, everyone is shocked, and they stare at him. Weapon asks if Giamma knows what's behind it. Our Giamma knows that there's a hidden boss behind it, but tells them they should touch it. Weapon thought it could be something dangerous. Now, Giamma tells us that the gate only opens under specific conditions, and it's locked by the system. Now anyway, ignoring that risk, this dungeon's efficiency is unmatched. Munching on the bar, Saki asks, "What?" Seeing her, Giamma states that she really likes these things, to which Saki replies that brainy-type people like her need candy. Giamma thinks that she can't even speak properly with candy in her mouth. Suddenly, Giamma senses bloodlust. It's Chloe with her box cutter, ready to mutilate Saki, but the bloodlust is not coming from Chloe. Giamma figures out that the elders or other auditor members are watching, or maybe Chloe knows too that her family members are here. Either way, she hides her box cutter and asks Giamma what's wrong. Giamma knows that they are waiting. Now, they'll appear when the time comes. We're on our way to Gyeongju, Chorwon, simply put, gym gangs in town, Changgun, South Korea. The bus is on its way, and inside the bus is our Giamma, thinking about Chorwon and reminiscing about when he was discharged from the army. He swore he would never go back to this city again, not even to pee in it. LOL. He never thought he'd come back like this. All of a sudden, the bus stops. The worker outside asks how he may assist the bus, and upon realizing that the bus is from Hawken Academy, he removes the blockade. Noticing this, Giamma wonders about civilian restrictions. Maybe because of this, the border is a dungeon zone. Security is tough here. Lost in his thoughts, Giamma remembers that the elders are watching them. But suddenly, Weapon appears from behind the seat and offers Giamma some eggs, stating, "Aren't these a national staple?" Giamma tells him, "No thanks," and wonders if people still eat these nowadays. Now, Weapon tells Giamma to lighten up. He's getting nervous over a measly S-rank dungeon. Weapon asks Saki if she wants an egg, but it's a no from her. According to Weapon, though, they're good. I mean, they're just some boiled eggs, man. Saki is sitting behind a sleeping Chloe, and by her side is probably her Weapon. Now, Weapon asks if Giamma is going to show off again, but Giamma is not intending to. From the side, Giamma notices Saki looking at him, but she quickly turns away. By the looks of it, and considering that Saki has a ranged DPS, her weapon is probably some kind of bow. Giamma thinks that he already watched her and wonders why everyone is staring at him. And so, the gang has arrived, and Chloe thinks that the weather's perfect. Kong Jiama thinks that this is the place where ancient demons once nested, and now it's reduced to a simple farming dungeon. Weapon now asks why Jiama has so much luggage, to which Jiama asks if he's curious and opens his bag. He shows that it's filled with every kind of sashimi knife. Weapon, all confused, asks if Jiama is here to sell knives. Jiama replies that it's better safe than sorry. Weapon now states that Jiama talks like an old man, but thinks that he's got his reasons. Chloe plans on being the point guard, as always. Jiama is counting on her. So the group moves forward. The gang arrives at the gate of the dungeon. The workers notice them, and something seems off. Kong Jiama is thinking something, but then the guards ask them if they are from Hawken Academy. They tell them to write all 4 names on the visitor log. So everyone writes their name. Workers are shocked and scared to see Jiama writing his name, and Jiama takes note of them. Now, Weapon tells Jiama to hurry up. What's he waiting for? The gang enters the gate and is immediately hit with a horrible stench. Weapon tells everyone to watch their step. Jiama is sure he saw the guard's eyes waver, but thinks that it'll be fine walking forward. Kong Jiama sees writings on the wall and thinks, since when are dungeons tourist spots? Kong Jiama now thinks that nobles are really something. Suddenly, someone grabs onto Jiama's coat. It's Saki, and she's tired. Kong Jiama looks at her, and yes, she looks tired. Now, looking at Jiama, Saki states that if she could have something sweet, she'd feel better and asks if Jiama has something. Her blood sugar is clearly low. So, our Kong Jiama looks for something in his pocket and hands her some candy. Candy's not my thing, he says. Got yang egg? She asks. You think I'm your mom? Bring your own. Kong Jiama utters. Saki is saving hers for later, and eats the candy. Kong Jiama thinks that she needs to focus on her superhero landing, like Chloe. Chloe states that 3 or 4 are charging from 200 meters. Weapon tells them to stick to the plan, then they won't be dangerous. Weapon is going to buff Chloe and Saki properly, so they better not let him down. Oh, and Chloe is using her secondary weapon, a crossbow. Maybe that's why Jiama is going in with so many knives, he's going to throw them from range. So, this new waifu equips her monstrous, very sick-looking red bow. Kong Jiama looks at it and realizes that it's the S-grade weapon, the Crimson Bow, and he thinks that with this Crimson Bow, clearing this dungeon will be a breeze. Checking her bow, Saki wonders if it has been too long. It feels stiff. Kong Jiama is not sure if he should trust her. Others are worried too, but Saki starts munching on her own yang egg, and now she is happy. Jiama is really not sure if he should trust her. Everyone is ready. They're coming. Some buffalo feed are running towards them. Saki and Chloe charge forward, and Weapon starts the BGM to buff them. We see a bunch of black buffaloes charging at the squad. Chloe is charging forward with 2 crossbows. She jumps up and shoots a buffalo in the eye, hurtling the buffalo back into other buffaloes. Now, this super badass waifu lands in front of the coming black buffaloes, and she is ready to slow them down up front. But Weapon quickly yells at her to fall back as planned. Saki states that they need to be hit right between the eyes. Charging her shot, she moves past Chloe, looking absolutely majestic. She shoots 3 magic arrows. Now we see 3 buffaloes are about to attack Chloe and whoosh right on target. Saki obliterates their heads. Ops, they're already down, Saki jokes, and she's back to eating her yang egg. Kong Jiama thinks if she keeps going like this, she's going to break all the horns. But he smiles, thinking that a carry is a carry, and a skilled DPS like her can't be stopped. She's good. Chloe asks, how is she? Weapon wants to go deeper, and Kong Jiama is thinking about his horns and his enhancement material, which Saki is destroying. A rock falls from behind him, and we see the buffalo injured by Chloe charging at Saki. It's the one that fell earlier. Saki thinks and finds it annoying. She tries to get some distance, but the buffalo jumps over her. Saki slips on seeing this demon beast and drops her weapon. But someone comes to hold and protect her. Saki opens her eyes to see who it is. It's our Kong Jiama. Jiama, holding her, cut the buffalo in half. On seeing Giamma protecting her, Saki is shocked, impressed, and not to mention, wet all over again. The sliced buffalo falls to the sides, and Giamma asks if she's okay. But all she can do is a hiccup. This waifu is clearly horny. Scene shifts, and we see a mobile phone getting a call. It's for the weird, creepy guard at the gate. Yes, sir, he answers. He is clearly working for the elders. Giamma is collecting horns from the fallen buffaloes. Giamma checks the horn and states that these are the reasons they came to this dungeon. It's a versatile material used for weapon upgrades and other purposes. Giamma is planning on taking as many as he can, but is stopped by Saki. She thanks Giamma for earlier and offers him a yang egg. This is her way of saying thanks. Giamma turns, but is speechless. Giamma knows that Chloe is giving him a death stare, so he wonders why. Now, to defuse it, Chloe turns to her and calls out to her. Chloe is caught off guard and stops her death stare, asking Giamma what he wants. Giamma now whispers to her something about the staff member from before. She knows what to do. Seeing Giamma and Chloe together, Weapon asks if they are dating, and it would make sense if they are. Chloe can't stop blushing, thinking about dating Giamma. She is getting hot, but Giamma quickly shatters her fantasy by stating that it is wrong to assume all male-female relationships are romantic, and having such a thought is very narrow-minded. Weapon can't believe it. He thought they were together because they're always sticking together. Saki seems interested in this conversation. Chloe is pissed, and Giamma wonders why it is now. Chloe asks if there are always this few mobs. So, the whole group stares down the dungeon. Weapon now states that no matter how popular a dungeon is, it wouldn't be empty to this extent. So, he asks Saki what she thinks. Saki thinks for a second and realizes that these buffaloes seem off. Weapon asks, off. Saki states that they look like they were running from something. Buffalo don't behave that way, so it doesn't make sense. Weapon agrees and states that they are docile. Locals even use them for farming. Giamma wonders what's wrong with these people using demonic buffaloes for farming. The group agrees that there are more than one suspicious thing going on, but it's probably nothing. They agree that at least they have a signal here, so everything should be fine. Now, Giamma asks how Weapon and Saki know each other. All confidence, Saki states that she topped the written exam and Weapon came in second, and he bragged about it for weeks. Weapon tells Saki to stop dirtying his name. Now, Saki tells everyone that she ranked third in the placement tests. Giamma is impressed that Weapon got second in the written exam. He thought he was just a loudmouth. Weapon now tells him that he's not the loudmouth, it's Rachel. She is her distant cousin, but still, realizing that Rachel and Weapon are relatives, Giamma now knows why. As a player, he didn't know about Weapon's connection to the main characters. Weapon now tells us that his family is a branch of the Changxiang clan, Rachel's mainline. So basically, he's the Nige to Rachel's Hinata. That's why Weapon was about to tell something but stops, asking why they are talking about this. Giamma is clueless, as usual. Weapon bumps Giamma and tells him to stop glaring. He's living a dream here and tells Giamma not to forget him when he's famous. Giamma tells him that it won't happen, so no need to worry. Now, the group is walking forward, and Weapon states that Giamma might even join the 7 heroes. Chloe agrees he could. Saki, annoyed by their talk, starts walking faster, and now at some distance, she states that she hates the 7 heroes. Chloe is clueless, and Weapon wonders what's her problem. Giamma notices something on the side, but Weapon tells everyone that they need to move on. They need to finish this dungeon fast and go back. Apparently, they need 20 kills to clear the dungeon, but Giamma is worried about the demon scratches on the wall. Weapon tells Giamma to move on. What's he waiting for? And so, they move forward, but we see poison dripping from these scratches. Scene shifts, and we are outside the dungeon. Someone asks if the preparations are done as instructed. The worker outside replies that there is no need to worry. The students have likely encountered the enraged buffaloes by now. The person on the phone states that it's easy for the worker to say, but did he do anything else? The worker confirms that he followed the instructions, but personally, He thinks that the students will be dealt with by the enraged buffaloes. Now we see the person on the other side. It's the busted demon instructor, CIM, and she tells the worker to not get too cocky and asks if he will take responsibility if he fails. But Kim trusts him and tells him to call her with the results. Good luck, she utters and drops the call. Yes, understood, the worker states and thinks that he's dead either way. Now we see this ominous aura coming from the locked dungeon gate. It's the worker's doing. He forced the gate open, and so the student's chances of surviving the dungeon are 0. But he remembers Kong Jiyama and thinks that his eyes see through everything. All curious, this worker wants to take a look inside, and we are back. Chloe calls out to Jiyama and states that she can sense magical beasts approaching from behind. Kong Jiyama asks how many. Chloe tells him that her blessing detects roughly, but she thinks that there are 50. Everyone is shocked to hear the number, and so they hear loud footsteps coming towards them. Our group is scared shitless to see and hear what's coming, and boy, a whole bunch of buffaloes are charging at the group. Weapon is scared and asks, "Since when do buffaloes swarm?" Saki is not sure if those are even buffaloes, and we see these raging, angry, demonic buffaloes. Weapon is scared and thought that these buffaloes were harmless. Kong Jiyama knows a stampede of buffaloes is coming. Kong Jiyama remembers that every knife has its purpose, and so we're going into a flashback. Kong Jiyama remembers his one-hand master telling him that he can't use a chicken knife to kill an ox, just as sashimi knives are meant for fish. Kong Jiyama remembers asking his master about beef. Sashimi? Isn't that using a sashimi knife to butcher an ox? Hearing this, the master gets angry and is about to hit Kong Jiyama. So Kong Jiyama apologizes, but he isn't hit and is confused. The master cuts the fish and the cutting board and tells Kong Jiyama that it's true. Beef sashimi can be made with a sashimi knife. And we're back. Kong Jiyama just remembered his past lessons, and so he's about to slice cows with a fish knife. Jiyama tells Chloe to distract the herd. No need to charge straight in. She needs to move quickly left and right to disrupt their formation. No need to attack. She just needs to draw their attention. Chloe is ready. Kong Jiyama asks if Weapon is ready, and he replies, "I was born ready." Saki is not sure why Jiyama is so calm. There are 50 buffaloes, and is shocked when Jiyama calls her out. Jiyama tells her to hold the front and stop anything that gets close. She accepts her task. All confused, Saki asks Weapon, "Why is Jiyama so composed?" Weapon tells her to not be surprised, but she is not sure what is going on. Kong Jiyama thinks that there is no need to overthink about buffalo and sashimi. He came prepared, equipping all the sashimi knives he can hold, looking absolutely badass. Jiyama declares that no matter what's in front of them and no matter how many, he'll cut it all down. And with that, he activates his blessing of the sword god. Demon buffaloes charge at Kong Jiyama, but Jiyama is ready to cut. He throws his knives back to back, slicing the coming buffaloes. Weapon is buffing everyone, but Saki is shocked. She has never seen anything like this before. This waifu just got her panties blown off. We see a fallen yin egg. It was Saki, who dropped her favorite sight. She is completely blown away and finds Jiyama crazy. Kong Jiyama is looking super badass, standing over the fallen buffaloes. Now, with the close-up. OMG, this looks amazing. Saki is shocked that it only took Jiyama a split second to butcher all those buffaloes. Chloe is not going to let Jiyama get all the attention. She uses her feline's blessing and charges forward. Multiple buffaloes are coming to attack Chloe, but she uses her Schrodinger's cat ability to create multiple clones. By the way, nice name for the skill. She moves past the raging buffalo and clicks. The demons are sliced. She is using Brooke's move from One Piece. Now we see knives flying all over the place. It's Jiyama with his barrage of knives. He's moving from knife to knife like Noctis from Final Fantasy XV, slicing and slashing buffaloes left and right. But suddenly, a big buffalo jumps forward. Jiyama has to guard against the debris. Saki and Weapon are shocked on seeing this buffalo and many others attacking Jiyama. A bunch of buffaloes have jumped on Jiyama, trying to crush him. Saki readies her arrow, but thinks that's too many. But she completely loses her composure on seeing Jiyama emerge from the herd of buffaloes, knives in his hands, slashing everything. Kong Jiyama is straight up flexing at this point. Kong Jiyama is locked in, seeing all the Saki like, OMG. Jiyama is now standing in the middle of all the butchered buffaloes. Saki is not even sure what she just saw. Jiyama is done with the killing and is now collecting the horns. This many should be good, he thinks. And thanks to the 40-second painlessness blessing, taking down 50 buffaloes was a breeze. Chloe comes up and praises Jiyama. He crushed it today. Kong Jiyama thinks that he did that with the party's help. Kong Jiyama now pats Chloe's head and tells her that she did a clean run. Chloe thanks him. Weapon and Saki are just watching this couple gossiping in the middle of a puddle of buffalo blood. Saki is still in shock from seeing this literal power couple. Weapon told her no surprises. Saki now screams at Weapon. How is she not supposed to freak out over that? Weapon teases her that she's speechless. She still can't believe it. Weapon states that Jiyama always finds a way to shock them. What even is he?
Saki asks.
No clue, Weapon replies. Weapon finds him legendary and is planning on going live. He wonders if the public will care about Jiyama. Saki wonders what is wrong with Weapon now. Weapon calls out to Jiyama, but Saki notices something and wonders what that is. So, our group moves forward to take a look at whatever Saki spotted. Now, walking forward, Weapon states that the dungeon clear condition was 20 buffaloes, but Jiyama solved twice that. Weapon calls Kong Jiyama a show-off. Kong Jiyama states that he didn't do anything during midterms. Kong Jiyama is trying to be humble. Weapon is about to state what he did during the exam, but he notices Saki and shuts up. Weapon now states that they almost died screaming back there, and he asks, didn't the Lion King die the same way? Saki is not sure what the heck Weapon is going on about, and wonders if he is being controlled. Walking forward, Chloe asks Jiyama why it's so quiet. Saki notices it too. Now the group notices that pillar-looking thing. It's the dungeon boss gate, and the chains holding the gate are breaking. The group realizes that this pillar is a gate. Seeing this chain-shut gate, Kong Jiyama knows this place. Scene shifts, and we see the worker stumbling upon the buffalo remains. He is shocked and thinks that it's freaking insane. They killed all these. Now we are told that Chorwin Land is 20 billion in debt. A few days ago, some woman claiming to be a Hokkien instructor approached him. It was the sexy instructor, CIM, and she told this worker to do one thing for her, and she'll wipe their debt clean. The worker asked her how, so this sexy, curvy instructor gave him a demon stone to tame and frenzy the buffaloes and release them when Jiyama shows up. Furthermore, he needs to open the stone gate in the depths. The worker, now confused, states that she's sacrificing students. Not interested, Kim asks. She hates risky bets, so she'll just find someone else. The worker quickly grabs her hand in the stone. He tells her, no, I'll do it. I'm ready to help. Kim states that he is sharp for a debt-ridden fool. Kim tells him she'll call soon, so he better answer every unknown number. Great advice, right? And with that, this sexy demon leaves. The worker is only thinking about 20 billion, and with that much money, he could gamble again. We are back in the present, and the worker is sure that his 20 billion are still coming, and these worthless brats won't survive when the stone gate opens. We are back with the squad, and Kong Jiyama realizes that it's that gate. The whole group is wondering if this is the gate to the inside store, probably a store to buy and sell items. Kong Jiyama thinks that no wonder everything seemed too easy. They walked right into a trap. Jiyama should have trusted his gut. That glare from the worker fell off. Now, Kong Jiyama tells us this gate only opens with the Giant's Demon Stone, which is a mid-game quest item. Now, Kong Jiyama realizes that those scratches or fragments earlier were pieces of the Giant's Mana Stone. Jiyama didn't expect the door to be left open. Kong Jiyama knows what the reward is here if this sequence of events follows the game, but surviving comes first. Jiyama can see it now, a single red line carved into the supposedly indestructible stone gate. He knows it's that line from the system, but our Kong Jiyama has used up all 40 seconds of painlessness. but his sword might be able to hold out a little longer. Kong Jiama plans on slashing the gate and getting out before it shatters. Something or someone is approaching, and a loud thud is heard. The squad is shocked to hear it and wonders who it might be. Chloe, all scared, asks Jiama, "What the hell is that?" Now we see some giant monsters slamming their giant battle axes. This giant demon boss is standing in front of these tiny students. Weapon asks, "Is that a buffalo?" Kong Jiama is pissed that they broke through. Now, we are told the reward for defeating this side boss in the game was the Blessing of Transition. It transfers and amplifies the owner's blessing to a chosen target, and it's a single use only. And to receive this reward, our group needs to defeat this A-grade demon, Inatoros Minotauros, also known as Buffalo King. A cold wind is blowing in the dungeon. Fires are lit, and 2 buffalo guards have appeared beside the boss. Our tiny squad is facing these huge Kobe beef buffaloes, and their names are Jwajong and Ojiong. They charge forward. Chloe realizes the monster inside the stone gate. Kong Jiama thinks that the other 2 seem strong as well. Jiama is processing that even if he cuts through the gate and heads outside, the moment that thing wakes up, it'll be hard for everyone to escape unharmed. But he knows that this is different from the midterm exams. Kong Jiama knows that there is no information about the mermaid, but he's fought this minotaur during the gameplay before. If he was in perfect condition, he could have handled all 3 alone, but right now he's already used up all 40 seconds of painlessness. He needs to find a way with the best chance to succeed. So, he's about to equip his new weapon, and he asks Weapon to give him a pain-reducing blessing. Sure, Weapon can do it. Jiama asks, "How many minutes can you keep at it?" Weapon replies, "The maximum I can do is about 2 minutes. Jiama states, "That's enough. You need to keep applying it while Kong Jiama fights that 5 Wagyu thing. If I lose focus for even a second, I might die." Hearing this, Weapon locks in and is ready to help, just because it's Jiama who's asking. Now, Kong Jiama tells the waifus to take care of the wounded on the side. All charming, he tells the girls to stay away from the big guy. He's dangerous, so they shouldn't get involved. Saki is again soaking wet upon hearing this. Someone is worried about her. Jiama tells Chloe to do the same thing as before, and with that, the small angry buffaloes attack them. Kong Jiama equips his special knife, which activates the blessing and is instantly hit with blinding pain, spitting out blood. His whole body is breaking, but he is able to move thanks to Weapon's blessing. He can endure this. Kong Jiama, barely alive, is trying to move his body. Kong Jiama walks forward, and we see the giant demon buffalo charging at him. And so, our bleeding Kong Jiama charges forward. The buffalo smashes its weapon at Jiama, but Kong Jiama dodges it. It's hurting him so bad that he's coughing up blood. Now both of them swing their weapons, and they clash. The demon slams his axe again, but Kong Jiama dodges and moves past him. However, he is kicked by the buffalo. Kong Jiama spits blood and thinks that all his senses, which he couldn't feel with painlessness, have awakened. The demon is about to attack again, and as he swings his axe, our Kong Jiama gets in close, avoiding the weapon and closing the distance. But the demon quickly changes his stance and goes horizontal. The battle axe is about to hit Jiama right in his face, but Kong Jiama gets lower and dodges it. He's feeling free, not using the painlessness blessing, not stopping the momentum. The demon spins his whole body, like a cute little ballerina. Jiama is moving the other way. The buffalo is ready to attack Kong Jiama again, and bam, with a powerful smash, it destroys the ground. This attack causes a huge explosion and a lot of smoke. The demon isn't sure where Jiama is, and it's getting pissed. Jiama uses the smoke to hide near the buffalo. Saki is fighting the other buffalo, but her eyes are still fixed on Jiama. She wonders if these moments are even that of a human. She is flying like a butterfly all over the small demon buffalo and dodging its attacks. This thick-thighed waifu is dodging, sliding, and attacking, but all her thoughts are about Jiama, his use of muscles, posture, stride, and positioning energy. It's a combat sense that topples the enemy's center of gravity with minimal movement. Saki gets behind the buffalo and shoots an arrow, all while thinking that what Jiyama is doing is purely theoretical. The gap between theory and real combat is immense. Her arrow hits the buffalo's eye, so it charges at Saki. Waifu points her arrow at this demon, but she is still thinking about Jiyama, how even in a life-or-death situation, he doesn't waver. Waifu is getting annoyed at this buffalo. It's blocking her view of Jiyama, so she shoots it with a powerful arrow and obliterates its head. Waifu thinks that Jiyama's presence is like Sword Emperor Siegfried. She remembers hearing that Siegfried unleashed his aura against the special trainees. The demon bull has its eyes fixed on Jiyama, and it notices all this intense aura emitting from Jiyama. So, it goes to punch Kong Jiyama, but Kong Jiyama isn't done yet. With a super fast motion, he slices and moves past the demon. Kong Jiyama looks back, and we see the demon buffalo's bloody arm falling to the ground. Now we see that it's not the full arm, but Kong Jiyama sliced half the arm off. Man, that's going to hurt. The buffalo is screaming in pain. Weapon is healing Kong Jiyama, and we see Chloe fighting the other small buffalo. Weapon is trying very hard to concentrate as Chloe is raining blood. Chloe is done defeating the small boss, all covered in blood. She thinks that she's still inexperienced against monsters. Now, she tells us that the closer a monster is to human form, the more dangerous it becomes. Now, thinking about the mermaid and demon buffaloes, she thinks that it varies by individual. Now, looking at Jiyama and the boss, she thinks that if a monster acts that human-like, it might get difficult. But she believes in the demonic sword master. The boss buffalo is angry and does a loud shout. He smiles and grabs the battle axe with his other hand. It's not over yet. We are entering the second phase, and it's magic. The boss is going to use magic. Everyone is shocked, and Saki asks, how can a monster use magic? But that's what the boss is doing. He's powering up his arm and his weapon. Seeing this, Saki realizes that it's burning its life force to generate mana. And whoosh! A strong wind passes over our side characters. Saki is shaking because its rampant mana is making it hard to get close. But even in this situation, Weapon is still trying to keep the healing going. He too is bleeding at this point, but he believes in Jiyama. Now, this boss with a huge demonic battle axe is standing in front of Kong Jiyama. Jiyama, now low on blood, is scared to see this huge weapon. And like a falling meteor, this battle axe is going to fall on him. But Kong Jiyama lunges forward, holding his sashimi knife, about to counterattack, and he blocks the boss's huge axe with his tiny sashimi knife. Both are putting more force into their attacks to win over. Kong Jiyama notices that this boss's magic is too dense. He can't cut through that magic. Looking back at his party, he notices that if he dodges that attack, all his members will be wiped out. The boss buffalo is angry and puts more power into his attack, pushing Kong Jiyama back a little bit. But then, a shot hits the boss buffalo in the eye, causing a serious injury. It was Saki who threw an arrow at the boss buffalo, and she yelled at Kong Jiyama, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up, slice it." But the demon boss buffalo seems too much for Kong Jiyama. He closes his eyes, and when he opens them, something has surely changed. He activates his blessing ability, and everything in front of him looks like threads. A blue-blazed fire appears around the sashimi knife. Chloe wonders about that blue light, as she has seen it before in the fight with Siegfried von Nibelung. At that moment, the sashimi knife starts cutting through the boss buffalo's axe. The boss buffalo, in disbelief, realizes his weapon is being destroyed. Then, with brute force, Kong Jiyama slices the boss buffalo's arm and then cuts him completely into two parts like a professional chef. Everyone is shocked to see that. The parts of the boss buffalo fall to the ground, and Kong Jiyama steadies himself. Barely standing on his feet, he looks up, thinking, "At last, I have defeated that monster." At that moment, we see our waifu, Saki, seemingly so impressed by our chef. Speed Weapon, clearly exhausted, falls to the ground and thinks about how Kong Jiyama always shatters common sense every time he sees him. That blue light was bright enough to illuminate the entire cave. At that early age, he is already manifesting an aura. What even is he? Speed Weapon wonders. Suddenly, Saki approached and placed a hand on Speed Weapon's shoulder, startling him. She urged him to breathe calmly. Speed Weapon turned to look at her, his expression puzzled as he wondered aloud what she meant and why she was intervening. Saki explained that she now understood the point Speed Weapon had been trying to make earlier. Speed Weapon, still visibly confused, questioned what exactly he had meant. Saki clarified that it related to the legendary incident they discussed. At this, Speed Weapon's face lit up with realization. Saki continued, stating that she now comprehended why Speed Weapon had persistently followed a certain individual. Speed Weapon, baffled, denied ever doing so. Saki dismissed his protest and shifted the topic, asking whether academy rules would prevent Kongjiyama from transferring to their class that year. Speed Weapon, incredulous, retorted by asking if she'd hit her head or been possessed. Saki smirked and countered, suggesting there might be a loophole if they reversed the situation. Speed Weapon reluctantly admitted there wasn't a specific rule against it. Satisfied, Saki declared her interest in joining Kongjiyama's endeavors. Nearby, Kongjiyama reflected silently, acknowledging that even with Speed Weapon's support, rest was necessary, though surviving without the blessing of painlessness marked progress. Before he could dwell further, Chloe leaped toward him, embracing him tightly while frantically checking for injuries. Kongjiyama winced and reminded her he was still hurt, prompting Chloe to step back, her cheeks reddening with embarrassment as she apologized. Internally, Kongjiyama lamented his discomfort, wishing for escape. His thoughts were interrupted when a translucent window materialized before him, announcing the acquisition of a new blessing, the Blessing of Transition, a spirit rank ability allowing him to transfer blessings via direct contact. He mused that this power, originally meant for Leon, was crucial for mastering the dual-natured Balmung. As he processed this, he noticed someone peering through the gate. Kongjiyama reminded Chloe of a prior favor, and she sprang into action. The guard spying on them gasped in shock as Chloe lunged, kicked him in the chest, and drove her sword into his leg, pinning him to the ground while demanding he stay still. Saki and Speed Weapon, observing the commotion, demanded an explanation. Kongjiyama calmly stated he'd enlisted Chloe's help earlier. The guard cursed them, protesting his innocence, but Kongjiyama coolly replied they were investigating just that. Saki deduced the guard's involvement in the Buffalo Horde incident and the open dungeon gate, noting the suspicious timing. Speed Weapon questioned the motive, but Saki brushed him off, pressing the guard for details about his accomplice. When the guard hesitated, Saki threatened to loosen his tongue, and Kongjiyama ominously added that silence wouldn't protect him. Terrified, the guard confessed that a Horkin Academy instructor, a tall, purple-haired woman, had coerced him by clearing his massive gambling debt. Speed Weapon erupted in anger, calling him a scumbag for betraying students. Saki interrupted, identifying the instructor as their sharp-eyed class assistant. Kongjiyama confirmed her suspicion, linking the instructor to the midterms incident involving a demonoid mermaid. Saki gasped, realizing Leon's hospitalization stemmed from that battle. Speed Weapon interjected, crediting Kongjiyama with defeating the creature solo. Holding up his phone, Kongjiyama revealed he'd recorded the entire confession. The group stared in surprise as Chloe yanked her sword from the guard's leg, eliciting a scream. Kongjiyama coldly remarked that the dungeon's untimely opening was a perfect cover for eliminating someone. The guard panicked, begging for clarification, but Kongjiyama deferred to Chloe, declaring it her decision as an assassin. Chloe nodded, raised her sword, and coldly announced his execution. The guard's pleas were cut short as blood splattered across the ground. Kongjiyama, his voice icy, vowed to eradicate every elder and instructor at Hoenn Academy who targeted him. Our boy, Kong, presents the Cow King's horn, the horn of the Minotaur, the boss of the Buffalo Hidden Dungeon. This rare material guarantees success when enhancing weapons below a rank. As Kong approaches the blacksmith to upgrade his weapon, the blacksmith is stunned to see the Cow King's horn in his possession. He can hardly believe that Kong has acquired such a high-grade material. Despite Kong being a student at Wakan Academy, it seems almost impossible for a student to defeat an A-rank boss monster. Shocked, the blacksmith asks if this is truly an A-rank material and whether Kong took down the monster alone. Kong clarifies that he defeated the monster with his team. How could he possibly defeat an A-rank boss monster by himself? Kong then places Muser on the table, revealing that his knife is in terrible condition. He states that since the weapon is already damaged, he might as well have it repaired while enhancing it. The blacksmith, now visibly irritated, demands to know what Kong did to his weapon to cause such extensive wear. With a serious expression, Kong responds, questioning what the blacksmith means by messing it up like this. Feeling uneasy, the blacksmith forces a nervous smile and hesitantly remarks that Kong could have taken better care of his weapon. The blacksmith is worried that Kong might get hurt. Kong reassures him by reminding him of his promise to do everything as agreed. Trusting the blacksmith, Kong leaves his weapon in his care. As our boy turns to leave, the blacksmith is visibly frustrated, his anger directed at Kong. Internally, he thinks to himself that this time, he would make the knife even shorter. Suddenly, Kong stops, surprising the blacksmith. Our boy turns around and casually tells the blacksmith to sell the leftover materials for himself. Hearing this, the blacksmith's anger seems to cool off, and it appears that he no longer intends to shorten Kang's knife any further. The scene then shifts to the classroom, where Kong reflects on his recovery. He has healed quite a lot and is feeling much better from the injuries he sustained while fighting the boss buffalo monster. However, our boy knows he will need to ask Speed Weapon once again for his healing blessing. Leaning back in his chair, Kong sighs. As he looks up, he notices his status window, which reveals that his physical rank has increased from 8 to 9, and the sword restrictions have loosened. Additionally, our boy's mental rank has increased from 4 to 5, and several other skills have improved slightly as well. Observing these changes, Kong notes that the most noticeable factor is the synchronization rate, which has now reached 12.7%. Unlike other stats, this rate increased dramatically after significant events. If our boy cleared another dungeon, it would likely rise again, potentially unlocking another blessing. Kong further reflects that despite the rapid increase in stats, there have been no major side effects since the day his hair turned gray. Of course, Kong is still developing more gray hairs little by little. He jokingly considers the idea that strength equals baldness and wonders if once his hair turns completely white, it will eventually fall out. Then, Kong acknowledges that since there are forces actively targeting him, he needs to be fully prepared. Having come this far, our boy can't afford to die a meaningless death. He also needs to study how to properly use the blessing of transfer, as the gap between those with blessings and those without is vast. Kong feels a little sorry for Leon, but since Leon is the protagonist, his skill window would inevitably overflow with blessings anyway. There is still a lot to do. First, our boy needs to focus on recovering his body. Then, Kong receives a gift, which appears to be from Chloe. For the first time, Kong had formed his own party and successfully cleared a dungeon. Having his life targeted had now become a daily occurrence for our boy, but it wasn't all bad. He had gained 2 classmates he could genuinely call friends, Speed Weapon and Chloe. Neither of them played a significant role in the main story, and Kong wasn't even sure if Chloe considered him a friend. Looking at the chocolate he received, our boy recalls that Chloe had been hospitalized with a fever after the dungeon raid. Kong decides that he should visit her when he has time. At that moment, the instructor enters the room alongside Siegfried, instructing all students to return to their seats. Kong wonders how long the Sword Emperor is going to keep them waiting. Just then, Kang's phone buzzes with a message from an unknown number asking, "What are you doing?" Our boy assumes it's a wrong number. However, the next message instructs Kong to look to the front. As our boy lifts his gaze, he is shocked to see Saki standing there with Siegfried. Then, Instructor Lee addresses the class, announcing that as of today, Saki Ryoso had been officially assigned to their class. The students are stunned by the news, but Instructor Lee quickly silences them. He expresses his hope that everyone will get along with Saki, and then concludes by instructing the students to change and assemble at the training hall within 30 minutes. As Siegfried and Instructor Lee leave the room, The students still can't believe that Saki Ryoso is now part of their class. What shocked them the most was that Saki had personally requested the reassignment. As Saki walks toward her seat, our boy can't help but wonder, is she really coming toward me? Among this year's cadets, known as the Generation of Miracles, Saki ranked 4th. She was a brilliant mind who had topped the written exam with combat skills to match, a true embodiment of both brains and brawn. She had mastered the Kyushu style. On top of that, Saki was the daughter of Saki Kojima, one of the 7-star heroes, also known as the Absolute Bow. According to the setting, Saki Kojima holds the title of Absolute Bow and also serves as the Prime Minister of Japan. Essentially, Saki is like a princess of Japan. Even in this world, Japan remains a superpower, so it's no surprise that people are reacting as if they're meeting a celebrity. Our boy can't help but think that Saki shouldn't be here. This was going to be really annoying. As Saki walks through the classroom, she notices Kong. Our boy silently hopes that she won't come toward him. However, to his dismay, Saki approaches him and without hesitation states that if Kong isn't going to eat the chocolate, then she will take it back. At that moment, it becomes clear the gift had been from Saki all along. Shocked and slightly intimidated, Kong can't utter a word and remains silent. But then, Saki casually asks if she can sit next to our boy. She then holds out her phone, instructing Kong to save her number. Internally, our boy sighs, thinking to himself, why are my bad feelings never wrong? The scene then shifts to a dungeon where an investigation is underway. An officer named Leon questions a guard, asking what the individuals had said before entering the dungeon. The guard responds that they had expressed concern for the cadets and had insisted on going in. Leon continues his questioning, asking if there was anything unusual about the individuals before they entered the dungeon. The guard pauses for a moment and then replies that now that he thinks about it, they had looked a little pale. Hearing this, Leo nods and states that he understands. He then dismisses the guard, as he needs to inspect the scene. Before the guard leaves, Leo thanks him for his cooperation. The scene then shifts to the outside of the dungeon, where another officer approaches Leo and asks, isn't death in a dungeon just a common accident? Leo responds, yes, but no matter the dungeon accident, there is always a body left behind. But this time, Leo still can't shake the feeling. When he had entered the dungeon for the search, he had been utterly shocked. A mountain of defeated buffalo monsters lay before him. The cadets from Haken Academy had been there, but this level of destruction was far beyond what mere cadets should have been capable of. While the cadets had returned safely, the staff member who had gone out of concern was never found, as if they had never existed in the first place. The other officer then asks, could they be inside the stone gate? Leo hesitates before replying, I can't say for sure, but it's unlikely. The stone gate has never opened before. He then further states, and I can't exactly interrogate the cadets from Haken Academy who are here. The other officer nods and states, that's right. Haken Academy is an elite school filled with nobles. He then wonders aloud whether the high-ups would ever issue a warrant. As the officer leaves for a bathroom break, Leo remains behind, deep in thought. This is driving me crazy, he muses to himself. At that moment, the other officer is suddenly pushed to the ground by an unknown assailant. Leo is shocked by the sudden attack. As he turns to look, his eyes widen. Standing before him is a demon in human form, wielding magic. In that instant, Leo realizes the horrifying truth. This is no ordinary person, but a human who had made a contract with demons, a half-human, half-demon. Before Leo can react, the demon strikes with lightning speed, taking him down in a single blow. These beings, half-human, half-demon hybrids, were known as villains. As Saki eats the chocolate, she becomes visibly happy, which draws the attention of the other students around her. Our boy notices them staring, while Kong, seated nearby, looks confused, clearly wondering what Saki is doing here. Saki turns to our boy and asks why Kong didn't eat the chocolate, especially after she went through the trouble of sharing it. She expresses her disappointment at Kong ignoring her act of kindness. Kong replies that Chloe usually sits in the seat Saki is occupying right now. Saki brushes it off and casually replies, "Really?" Then, turning to our boy, she asks, "Does the class even have assigned seats? Isn't it a first come, first served kind of thing? Am I wrong?" Our boy responds with a simple, "Well, yeah." Still savoring the taste, Saki remarks how amazing the chocolate was. Curious, our boy asks her why she transferred into this class. Just then, the instructor's voice echoes through the room, telling everyone to assemble in 5 minutes. The students groan at the announcement, clearly annoyed, but begin moving out to assemble. Our boy turns to Saki and explains that Kang's class has morning training every day. "Aren't you going?" he asks. Saki, now putting on a sleeping mask, replies, "Nope. I'm doing mental training today." She wishes Kang good luck before pulling the mask down and instantly falling asleep. Our boy watches, baffled by what he just witnessed. Moments later, Saki lifts the mask slightly from one eye and tells Kang that from now on, our boy should call her by her first name. Kang looks confused. Saki explains that in her country, close friends address each other by their first names, not surnames. Kang responds by pointing out that Speed Weapon still calls her by her surname. Saki waves it off, saying that has nothing to do with anything, and again wishes him good luck with training, before dozing off once more. The scene shifts to Class C. Rachel stretches after a long lecture and comments to Abel, "It's really noisy today." She then brings up something she heard, asking Abel if she's heard that Saki got reassigned to another class. Rachel adds that Saki always used to lay around and do her own thing, and wonders aloud what sort of crazy idea might have gotten into Saki's head. Abel, seemingly uninterested, bluntly replies, "Yeah." Noticing this, Rachel, being her usual self, teases Abel and asks if she's disappointed. Abel looks at her and questions what she means by that. Rachel continues, reminding Abel that reassignments only happen when there's an open spot, and this year, Class Tiger had 1 vacancy. How did Saki even find out about that and get ahead of everyone? Rachel wonders. She recalls that Saki used to just nap in the archery hall all the time. Still skeptical, Abel asks what any of that has to do with her being disappointed. Rachel smirks and reveals that she heard from Speed Weapon last week that Saki and Kang Jiyama teamed up and cleared the Buffalo Dungeon together. Abel's eyes widen in surprise. Rachel adds, almost dramatically, seriously, even if Saki liked Kang Jiyama that much, they're supposed to be in order. Kang was already reserved by our dear Abel. Abel starts to blush. "What are you even talking about?" she asks, flustered. Rachel smiles and explains that she's always noticed how Abel reacts the most whenever Kang Jiyama's name comes up. "Are you really sure there's nothing going on between the two of you?" Abel grows serious and insists, "I'll make it clear, I've only talked to Kang Jiyama a few times. That's it. We don't have any kind of relationship. So I'd appreciate it if you stopped making weird assumptions." Rachel grins, but calmly replies, "If you say so until now. But who knows what the future holds?" Abel falls silent. Then, with a sudden shift in tone, Rachel looks directly at her and says, "Lying to others is one thing, but lying to yourself? That never ends well." Abel is visibly taken aback by the comment. Rachel thinks Abel should seriously reflect on her feelings. The narrative then cuts to a memory from earlier that day. Abel is with her grandfather, Siegfried. He tells her that starting tomorrow, he'll be taking on a temporary instructor position at the academy. Shocked, Abel immediately tells him not to follow her to school, saying she's already attracting enough attention, and his presence would only cause more issues. Siegfried calmly informs her that he'll be in charge of the first-year special class. Abel, confused, asks what he means by that. Siegfried reminds her she was the one who requested this after what happened during the midterm exams. The memory returns to Abel, and she recalls her own words. Siegfried assures her they won't run into each other too much, so she doesn't need to worry. Abel, however, thinks to herself that her grandfather is trying to downplay it, but she can clearly see the excitement on his face. The Sword Emperor, who always seemed so bored with everything, is now suddenly invested all because of Kang Jiyama. Thinking about it fills Abel with frustration and anger. Abel continues thinking to herself about someone so absurd, so undeniably gifted, that it feels unfair. A once-in-a-lifetime genius who ignores status and noble background, solving everything purely through strength. On top of that, he's a special trainee. The first time Abel saw Kangjiyama, our boy was just a scrawny kid, always slacking off. But now, Kong has become a well-built, sharp-featured young man, radiating masculine charm. Perhaps even more so than Leon Van Reinhardt, the so-called hero candidate. Kangjiyama continues walking the path of a hero, and yet never flaunts it. Never boasting. Never seeking praise. Our boy silently walks a thorny path, shoulders heavy with the weight of his choices. Abel wishes, just once, that our boy would act arrogant so she could find a reason to hate him. But he doesn't. And that realization frustrates her even more. She's forced to admit, she probably looks jealous. Because her grandfather, Siegfried, never acknowledged her the way he now acknowledges Kong. Abel clenches her fists. She finds the thought deeply embarrassing. In that moment, we return to the present. Rachel suddenly appears behind Abel, a teasing smirk on her face. Startled, Abel instinctively pushes her back, causing Rachel to stumble and fall.
Ah,
"What are you doing?" Rachel asks, rubbing her elbow. Blushing, Abel stammers. "No matter what you think, I don't feel anything toward Kangjiyama. I don't have the time or space for those feelings you're talking about." Rachel tilts her head, amused. "If you say it that strongly, I feel relieved," she replies with a sly smile. "That means I don't have to compete with you for Kangjiyama. That's a relief, really. I can handle Saki. And that Chloe.
but you?
I could never compete with you." Abel's cheeks turn red as she fidgets. "Oh, really?" Rachel raises an eyebrow. "So, is that a confession then?" Frustrated, Abel snaps. "Stop talking nonsense." The scene then shifts to our boy's classroom. The instructor is mid-lecture, addressing the students. The rank of a blessing is determined by the entity that resides within it. He explains, if a guardian spirit is housed within, it's classified as a guardian class blessing. If a spirit resides in it, then it's a spirit class 1. A curious student raises a hand. If my ancestor is residing in it, would that make it an ancestor class blessing? I've been dreaming about my late grandfather a lot lately. The instructor chuckles. Your grandfather might be helping you lift weights at the gym, but no. Ancestors don't inhabit blessings. During this exchange, Saki momentarily wakes up from her nap, mid-lecture, only to fall right back asleep seconds later. The instructor notices but doesn't say anything. Our boy watches this unfold and wonders silently if Saki is somehow untouchable, even by the professors. The lecture wraps up with the instructor saying, "That's enough for today." Our boy glances at Saki, who still sleeps peacefully. He thinks to himself how well she sleeps. Like, she truly doesn't have a care in the world. It's been 2 days since Saki transferred into the class, yet Kong still hasn't heard the reason behind it. And she's done nothing but sleep since she arrived. It's ridiculous. Kong wonders, if Saki was just going to sleep all day, why didn't she choose a corner seat instead? Why does she have to sleep here? Our boy also thinks it's fortunate that Chloe is currently hospitalized. Who knows what could have happened if Chloe had seen Saki sitting next to our boy. Still, he can't deny the truth. Saki handled all the post-dungeon cleanup. Thanks to her, everything wrapped up without any major issues. Her skills are on another level, even compared to someone like Speed Weapon. Kang's eyes drift to the blackboard, where the instructor had written the various blessing ranks. The professor reiterates, blessings are typically classified like this. Most cadets here probably have personal class blessings. But don't be discouraged with skill. Even a personal class blessing can perform as effectively as a guardian class 1. Spirit class blessings are incredibly rare in this world anyway. Hearing this, our boy thinks to himself, is that supposed to be comforting? After all, he just happened to obtain one of those incredibly rare blessings a few days ago. The blessing of transfer. Just then, another student raises a hand. "Professor, what about heroic class blessings?" The instructor pauses for a moment.
Ah, yes.
The world refers to those as hero-grade blessings. As a blessing studies professor, I hesitate to even bring them up, since they're practically the stuff of legend. Since the first recorded manifestation of blessings in human history, only one person has ever awakened one. He clears his throat. That person was the founding hero, Baylor Hoken. Everyone in the class gets excited, their faces filled with awe upon hearing this. The instructor continues. Of course, in modern times, there is one more. But before he can finish his sentence, the bell rings. He sighs and says, "We'll continue this in the next lecture." Just as the instructor is about to leave the room, our boy raises his hand and calls out, "Professor, I have a question." The instructor pauses. "Yes? What is it?" Kong asks, "Do you know anything about this phrase? May the blessing of the gods be with you?" The instructor freezes for a moment. Saki, who had been sleeping peacefully, stirs awake upon hearing the question. After a brief silence, the instructor responds, "I'm not sure I understand the intent behind your question, but there's a contradiction in what you just said." Our boy looks confused. "What contradiction?" The instructor turns back and replies calmly, "It's because there are no gods left in this world." A moment of silence follows. Then the instructor adds, "Still, your thirst for knowledge is admirable. If you have more questions, feel free to visit my research lab anytime." With that, the instructor exits the classroom. Kong notices Saki smirking at him before she promptly returns to her nap. Seeing this, our boy thinks he might as well take a nap too. He rests his head on the desk, eyes slowly closing. But the moment Kong drifts off, he awakens somewhere else. Surrounded by broken train parts, floating through the air. Suddenly, a glowing window appears. GM is requesting a conversation with our boy. Another window pops up. Will Kong accept? Kong was shocked and couldn't understand what was going on. Then a window appeared, stating that the GM was interfering with the world line. Seeing this, our boy wondered, what did world line even mean? Everything was so unfamiliar to our boy. Kong then noticed that the things surrounding him had started to move before coming down again. Another message appeared, stating that the opponent's level was too high, Kang's level was too low, and our boy still did not meet the requirements. A new message followed. Does Kong still want to proceed? Kong thought to himself, this didn't feel like a dream. Maybe this was the reason our boy had fallen into this world. Perhaps he could find a clue about the blessing of the sword god that had been granted to him. Resolving to continue, Kong chose to proceed. A new message appeared. GM has confirmed Kang's intent. GM is using suppression force to make contact, beginning dull adjustment and transformation of world line. Suddenly, the surroundings started to break apart. Seeing this, Kong thought to himself, it was similar to the day our boy awakened the blessing of the sword god at the academy entrance. Whatever Kong had seen that day, he had to find out what it truly was. Kong moved forward, and little by little our boy kept pressing on. But then, suddenly, someone called out to our boy, telling him to wake up. At that moment, a message popped up. Due to external interference, GM is losing memory. Our boy was shocked. Kong had been so close to uncovering the truth. Another message followed. GM leaves Kong a message. The GM urged Kong to defeat whatever it was and concluded with, "May the blessing of the gods be with you." We then see it was Saki who had been calling Kong to wake up. As our boy opened his eyes, Saki reminded him that he had scolded her earlier for sleeping too much, and now he was the one caught sleeping. Saki told Kong to be thankful. If she hadn't woken him up, he would have gone to school still asleep in class. But then, Saki was surprised to see that our boy was crying. The scene shifts. Later that day, our boy is sitting alone on a bench, deep in thought about what had happened earlier. When Saki asked him why he was crying, she suggested maybe Kong had a sad dream. But Kong couldn't remember the dream. Our boy found it embarrassing enough to be caught like that by sleepyhead Saki, but what puzzled him was why he had cried just then. Speed Weapon, Chloe, and Saki arrived. Speed Weapon stated that they needed to go over things again, as there seemed to be an enemy inside the academy targeting Giamma during midterms. Saki interrupted, telling Speed Weapon she already got it. How many times was he going to repeat himself? That's why, she added, Speed Weapon wasn't at the top of the class. She told him to stop rambling and get to the point. Watching them argue, Kong thought to himself that he had asked Speed Weapon to explain everything beforehand, and Speed Weapon must have had a rough time. Speed Weapon, in turn, fired back, asking if Saki thought she'd stay on top forever. He told her to wait for next week's written exam. Saki covered her ears and said she couldn't hear anything. At that moment, Kong noticed Chloe standing a bit away. Our boy asked if she was feeling better. Chloe replied that she was, but she would keep her distance so as not to spread her cold. Kong realized that's why she had been standing far off. Then, our boy said that while Saki had probably heard the explanation, the situation had gotten a bit tangled. Racking Kang's brain alone hadn't helped much. Saki then moved closer to our boy and told him to call her by her first name, Ryoso. She sat next to him on the bench. Kong asked how he should address her, and Ryoso replied that she was looking forward to working with Kong Giamma. Speed Weapon jumped in, saying he had organized everything and that they needed to figure it all out. In the back, we see Saki getting frustrated, as Speed Weapon still kept talking about his plan again. First, he stated the Academy elders were targeting Kong Giamma. Second, there was the appearance of the female instructor, whom they'd heard about from checkpoint staff. Speed Weapon showed everyone a picture he had drawn based on the description. Chloe remarked that it was well drawn. Speed Weapon said he felt like he'd be able to find this instructor soon, but then admitted that knowing all this might not even be that important, since the elder's request had been vague. It would probably get cut off at the auditor's level anyway. Saki chimed in about the female instructor. She said she definitely remembered her. Saki had even broken into the academy's internal records and checked everyone, from head instructors to assistants. A total of 546 people. She did find one that matched, but strangely, she couldn't verify the instructor's identity. Surprised, Kong asked if Saki could really do things like that. Saki replied that in a world overflowing with fourth industrial tech, having a couple of skills like that was nothing. Even so, the place had the world's best security system, so she had to aim for the early dawn hours, when it was weakest. She added, did Kong seriously think she was just a sleepyhead who dozed off for no reason? Our boy thinks to himself, Saki is like a ghost. Even the number Kong never gave her, she somehow had. Now, Kong understands that's how Saki figured everything out. Speed Weapon comments that basically nothing has been clearly revealed yet. Still, he and the others can't just barge into the elders' quarters and start making threats. Well, Speed Weapon says Kong might be able to pull it off, but it would probably just make things worse. Saki admits that she agrees. Chloe nods, saying she thinks the same. Then, Speed Weapon suggests they should start a club. Kong is surprised to hear this. Saki explains that at Hakken Academy, clubs not only have free movement, but also receive funding, as the academy encourages cadet cooperation, real or not. So the academy offers benefits to fit that ideal. One of those benefits? Clubs are treated as affiliate organizations of the academy. In other words, at that point, Speed Weapon cuts in to clarify what Saki meant. Just being in a club grants a degree of protection from the academy because being just a cadet isn't enough. Saki adds that for them, with enemies both inside and out, a club would serve as a double barrier. Our boy thinks to himself that one of the systems in Blessing M is the club system. Since the game is set in an academy, this feature allowed players to decorate a private space with furniture and items, invite characters, and build affinity, a staple of otaku games that emptied many fans' wallets. The so-called housing system. But our boy had never paid much attention to it, since Kong was always short on time. Now that it's real, who would have thought it would have this kind of use? Kong asks if there are specific requirements to start a club. Speed Weapon replies that first, Kong needs at least 5 members, and a club funding proposal to be submitted to the proper department. Hearing this, Kong realizes he's one person short. He then asks if everyone here plans to join the club. Speed Weapon laughs and tells Kong not to be like that. Of course they're in. He wouldn't have brought it up if they weren't doing this together from the start. Chloe adds that if it helps Kong, she's in. Saki says she still owes Kong one from that dungeon anyway. Besides, doesn't Kong think a brainy type should be part of this too? Our boy thinks to himself, as he got older, relationships became nothing but calculated give and take. But these people, who barely even know Kong, are saying they'll follow and trust him. Even in this world, where social class means everything, Kong thanks everyone for believing in him. Speed Weapon then suggests they pick a name for the club. Chloe proposes memories of assassination, saying their club will take care of corrupt powers. She asks how that sounds. Speed Weapon immediately says he doesn't think that's going to work. Saki chimes in, suggesting something like Leaf Village Neighborhood Patrol, questioning why the name even matters. They should just pick something random. Speed Weapon tells her to stop talking nonsense. They all begin brainstorming names for their new club. Kong suggests something like the Travel Club, as they could clear dungeons and explore beyond the academy. Then he asks, is that a bad idea? Speed Weapon says he's in favor. Chloe and Saki agree as well. Saki mentions that they now need to find a faculty advisor. With the written test coming next week, they should prepare early. Speed Weapon agrees. Without an advisor, they can't establish the club. Kong still wonders if Travel Club is really a good name. Saki says, honestly, this is the biggest problem because the club advisor must be a professor or higher. Chloe suggests they try asking the Blessing Studies professor, since that professor is known to be both popular and kind. Speed Weapon replies that Professor Damien is too busy, so he doesn't think it'll work. Honestly, though, there's no one else quite like Professor Damien. Saki states that out of over 500 academy staff, only about 30 are professors, and only around 10 teach first years. They say they encourage club activities, but the system is full of contradictions. Then, Saki turns to Kong and asks if our boy has anyone in mind. Kong replies that the advisor just needs to be professor level or above, right? Saki nods, saying yes, but reminds him that there's almost no one above professors within the academy. Our boy picks up his phone and says, but there is someone. Everyone turns to look, and they're all shocked when they see Kang's phone screen. In that moment, they immediately understand who that someone is Kong is talking about. The scene shifts to the administrative office, where a staff member informs Kong that in order to establish a club, the head of said club must apply in person. Kong calmly replies, he is the head. The young woman looks him up and down, clearly unimpressed, and remarks, you? Really? She enters Kang's name into the database, suppressing a laugh, one that eventually escapes her lips. Annoyed by her attitude, Kong frowns, thinking to himself, is this girl really an academy staff member? Her condescending tone over something as trivial as someone's grade seems ridiculous. Our boy finds it particularly irritating. Remaining composed, Kong states, as long as I follow the procedure, the application should go through. You should just accept it. The yellow-haired girl suddenly stands up and, with an exaggerated air of authority, tells our boy, first-year cadets need a faculty advisor to apply for a club. And honestly, just looking at you, I doubt anyone would want to be your advisor. Kong narrows his eyes. Seriously, what exactly do you mean by that? The girl crosses her arms and smugly replies, don't you get it? Do you really think any professor here would want to advise a club founded by a special admission student like you? With your background, you should know your place. Hearing this, our boy clenches his fists in silence. As expected, he thinks, even the faint sense of justice in this academy is disappearing. A part of him is tempted to use the most effective communication method he knows. But after nearly 20 years in the restaurant business, he's dealt with plenty of rude and difficult people. He knows sometimes silence is the best response. And yet, this time, Kong can't help but want to teach this yellow-haired girl a lesson she'll never forget. Without another word, he pulls out his phone and makes a call. The girl's face changes, slightly surprised by his sudden move. Into the phone, Kong says, I'm at the admin office, regarding club registration. The person on the other end replies, She's nearby and will come to the office shortly. To Kang's surprise, she doesn't hang up. I'll see you soon, Kang adds, ending the call. The yellow-haired girl's brows furrow in disbelief. Who do you think you are, making a call like that here? She snaps. Our boy looks at her and says calmly, let's just proceed by the rules. As I mentioned, the person on the phone is on her way now. Confused and visibly nervous, the yellow-haired girl asks, who's backing you up that makes you act so arrogant? Another staff member nearby shifts uncomfortably. Frustrated, the yellow-haired girl huffs. I'm the cousin of the principal's close friend. If I say the word, a special student like you, we'll be finished.
Kang doesn't respond.
Instead, he simply smiles. That infuriates her even more. He steps closer, his gaze piercing. You're being too loud. Shocked, and now openly angry, the girl shouts, stop talking nonsense. But Kang's expression sharpens further. All your hypocrisy is exposed. This is exactly what I wanted to see. At that moment, the door to the office bursts open, with a loud bang, flying off its hinges. Everyone in the room freezes, eyes wide. Standing there is none other than Media, her aura flaring with authority. Kang turns to the yellow-haired girl and says, show some respect. The principal is my club advisor. The girl's face drains of color. She's so stunned, she can't even speak. Media walks in with a warm smile. It's been so long. I'm so happy to see our boy in person.
Kang bows slightly.
Apologies for the trouble. I know you must be incredibly busy. Not at all, Media replies. If it's a request from you, I'll drop everything and come running. The yellow-haired girl's eyes widen in realization. Kang Jiyama. He's this year's top incoming student. Media turns to Kang. Hand that document over to me, your advisor, and get going. You have a written exam next week. Thank you, Kang replies. I'll leave the registration in your hands. As Kang walks out, a staff member quickly brings a chair for Media. After sitting down, she glares at the yellow-haired girl. Trying to salvage the situation, the girl stammers. There's been a misunderstanding. I didn't mean what I said to Kang Jiyama. Stop talking. Media interrupts coldly. I don't need a blessing to see clearly. You judged him solely based on his background. Him, a cadet marked as a successor by both myself and Siegfried. Media flicks her hand, casting a wind spell. The registration form flies through the air, landing in front of the girl. You have 5 minutes to complete the registration. Media says firmly. Start writing. Scene shifts. Our boy, Kang, reads a message from Media. The club registration is complete. He smirks. That staff member probably got fired. Kang replies, thanking Media and promising to visit her soon. She messages back. Come by the headmaster's office after today's class. We then see our boy arriving at the blacksmith shop. As Kang enters, the blacksmith turns around and says, if you're here for the gear, you'll need to wait a few minutes. Hearing this, Kang thinks, he actually sounds like a proper shopkeeper for once. Our boy doesn't really know what the blacksmith thinks of him, but as a former player of the game, he knows the blacksmith is a love-hate figure. Sure, after what happened recently, the hate side might be stronger, but our boy can't help feeling a bit of pity for the man, too. It's also uncomfortably hot in the room. Kang finds himself sweating. He thinks back on Blacksmith Violent, one of the main NPCs in the game, who handled nearly everything related to weapons. Due to the nature of K-mobile games, Violent was essentially a punching bag by design, draining players' resources in an instant. As a light spender, Kang didn't feel it as much. But the heavy spenders? They used to pray. Just once, Violent, please. It became a saying. Even so, most people ended up calling him a scam. Our boy himself once cursed when Violent downgraded his Murasame from B rank to E rank. That memory still stings. Suddenly, Violent breaks the silence. What are you thinking about so deeply? Snapping out of his thoughts, our boy replies, it's nothing. You just look like someone I used to know. Smiling, Violent responds, then that person must have been as handsome as I am. He hands Kong the weapon and proudly states, "I can say with confidence, this job is beyond perfect. It even looks like a special option has been added. You should check it out." Kong inspects the weapon and notices the level of Murasame has indeed increased from before. Scene shifts outside the shop. Our boy checks his status window. He sees that the activation time has increased from 40 to 50 seconds. Kong had already thought 40 seconds felt too short for the upcoming dungeons. It's just 10 more seconds, but even that small upgrade? Huge. If he plans to combine this with the blessing of transfer later when upgrading gear, it's definitely good news. Kong used to complain that the blessing was useless.
But now,
The blessing of painlessness, the true blessing of Kong Jiama, feels surprisingly versatile for a commander class. As instructed by Bylent, Kong checks the weapon rank. It has now been upgraded to D rank, with the potential to grow to A rank. Observing this, Kong mutters, "For all the materials and effort I put in, the result isn't exactly dramatic." He had used materials from an A rank beast, the Cow King. So, our boy had at least expected a C rank result. Still, thinking ahead to the future, when he'll infuse Murasame with aura, it's good news. Its hardness has increased by 2 levels. It won't crumble on impact anymore. Then, another window appears in front of our boy. A new feature has been added. As Kong hovers over it, he feels a twinge of unease. "I've got a bad feeling about this," he mutters. Clicking the window, a notification pops up. Due to the successful enhancement and the weapon's growth, up to 3 special abilities can now be granted. These abilities can only be activated using mana stones and will trigger randomly. Kang's eyes widen. He hadn't expected that. He begins to wonder about the mana stones, then recalls he handed over most of his remaining materials to Bylent. Scene shift. A dimly lit room. One of the Academy's elders lies on the floor, staring at a picture of his late father. His father, Lyman von Beimhark, was one of the legendary 7-star heroes, known as the Mad Tiger. But Lyman died 40 years ago during the 6th Legion's subjugation of Balmon. The public hailed him as a noble hero, but immediately after his death, the Beimhark family came under relentless attack. Factions moved to dismantle them. To survive, the elder was forced to carry hatred in his heart. Assassination plots from his own relatives became routine. Eventually, he turned them against one another and had them wiped out. Through this brutal process, the elder restored the family's shaken power. In the absence of his father, he had protected the name and legacy of Beimhark. At age 30, he became one of the elders of one academy. He accepted it as his destiny to guide foolish humanity and uphold the absolute supremacy of the chosen. To control the ignorant masses, a common enemy was needed. Fortunately, humanity already had won: demons. This justified the Elder's rule and allowed them to tighten their grip on power. But variables always appear without warning. Leon von Reinhardt, the hero born with the power to defeat the Demon King, was one such variable, the one chosen by the heavens. Of course, the gap in power between humans and demons is vast. The Elder knows Leon's chances of victory are practically zero. Even so, legends persist. The founding hero who once sealed the First Legion's commander, Lekenvalor Wakan. That myth lives on. A dangerous precedent. Such a thing must never happen again. The Elder then remembers the day a humanoid demon entered his room. At first, he assumed she was an instructor. But the moment their eyes met, he knew who stood in the light and who stood in the shadows. She had made a contract with a Legion commander-class demon. She had forsaken her humanity. Half human, half demon, such beings were known only by one title: villain. The Elder mutters to himself. Dealing with Leon alone is already enough of a headache, and now that kid named Kong is stirring things up. Even Auditor is hesitant. The reason isn't clear enough to act yet.
sigh.
The Elder sits up. "Is my butler here?" "Yes, Elder." A voice replies from the shadows. "Butler." "Then summon the Undertaker squad," the Elder commands. Clady says coldly, "We have work to do."
Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more content. Hit the bell icon to stay updated on our latest uploads. See you in the next one. Take care.